an army, a small army of fact checkers, that it's a little silly to say let's rerun an election when the vast majority or large portions of different oblasts are no longer in those oblasts because they ran away. So it's a bit of a laugh, a bit of a joke, and you can't just take Russians from Russia, put them in other people's homes, and then take a vote. That would be weird, right, Aaron?
It would be.
So whenever you're ready, we're just slowly building back up. If you feel like you want to strike now, go for it.
Okay. Yeah. So, Constantine, I'll continue answering. So, first of all, this is not a new behavior. We see falsified referendums across the board. In 2000, let's see, in 2007 or so, I worked with Golos in Russia to help do election monitoring. I helped manage helped with some of their network stuff, and they were being attacked by their own state and preventing parallel vote tabulation or quick count votes to ensure fidelity of their own votes. There's a very common misperception, both in the West and in authoritarian regimes, that democracy is about elections. Elections are part of a democracy, but they're certainly not the entirety of a democracy. In fact, the election itself is part of a broader process of dialogue, which we, unfortunately, in the United States get to experience basically nonstop between elections every single year. And so holding a snapped referendum on something that no one has had a chance to process in an area that's occupied by a military force, and then forcing people out of their apartments to vote at gunpoint, fails to meet virtually it literally fails to meet every single criteria of a democracy. It doesn't even match the show form of democracy that you might expect. And so why do people do this? Well, because they see propaganda tweets that say that we're holding a referendum and people are voting in favor. And even if you look at the results of the referendum, it's preposterous to assume that 97% of Ukrainians would agree on anything. And so if you look back at basically every election up until now in the Ukrainian state, whether it be local elections or national elections of any kind, you can see significant dissent. And I know that everybody's seen that map that Elon Musk tweeted out about the Party of Regions. But if you dive just below that map, what you find out is that the Party of Regions barely won a majority in some of these oblasts, which means that 40 to 50, 40 or just under 50% of the population of that oblast clearly did not want the Party of Regions in those areas. And so elections are just a part of this, but they're a visual part that a lot of times people pick up on as a symbol of democracy. But I think that if they took a step back and they thought about it and they said, well, what really constitutes an election? Does it mean that I have time to meet the candidates or hear their issues or hear their positions? They might realize that, doing this under duress at gunpoint without the actual citizens present is likely not equivalent to a democracy.
And Aaron, let me add on to that. So there's a blind spot from the Russian perspective. The whole idea of walking around with ballots and soldiers with guns might seem normal to them. I don't know who on earth thinks that's normal. Mr. Musk, if you're listening, that's not usually the way elections are held. And they don't usually look at your vote as they put it in. It's kind of the whole, it's not really normal. But speaking to the ridiculous 99.9%, 98.5 North Korean style, this is another, I think, a blind spot. I would think if I was advising them, if I was a bad guy, I'd say, why don't we say 73? 73 is a good number. It looks like there's a bit of dissent. 73 seems a little more realistic. No one in the right mind. You could pick any topic and poll any population, and unless the question is water wet, you're not going to get 99%. You have people. I mean, just the outliers alone would make 10%, right? It doesn't make any sense. But Soviet elections were like that. 99% of everyone agreed, and it was obviously concocted to show, mass unanimity. And further, I really like how you're touching on all of the ancillary factors that make a democracy, even in Canada, where we have a robust democracy. I would argue, we had a referendum in Quebec about separation, the separatist movement in Quebec, and they asked a question that was pretty crappy. It was, do you want to stay in Canada, or do you want to be independent and have the Canadian dollar and have the Canadian passport and have and basically it was and the government was caught a bit off guard. The referendum was won by obviously a majority of people who wanted to remain in Canada, but after that the government introduced a Clarity Act, and that bill was meant it has to be a clear majority to a clear question, and that's super important. And that just goes to show you how important that clarity is, even in established parliamentary democracy like Canada. And so, in other words, if we could get something wrong, I think Aaron's kind of highlighting that, if I'm not mistaken, Aaron.
Yes, that's absolutely right. I mean, just to harken back to the Crimean referendum results, they still pushed out some crazy 80-90% number when a large percentage, over 40% of the population, was not Russian. So they're assuming that the Russian bloc voted unanimously for this, and that the others just simply also voted unanimously for this. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't match up with previous polls. It doesn't match up with the history of Ukraine.
And also the first past the poll system that you're referring to about, the whole map looks a dark blue party of regions. It doesn't explain the other 49% that weren't in favor. So all good points. And I'm gonna pass it back off to you have some more questions for Aaron. And again, please do retweet the space. We are getting back to where we were earlier. And sometimes these crashes in the middle of the night are problematic. But I might not be able to join for the rest of the night. So Aaron, so we hopefully we'll chat another time, and I hope to see you here again. All right, cheers.
Yehuda, can I have a quick follow-up to my question? And it's
Absolutely.
Not that much of a follow-up, but more, so Aaron, I heard that you're from Kiselivka, right?
Kiselivka, yeah.
It just nice. We have. I'm from Kharkiv myself, and just wanted to say that right now there is a heavy battles going on for that. If this it's the same Kiselivka that we're talking about east of Oskil River, there are heavy battles going on right now, and one of most of my friends are there right now, and it's just those regions actually were never even pro-Russian. Even though how a lot of people claim, everything to the east up to Starobilsk is mostly pro-Ukrainian, and there was no ever a pro-Russian sentiment. But of course, there are some people who oppose that. Just wanted to say that, and it's really nice to meet someone who is from the same lands that I am on the space. So thank you for what you do. Best luck to you, and I hope you bring your knowledge and wisdom to everyone around you and the entire North America. Thank you.
Yeah, I just say that I used to run along the Oskil River between Sviatova and Kiselivka and Kupiansk, and you could run to any of the villages or towns along there. This is back in 2005 to 2007, and there were always Ukrainian flags hanging in the various shop windows and things like that, even in the small towns and villages. So this is something that I think that most people just don't understand.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Let's just a reminder to everyone, we do have a distinguished panel here. If you would like to come up and ask a question, please request the mic, then mute yourself, put up your hand, and we will get to you in order. I believe Leonard was next.
Thank you, Bloke, and thank you, Aaron, for gracing us here with your expertise, specifically on these issues regarding the ongoing issues that are coming out of the referendums in Ukraine. And I have a question for you that sort of ties together your assessments of the current situation regarding those referendums, and specifically Luhansk and Donetsk, and also tying that to some degree into the way Russia and Putin seem to be utilizing that to play back into their nuclear card, so to speak. And specifically, you referenced some of the feedback that you received from the personnel who were on the ground in Crimea, and I'm just wondering how you assess the recent referendums, if you will, if you can even call them that, the sort of chimeric exercises that took place in Luhansk, Donetsk, and then very recently we've heard that they've been up to pretty much the same play card in Kherson. And when this happens, we've seen rumblings that have come out recently, just in the last several days, that tie that back into the nuclear card in a way, whereby the Kremlin is suggesting, and this is Putin directly, that now those territories will be considered Russian ground, and that that figures into their nuclear equation in terms of ongoing battlefront developments in both those quadrants. And I'm just wondering if you you've got some depth of background in nuclear deterrence, and we've had a couple of speakers on previously that assessed the kind of the position that has been where the Western academics have somewhat been walking away from that. But now we have the prospect that with these deterrence questions coming up again, how would you assess the kind of the frequency of these threats that come out of the Kremlin? By one count, they've now raised the specter about 20 times, 20 different times of climbing up the escalatory ladder, so to speak, to use of a nuke. And I'm wondering, at what point do you assess that the credibility is dramatically affected or reduced by the number of times that the threat is leveled into the not just the battle space, but the entire geopolitical spectrum? In other words, do you think that they are depreciating the quality and the caliber of that threat to the point where it becomes just nothing but a sheer propaganda device? Or how do you assess that, the impact of that, so to speak, in their particular propaganda campaign right now? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. A fascinating multi-part question. First, the referendums in Crimea in 2014 were pretty abysmal, but the ones that were recently held, just, man, they take the cake. I don't know that I work for India, National Democratic Institute, International Republican Institute, and for democracy development around the world. And our teams there did democracy development programs and election monitoring, and more than 100 countries around the world for years, and they still do it. And they do a great job. I don't think I've ever seen a referendum quite as bad or shambolically organized as what took place in the occupied regions of Ukraine. Nor have I seen somebody try and claim legitimacy with such gusto off of something that, even to a drunk Russian dictator, would be plainly ridiculous. I mean, it blows the mind to know that you could literally try and pull people out of their houses at gunpoint and have them vote with a gun in their face, and then claim that that's a legitimate referendum of any kind, excluding all the other problems. So that's the comparison of the two, the two referenda that have been occurred, and the same type of referendums occurred in the LNR and DNR in the past as well. Regarding the change in nuclear status, first of all, I think it's important for everybody to know that nuclear threats out of the Russian Federation, while increasing in frequency, are not necessarily new. They've been occurring for well over a decade. And even before then, with not infrequent regularity. For years, the Russian Federation has been saying, we're going to be developing ballistic missile technology that counters U.S. Anti-ballistic missile systems and other types of things. And they've been pushing out their ability to engage in first strikes and tactical strikes in a variety of other different ways. So do these referendums fundamentally change the logic of nuclear deterrence in this particular situation? So if you believe that the Russians have fully internalized that their sham referendums are the end all be all of this particular this debate, and this completely settles the debate, then perhaps. But I think that the reality is more along the lines of, they know they're full of it, we know they're full of it, and therefore these claims to these being their territory and this becoming sovereign territory, which falls under their nuclear doctrine, doesn't pass the smell test. It just doesn't equate with the same type of attack on territory that would exist in the pre-1991 borders outside. So in Russian sovereign territorial borders, recognized both by de jure and de facto establishment. But the question is does their repeated threat of nuclear weapons minimize this? Well, in some ways you'd say, if the little boy cries wolf, 1,000 times, then, we're not going to go and save him when the wolf is really there. The problem with nuclear weapons is that the consequences of not being ready at that moment when the wolf actually shows up are so great that it really does require us to maintain vigilance and continuously reassess the likelihoods and probabilities associated with their rhetoric. And then we should assess their rhetoric on the nuclear aspect. We should assess their rhetoric on acts of genocide and a variety of other things. But we should definitely not discount it simply because they are leveraging it. They do have a very large nuclear arsenal, and this is something that we must continuously monitor, and is under most reasonable estimates being monitored on a very consistent and regular basis by multiple national intelligence agencies.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. That pretty much covers the most of that ground. So thanks for that answer.
Yeah, thank you for the both of you. And if before moving on to the next hand, I just wanted to point out that the nuclear posture hasn't really changed that much, right? But there's definitely an uptick in the rhetoric, meaning that it's mostly informational at this point, it would appear. Shall we go to Gunther next?
Oh, hi, good evening. Hey, thank you, Professor, for speaking. I'm really delighted. So I have a question. So when some pick your billionaire makes a claim that Russia will use a nuclear weapon if Ukraine gets into Crimea, to me that seems like that particular billionaire is making a threat on behalf of the Kremlin, and that is pretty advantageous for them. And I always wonder, like, well, why doesn't the Kremlin make that threat themselves? Why don't they really specifically say, if something happens, we're going to do X? Have you noticed that? I mean, it just seems like part of the propaganda is you get people that are quote unquote on our side to make threats against us. What do you think?
So I don't necessarily know that they're making threats as opposed to expressing their fears. And I think that, we have to understand that a lot of the people that are speaking on this have a valid reason to have fears of nuclear war based on the rhetoric coming out. And yes, I agree, absolutely. It does forward the Russian narrative of we are willing to use these weapons. but I don't, I want to believe that people like Musk are doing it because they're truly incapable of understanding the complexity of the situation, and they are incredibly terrified of the consequences of the situation, rather than somebody paying off basically a quarter trillionaire to support Russian positions. That being said, the information operations occurring in coordination with Crimea and with the other occupied territories are complex, and it's, if there were one area of Ukraine that would be more likely than others to provoke a significant escalation outside of Ukraine, targeting of Crimea would likely fall into that category based on polling data post-annexation, both based on the residences and travel itineraries of Russian leadership, and based on the historical legacy of the imperial and Soviet Russian approach. Now, does that mean that Russia has a valid claim to Crimea? Absolutely not. Does that mean that we shouldn't be, having a party in Crimea next summer? No, but it does mean that we should understand that for some reason, based on history, culture, these identity and notional ideas that the Russian Federation has developed, that there's something tangibly different about Crimea than the rest of Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then one quick small follow-up. If Russia felt like it needed to launch a nuclear weapon, do you think it would do it just out of the blue, or do you think they would send some super strong signals, or even just announce it outright before actually doing that?
So I was up in Canada at a meeting of a bunch of Ukrainian scholars all week, last week and weekend, and we were talking about the use of nuclear weapons in this conflict. And we keep hearing that there's going to be a threat of the use of a tactical nuclear weapon. Well, I think it's important to understand that a tactical nuclear weapon's blast radius is relatively small, and the front line is very, very, very large. And so a single nuclear weapon use would have constrained geographic implications for the dynamics of the conflict on the battlefield, but it could have potential, depending on whether it's an air burst or a ground burst, could have potential long-term radiological or contamination effects. But the use of a single tactical nuclear weapon on the battlefield would be unlikely to shift the balance of power along the entire front of a military engagement. When we used to talk about, so at West Point in the museum there, if you ever have a chance to go, there's a Davy Crockett, which is a mortar-launched tactical nuclear missile. And then there's the, I'm blanking on the name of it, but there was a nuclear weapon that the 81st Airborne was supposed to carry in at an airdrop and then run up and put it at a site and then set a timed fuse and go away. These are more tactically oriented. So there has to be some sort of major tactical usage that would gain a foothold in a very important way or help this out. So again, there's no real great way to tactically use nuclear weapons in a limited sense. And when you have such a large front line spanning hundreds, almost, over 1,000 kilometers, I mean, you either go big, which is not helpful for you, or you don't use them at all, because there's not really helpful for you to use them in a limited way either. And so you either screw up all of that territory and land and damage the thing that you wanted to take over, and you risk international reprobation and and all these different things, or you just don't use them.
Yeah, thank you so much. That all makes perfect sense.
Thank you, Gunther. Shall we go to Alex and then Colby next?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions.
One question would be about Crimea, and you said that there is Russians may be feeling differently about Crimea than about the rest of Ukraine. And I lived in Russia for a while. I'm wondering where this is coming from. Like I certainly read Russian newspapers and Russian propaganda, but also living in Russia, I do not have that feeling at all. There could be some associations with the Crimean War and whatnot, but that again, this was blown out of proportion. If anything, there are lots of places that Russians may claim that they have particular feelings. So I'm wondering where this is coming from, and I'm speaking about the West here. To what extent this is propaganda versus any objective?
Yeah, so these are great questions. Do you have more questions? Sorry.
Yeah, that was just one of them. The other one was about that map that Elon Musk was using. As far as I understand, this was electoral map, and it was showing which oblasts supported Party of Regions, but I do not remember Party of Regions have ever announced that they would be part of Russia or anything. It was electoral map. So technically, is it in any way different from like red and blue states we see on each U.S. elections? And the last question about nuclear weapon, its threat is being used and abused all the time, which is dangerous by itself. Like I don't think people want to live in a world where these threats are kind of openly announced and and abused pretty much. So, what do you think of? There was an initiative under Ronald Reagan named Strategic Defense Initiative. Maybe there were some technical difficulties. Maybe it was too expensive or something to that end. But now we are 40 years later. Do you think it is feasible, or do you know of any physical, like laws of physics that would prevent that from happening? Essentially, as far as I understand, the idea was to have satellites with laser weapons that would be able to destroy rockets on booster phase. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. So let me try and hit these in order. Yeah, it's very strange, but when you look at the polling data, when the LNR and DNR, kind of became de facto regions affiliated with the Russian Federation, independent but de facto affiliated, there was polling data that suggested that the Russian public was generally they didn't really care one way or the other entirely. But when Crimea was annexed, and this is both based on polling data and anecdotal evidence, that the polling data suggests that there was a very large majority that was extremely happy that Crimea had been returned to the Russian Federation, and so this is something that you don't see in the other areas in the same way. And there's several reasons that this is likely the case. One, Crimea has historically been the home of the sanatoriums and other things that people in various different Soviet working organizations would go to for rest and relaxation. And so this brings back a lot of older memories, particularly for the older generations. Two, there's the Black Sea Fleet is there, which is a major military facility with large-scale Russian presence, which provides warm water ports. And so when you combine all these different factors, resolves back to the Crimean War. If anything other than to say that they're annoyed with the British and others for being involved in this war. But there are other more modern things that really associate memory of Crimea, the idea of Crimea. And it's also important to remember that the primary tourist groups outside of Ukraine that visited Crimea for the entirety of its independence were Russians. So you would have essentially millions of Russians traveling to Crimea every year for vacation from the collapse of the Soviet Union onward. And so it doesn't make any sense. There's no real rational way for this to fit within the Russian narrative, with the exception of the strategic element of the Black Sea Fleet for strategic purposes. In terms of the electoral map, so the Party of Regions did not explicitly suggest in joining Russia. That was never a part of their platform. They did nominally support Russian as an independent language, which generally was fairly widespread and popular across the country. In fact, when I was in Peace Corps, I learned Russian, although at home we speak Ukrainian. This is definitely more of an electoral map. I think that if people are really looking for data on sentiments, a really good source would be a 2014, I think it's a January 2014 International Republican Institute poll. There's also a 2013 poll. They went into basically all the regions of Ukraine and asked what their identity was. And ironically, in LNR, in Luhansk and Donetsk, in those regions, there was a non-zero percentage of the population that thought that they were still Soviet. But in general, the overwhelming majority of people in all regions consider themselves to be Ukrainian. Now, in those particular regions of Donetsk and Luhansk, there were larger Russian supporting populations, but not overwhelming. So anyways, if you're interested in looking at the last data before those areas were taken over through conflict, then the IRI polling data from 2013 and 14, and you can actually go backwards in time in the IRI data. It'll show you the evolution of polling data. On question number 3, now this is an interesting one. You're talking about Star Wars, and the Star Wars program was a colossal information operation by the United States that essentially forced the Soviet Union to spend an enormous amount of money. The US does have anti-ballistic missile technologies, but this is not designed to counter a threat on the scale of the Russian Federation or China. The volume of ballistic missiles from either one of those states is such that it would overwhelm our missile defenses. In addition, Russian ballistic missiles have MIRVs on them, or multiple reentry vehicles. And so they have the ability to, once they go into outer space, return to Earth with multiple warheads, each independently targeted. And so the challenge here is that, it'd be great if we had Star Wars up and running. But the reality is that we've spent a significant amount of money on being able to block single or even just a small handful of nuclear missiles launched from a power like Iran or North Korea, rather than focusing on the scale and complexity of combating large-scale thermonuclear war from the Russian Federation or China or another state. I hope those kind of answers your questions.
Thank you. It does. One follow-up, though. The comparison, Russians do not care about LNR, DNR, and care about Crimea because obviously they went inside, they spent some of their, they would be just as excited if Russia annexed Côte d'Azur or Baden-Baden. or Abkhazia, it's for them it's pretty much the same feeling. But I do agree it has military purpose for Russia, because it allows them to, threat basically Ukraine, and that's probably why they kind of blew it out of proportion and annexed in first place as a launching pad to the rest of Ukraine. But anyway, that's just my
yeah. There
opinion.
was a really big concern after the Yushchenko regime fell to that another Western-backed regime would not renew the lease. And so when Yanukovych was reelected and renewed the lease, I think for like 30 years or something like that, I'm blanking on the exact number of years, that assuaged a lot of their concerns. But when the Revolution of Dignity occurred, there was a big concern within Russian quarters that the new incoming political power would renegotiate the lease of the base down there.
Thank you. Let's jump ahead to Konstantin, because I think he might want to ask a question about that. Then it's Golby, Dan, Jacob, and Baram.
Aaron, thank you. And I have one more question, and it's related. I just read your thread, and I'm sorry that I did not read it before. And my question is, can you elaborate? What are those consequences that you consider that would be if this peace is forced? Fake peace is forced under nuclear threats from Russia. What do you think is going to be the long-term consequences all over the world? Maybe someone have asked this question, but I'm sorry, I must have missed it.
So I think that there's a very real likelihood. Well, first of all, I don't think that there's any way that Russia can credibly commit to not engaging in further violence post-peace agreement. We've seen this in virtually every other conflict that they've been involved in. And so, there's been a creeping land grab in the Republic in Georgia over the last decade or so. There's been increasing levels of hostility in various regions that Russia has touched and established quasi de facto frozen conflicts or other places. So beyond the fact that a frozen conflict or a peace deal that halts this particular conflict would not stand on the credible commitment of the principal adversary, the Russian Federation, is a really big problem. I mean, so what is to prevent them from doing this? So the only thing to really prevent them, and I've seen this in some responses to this thread, is that, well, the US or others would have to essentially station troops to create a hands-tying effect to really tie us to the conflict, essentially stationing the garrison in Berlin. And the reality is that would be very politically difficult in the United States or in the United Kingdom, particularly in the United Kingdom as of tonight. And so there would be challenges to doing that with a state that is unable to make these credible commitments. Further, as much as I think that many of us would like to take Ukraine into NATO, this poses substantial problems as well, particularly with a large reconstructing state with millions of people and substantial damage. And quite frankly, if we look pre-conflict, large levels of corruption. I mean, this was very much admitted to by the National Security and Defense Council in 2017 and 18 when I met with them. And so dealing with these kinds of issues while at the same time fending off a Russian Federation would be very problematic. Moving forward, so let's just assume that Russia can't commit to this peace in the long term. And once they have the capability to do so, they look at trying to retake certain sections of Ukraine or establishing dominance over Kyiv. Well, that again poses additional conflict problems. We still have the problem with Lithuania blocking rail and road traffic to Russian territories outside of the territorial geographic confines of Russia. And we would also still have a very substantial military presence on the eastern bank, eastern southern bank of or left bank of the Dnipro River, which would basically prevent or damage all future shipping traffic from leaving Ukraine. And it would allow basically a complete leverage of the Russian Federation over all Ukrainian economic activity. And this is actually where I think that a lot of people misunderstand the logic of peace. And this is because, as we've seen, Ukraine is a substantial exporter of sunflower oil, as well as grain, and a variety of other products that go through those ports. And so without this control and by having that amount of leverage over it, they essentially hold the keys to food security globally for a large portion of the developing world. And they would also hold the keys to the security of Ukraine economically, which could potentially cause cascading refugee and migrant flows. And so there's a variety of things that are associated with this that could cascade out. Additionally, it's, as I write in the thread, I can't say this with unequivocal certainty, but it would be a reasonable assumption to assume that if we were to force Ukraine into a peace deal that they were not comfortable with, that Russia would view NATO as backing down, and they would view this as a victory. And with this victory would show is that with very strong nuclear rhetoric, the loss of lives, particularly non-traditional Russian lives from migrant or ethnic communities in far out places way away from St. Petersburg and Moscow, these low cost, essentially what Moscow considers low cost lives, they can essentially achieve great strategic gains. And this would signal to other actors that NATO and its ability to provide alliance structures and other types of things to allies on the periphery is somewhat of a paper tiger. And so this would be a very wide signal to Iran. It would be a very wide signal to the Russian to China on Taiwan. It might even be a signal to South Korea on North Korea or Japan. And we would also see increased influence of the Russian Federation in the Middle East through Syria. We've seen increased engagement of the Russian Federation in Venezuela and in various other Latin American countries. And so essentially we would be ceding power while hoping that this temporary peace achieves long-term stability. And I think, obviously if anybody tells you with certainty that any of this is going to happen, they're going to be wrong in many ways. But I think that what we would see is an increase in global instability, a higher likelihood of war, a greater retrenchment of authoritarianism, and basically all of the things that we don't want to see moving forward would essentially rise to the forefront. And Ukraine and other states in the Baltics would be definitely bearing the brunt of this in a major way.
Thank you so much, and just reiterates why we need to support Ukraine to make sure that this sort of aggression is discouraged going forward. Colby, then Dan.
This is a very expansive question, but how do you rate America's response to Vladimir Putin's aggression since he has come into office?
We've been pretty bad. I mean, first let's caveat this. It's really hard for democracies to counter this type of behavior on a piecemeal basis. But that being said, we've allowed the Russian Federation pretty strong freedom of maneuver in fledgling democracies or in coordination with autocracies or other types of states. We've seen this in Central Asia. We've seen this in the Caucasus. We've seen this in Ukraine and elsewhere. We have not had a consistent, robust, strong response. The first major, really big instance of us not really standing up for an ally, and let's be honest, there wasn't really a great way to stand up for Georgia, but was in 2008. I mean, we saw this happen. It happened very quickly. Georgia's a very small territory. They fought like hell. They were going to get crushed no matter what, even with the disorganization and incompetence of the Russian military in the southern military district at the time. And yet, every single time we see the Russians move forward, we haven't really demonstrated our resolve to them to dissuade this behavior in any meaningful way, with the exception of perhaps northern Syria. But this is a really difficult thing to do over time. And, I think there was a lot of hope that Putin would bring in, a liberalizing effect. And I mean, it's kind of funny to say now, we thought Putin, the former KGB guy, would bring in a new government and a liberalizing effect. And, George W. Bush saw into his soul or whatever the hell he said. But, the reality has been far different, and we keep hoping for the best. And I think that's also one of the things I'm trying to address in this thread, is that we keep hoping for the best, and Putin and his regime keeps surprising us with near the worst. And yet we keep hoping for the best. And at some point, we just got to say, hey, he's told us who he is. They've basically declared multiple times that they want to commit genocide. They've declared that they want to take over Ukraine, that they don't think the Baltics are states, that they think that they should have a pathway through Lithuania. And so they've basically told us everything up front, and yet we keep saying, well, they're just talking, let's just let this go, and maybe we can negotiate a credible peace. And I think that the reality is that at some point you have to call their bluff. And this would be a very good time to do that, because Ukraine is a really important country, and its people deserve it.
Wonderfully put, Professor. How are you on time, Professor? Still okay with taking a few hands?
Yeah, I'm okay. I just have to be at lab at 9 a.m, so I have a.
Okay. Yeah. Nothing dangerous, I hope.
No.
We keep you too long. Yeah, so I really love the way you put that. I mean, as Kasparov says, the longer you appease a dictator, the higher the price gets. And sadly, the Ukrainians are paying that price now. Dan, then Bahram.
So yeah, I was just wondering if the professor, who I think has been fantastic this entire talk, and he's going to look for his books and whatever else as soon as I'm off here. But can he talk a little bit about what's going to happen to the non-proliferation regime if Russia gets away with this? I mean, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Yes. So let me be very clear that I'm not a nuclear deterrence scholar. I'm a politics and technology scholar, and I've written 4 or 5 papers on Ukraine, and most of my papers and books are on technology and cyber conflict and other things. And I worked for the U.S. Army Cyber Institute before I went to Virginia Tech. But in terms of proliferation, this is a really big potential outcome of ceding Ukraine to the Russian Federation. Essentially, we convinced Ukraine to forego having nuclear weapons, with a promise and a wink that we would be there for them. And likewise, the Russians did the same thing, and now we're here. So what would happen if we ceded this territory would be that basically states that have the capacity and are under the potential for threat. Taiwan, let's say Saudi Arabia, Iran, other countries around the world that might potentially have this threat would have a good logic for building nuclear weapons of any kind. They don't even have to build fully capable ballistic missiles or anything like that. They basically just have to build dirty bombs or something along those lines, something enough to be scary and threaten other people, to prevent them from invading their territory, or to coerce other people who don't have these types of weapons into doing this. So it is not implausible to suggest that a failure to protect a state that adhered to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty under the belief that it was establishing robust security guarantees would signal that foregoing nuclear weapons is a very bad idea, and we would essentially move back to a somewhat Waltzian world of everybody should have nuclear weapons, and therefore we will all be safe. And I think that the vast majority of scholars and policymakers and things that think that that this is not the case, that every state having nuclear weapons does not make everybody safer. It only increases the risk of nuclear conflict at any given point in time. And so the challenge to NPT would be thrown down. It would be very difficult to convince people that there were credible commitments of any meaningful type to the safety and protection of other states. And, but that's kind of where we stand right now. And I'm not really sure how a lot of the peace cohort of this deterrence group addresses this, and why they somehow think that this wouldn't facilitate or encourage a violation of the NPT or the collapse of the NPT. But I think that it is not an improbability that this would that such a forced peace would facilitate a collapse of the NPT globally.
Well, I agree with every word you just said. I would simply add Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Poland, and about 12 other countries to that list.
Yeah, I think Japan would be a definitely one. Poland would definitely be one. I just want to remind everybody that nuclear weapons technology is 1950s technology. While it is complicated to obtain the raw resources and process them, the ability to develop dirty weapons or the ability to develop nuclear weapons is not implausible. And we have, believe it or not, Ukraine's not the only state that's given up. There's a bunch of states that have given up nuclear weapons. Brazil, South Africa, and others. But I think that you've raised a very important question that is often overlooked within this particular conversation of peace.
Let me add 2 more seconds on Japan. Japan has a full nuclear fuel cycle. They reprocess their stuff for plutonium. They can be nuclear in 90 days if they're willing to kill some people to do it. And I kind of think they might. Honestly, I wouldn't blame them. Certainly if we let this thing run and, don't just put Russia back in its box. Thank you very, very much. Great talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, everyone, that we're here with Professor Aaron Brantley, an Associate Professor of Political Science and Director of the Tech for Humanity Lab at Virginia Tech. He's here to talk about a lot of the rhetoric that's been coming out lately, and he has a fantastic thread. Please give him a follow. And please retweet the space. We've been here 24/7 since the war started. And we support MriyaAid.org, which is an organization that gives non-lethal aid to Ukraine. And with that, let's go to our next speaker, Bahram, if you have a question for the professor.
Sure. Thank you so much. I talked before on this forum, and I'm Iranian. First I asked my question, but I have a couple of sentences after that. My question is, what are the chances that Putin gives nuclear warheads to Iran, and the collaboration between Putin and Iran expands to to threaten basically a mini World War III? And what's the position of Israel? I know the position is changing, but is that a threat to Israel? And what I was going to explain was that we chase elements that are working with Putin and Iranian regime in the West. And the pattern that these guys use since Elon Musk came up is that they hunt for them, and they have methods to hunt for them. They have multiple accounts. They look at what is coming back to them, and they find sympathizers to their ideas. And within Iranian community, the Ukraine issue has been mixed, but with everything else that they do. And we can see that this is a Putin propaganda. And I think Elon Musk also have been trapped. Putin definitely is very interested in high-level people. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting questions and issues you raise. Yeah, I don't really know how to address whether the Russian Federation would give Iran nuclear weapons. This would be, I think that this would be akin to an act of war to give Iran nuclear weapons. I think it would be an act of war against the United States. I think it would be an act of war against Saudi Arabia. I think it would also be considered.
Professor, did we lose your microphone?
Yeah, sorry, Philip.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry, I don't know what you heard last.
Are you still?
Yep. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Professor.
Yeah, so I think that it would be an act of war if Russia gave nuclear weapons to Iran. That would be a pretty clear act of war. Beyond the act of war, I think that there's other challenges that would arise in this space, including, if Israel and Saudi Arabia don't see the delivery of these suicide drones as a major national security threat, then they're probably not watching the same war that we are. Because the ability to launch hundreds or thousands of unmanned aerial vehicles on a suicide, low yield, explosive device process. Just imagine these types of devices hitting Tel Aviv or Jerusalem or other places. This is game changing in terms of the conduct of war against civilians. And so understanding this is really important. There's definitely support within the broader Iranian public for Ukraine, but there's low-level regime support. But there's a lot of really just super complicated geopolitics between Iran, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Untangling this web of influence, power, militaries, religion, weapons. This is like that would be like a thread unto itself, well beyond the scope of my own knowledge. And I apologize, I don't have a better, deeper answer for that.
No, thank you very much. What we are observing is that this influence campaign had been very, very underestimated by intelligence agencies. These guys are spread. We saw their patterns to Argentina, Canary Island, multiple places. And the operation has financial support for these soft spies and all kinds. To me, is extremely scary. And it's like when they figured out there was an influence campaign on Trump election, and this could be significant. These guys have been working on this for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahram. Daniel, Leonard, and Donnie. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay. Good morning. And you bloke, you American bloke. Professor, allow me a bit of criticism for you. Kobe asked a very, very simple question. How the Biden administration managed this crisis from 2020 until now? Your answer was about Georgia 2008 and very evasive. Sorry, I'm not a professor, I'm not a PhD, just a master in geopolitics, but I want to hear a clear answer if you have.
Okay. Yeah. Um, I think the Biden administration started off weak in terms of its approach. It didn't have a very strong Ukraine policy coming in when it took office in 2021. It also continued the policies of the Trump administration through much of early 2021 with regards to the provision of weapons, in particular javelins and others. It had a great deal of concern about providing weapon systems to the Ukrainians. The high-level discussions within the U.S. administration allude to a series of concerns. There was a significant lack of confidence in the ability of the Ukrainian state to withstand the full force of a Russian invasion. There was also a substantial lack of confidence in the Zelensky government to stay and essentially fight it out. And I actually presented a paper on this exact topic of influence recently. And what you see is that there's a very limited provision of weapons and military and humanitarian and civil society support going into Ukraine prior to the middle of March. And the reason is that if you don't have a high level of confidence in the state that you are supporting, why are you going to give them substantial weapons that could fall into one of the principal adversaries' hands? And then everything changes with the Battle of Kyiv. And then we see the Biden administration and Defense Department officials and others become increasingly confident in Ukraine's ability to exert its control over its own military forces, to maintain its command and control infrastructure, to maintain its civil infrastructure, civil communications and humanitarian infrastructures. And then we see with regularity the provision of financial, military, and humanitarian aid on a variety of different spectrums. We see widespread re-engagement in other things. So am I pleased with the Biden administration's early assessment? I think that, I lived in Ukraine and I've spent a lot of time there. There were reasonable concerns based on historical conversations and procedural processes about the resilience of the Ukrainian military force. There was a great deal of overestimation of Russian military capabilities. Would I have liked to have seen the Biden administration engage more robustly from the outset? Absolutely. But again, I think they're slowly making up for it, just as many other countries across Europe are making up for it. And if it hasn't been said on this channel a 1,000 times, they're really forming the core of the international logistics backbone that is supporting Ukraine moving forward. Could more be done? Absolutely. The question is what? How does it get passed through domestic politics? How does it pass through NATO? How does it pass through international partners? And so forth. So, yeah, I think that Biden to date started off weak. He's coming in much stronger, and they are preparing right now a multi-billion-dollar package to essentially shore themselves up with the anticipation of a Republican takeover of Congress to ensure the continuity of funding. This suggests the Biden administration is planning ahead for the support of Ukraine for at least the next 12 to 18 months.
Professor, let me add you something on this. January 6th, he need to manage a crisis. We took 3 months. After that, he had to rush the evacuation of Afghanistan, which destroyed the relation with Europeans, and it was not his fault. The Doha Accords are not democratic administration business. After that, the javelins were blocked, the previous administration, not by the Biden administration. And if I remember well, in November, first shipment of javelins and anti-air manpads were gone. And I remember very, very well, in 2021, he said, Putin is a killer. Stronger than this can be other words.
Yeah, so
Well,
I think that you're right. He was very strong, and so I mean, I don't know what else he could have done in the context of the domestic political situation that he was handed. That's something that is worked out through the interagency and worked with his policy and defense officials in coordination with allies. These are very complex questions. In hindsight, vision is always 2020, and I think that we've come through quite strongly for Ukraine in the intermediary time, and we should continue to do so in the future.
thank you, Professor. Let's go to, I believe it was Leonard, then Donnie, and just a brief correction, Daniel. Although you have bestowed a title on me that gives me honor by calling me an American, I just want to remind you I'm actually a Canadian.
It's our joke, you're Canadian.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel. Let's go to Leonard and then Donnie.
Thank you, Bloke. And thanks, Aaron. And thank you for the great stamina you're showing. You're in the batter's box and you're going strong. So I'll try to make it a short and sweet question here for you. But it kind of relates. I think this is a fair assessment, and just correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that you agree almost four square with the recent position that was put forth by Timothy Snyder, and specifically referencing the need to be quite strong in terms of this outcome vis-a-vis Russia. And I just wondered if you have an assessment, and if you diverge. I'm sure you're familiar with Timothy Snyder's position, the whole range of it. But I'm wondering if you have any divergence yourself that you would suggest or modify any of what he has said, and specifically referencing his analysis that he sort of has thrown a political science spin into an historian's outcome here, but his referencing that to the extent that Russia and Putin represent sort of a schizo-fascism, if you will, in the overall geopolitical space. So I'm just wondering if you have any further thoughts or items that you could leave us with in that respect. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure which thread or things you were particularly talking about. I've read quite a bit of Dr. Snyder's work, and if you haven't read Bloodlands or any of his other works, then you should definitely do that. He's a phenomenal intellect on these topics, and he's clearly thought through the complexities of this conflict far more than most people. In terms of his statements regarding, I did hear his statements regarding the political nature of the Russian regime. And I would say that while the Russian regime has always been leaning increasingly authoritarian and consolidations of power and other types of things, my guess and my assessment based on what I've seen is that something changed in the last 2 to 3 years mentally within the President Putin. The level of vitriol, the level of hostile rhetoric, the level of animosity towards the West, it just exploded in ways that I don't know that was truly it's possible that it was resident there prior to what we're seeing now, and that it was growing steadily. I believe that he started letting in more right-wing voices into his inner circle since early on. But he really drank the Kool-Aid and then became isolated, and then bathed in that Kool-Aid for essentially 2 years, and then came out the other side just on a, I mean, different. I mean, I don't know how to put it. I mean, and in addressing this difference, it is important for us to signal not only to the Putin government and to the Russian people, but to the world in general, that this type of behavior is unacceptable and must be stopped with basically nothing off the table. That all things should be under consideration within reason. Obviously, I mean, there's limits. So sorry, I know that's not a very satisfying answer, but
no, that's perfectly fine. That's a difficult question, and I think you handled it just perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I want to be very respectful of your time. You've been extremely generous.
So maybe take the three last questions, and then I'll jump off.
There we go. Okay? That's what I was going to suggest. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So let's go to Donnie, Liberal, and Nanda.
Thank you, Aaron. Yes, sorry, I just wanted to check that I got the name right. So with Ukraine's resolve and NATO and partners' continued support, hopefully we're going to see the fall of Putin. Well, at least the winning of the war, and then subsequently maybe the fall of Putin. So my question being, well, in the 90s, post-Soviet era, we saw this post-Soviet countries become the black market weapons dealers for the world. What do you think is going to happen in the digital space with KGB and the Russian state not being what it was? Are we going to see digital mercenaries come out of this? So, have you guys been wargaming the different groups? Are we going to see smaller state actors becoming digital warlords with Russian mercenaries? Is what I'm saying. And could you speak to that? Could you wargame it a little bit, or what are your thoughts?
Yes, I haven't wargamed this. I mean, I followed very closely the GRU, SVR, and FSB cyber capabilities. This is my principal area of expertise in terms of cyber conflict and digital conflict. Let me first address the notion that the Putin regime will fall. I think that we all hope for that. I think that many people are very much excited that might be a potentiality that arises. However, I would return you to a book by a scholar named Bruce Boyd, who wrote on the logic of political survival in authoritarian regimes. He also wrote a book called The Dictator's Handbook. And to be quite frank, Putin has followed basically everything in that book. He has an extremely small winning coalition, and he has a nominal selectorate. All of these conditions allow him to maintain a very tight grip on power, much more so than I think that many people thought, because I think at the beginning of this conflict, many people thought we could put pressure on the oligarchs, and by extension, they would put pressure on Putin, and this would, push the conflict away or something along those lines. But I think the reality is that we see quite a number of oligarchs, for some reason or another, taking backward steps out of open windows out of high-story buildings. And so I think that what we're realizing is that the winning coalition associated with Putin is much tighter than we might have even imagined, and he keeps control over his inner circles of power very closely. Does that mean a political revolution is impossible? Absolutely not. I think that perhaps could be a very interesting outcome of this. Hopefully, one that leads to a freer, more democratic Russian Federation with more civil liberties for its own citizens, as well as peace in the broader region. However, in terms of the spillover costs within their cyber actors, it's important to note that the Russian Federation began co-opting cyber actors into its sphere of influence very early on. And so there's a really great book called The Red Web that talks about this. There's a variety of other books and articles by a number of great scholars, including Andy Greenberg, who's a journalist, and others who have written about this. There's reports by the US intelligence agencies that talk about this. But very early on, the Russian Federation, much like the Chinese, began to pull in their criminal hacker groups and others in the service of the state to develop malware and other types of goodies for the state. Would these types of actors move forward on a for hire basis? Yes, it's possible, but I would say that it's a not cost effective or cost efficient way for many of the people who've been brought into these organizations to make money. And why do I say that? I say that because when you deal with third-party states, you must assume that they're going to pay you. And so if I'm a talented hacker or group of hackers and I want to be paid by a foreign state to act as a proxy for their particular activities, I have to be very confident that they're going to pay me off, and then that money is not going to be caught by sanctions. It's not going to be caught by any number of different means. However, if I'm one of these actors and all of a sudden the Russian state collapses and I'm no longer required to stay working for the GRU, FSB, or SVR, then I now have all of the same skills and I can go back to making the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars I was before as a cyber criminal, and not have to worry about the state looking over my shoulder at all times. And I think that that is the more likely outcome of a regime collapse, that we would see many of these actors, the core actors, the technical talent, as you were, moving back out into this decentralized criminal space and wreaking havoc and causing a lot of problems, but not in a strategic way for the benefit of other states.
So it's not going to end up on people's resumes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think they're going to go out there and say, hey, I worked for the GRU and would you like to hire me? I think they're going to say, oh, wow, I can create code now without the GRU monitoring my every move, and I can make $100,000 a month off of that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Professor. Liberal, followed by Anda, and that'll be the last questions, and then we'll wrap things up.
Hey, thanks, Bloke. Hey, Michelle, Daniel, Anda. So, Professor, I have a question for you. Given the anxiety of the impending election and whether or not one party retains power, President Biden, like him or not, has the implicit authority to use the PDA or the Presidential Drawdown Authority to supply Ukraine with armaments. And he doesn't need congressional oversight for that, right? These weapons have been already paid for. They're in warehouses and they're available. What's your thought on the anxiety that Ukrainian supporters are feeling, given that a change in the party dynamics might result in less weapons or armaments or support for Ukraine? I, for one, think that we have bipartisan support, but there is, some anxiety about, a recent statement by the wannabe Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, saying that, he's not going to sign a blank check. We're not sending money to Ukraine. We're sending weapons. Can you speak to that?
Yeah. So I think there's several interesting embedded things. One, I think that there is broad bipartisan support. I think that you've seen this in all the votes on previous things. I think the other I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what's going on in terms of defense drawdown and rearmament and other types of things. We're essentially getting rid of older stock for the most part on a lot of our things, and getting them over machine. We normally do government wholesale websites or other types of things. A lot of the hardcore munitions would have to be dismantled, and that costs money. And we're essentially sending them over, and we're spending, I think Biden said it best, we're spending a rounding error of the defense budget to basically eliminate large stockpiles of Russian arms. And so I think that that's a very important thing to note, that the relative cost to us is extremely low. I would also say that it's more than that, though, because we are gaining quite a bit of knowledge about Russian tactics, techniques, and procedures on the battlefield, which opens up our strategic thinking about how we design the forces of the future. It opens up our understanding of how combined arms and maneuvers works across different services. It helps us to understand how our command and control and communications, C4ISR and other types of things work together in degraded systems. But I will also point out something that most people on this call probably have never thought about. In the early days of the war, the Ukrainians captured a Russian electronic warfare system. When you think about the cost of one of these systems to develop, the program to develop an electronic warfare system can run into the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. And so we have now collected literally dozens of Russian tanks, electronic warfare systems, communication systems, and other types of military hardware that we now can save money in our process. We now know their secrets. And whereas and counter perceived technologies or assumed technologies, or back in 2018 when the asymmetric warfare group would go to the front lines and try and understand how these systems work. Now we actually have our hands on these systems. So rather than paying out billions of dollars to guess about adversary equipment and capabilities, we are actually just getting that stuff in return. So that, while we're drawing down on our own equipment, we are getting quite a lot back in return for this gift. We are giving them equipment. They are giving us intelligence that is extremely valuable and extremely expensive to obtain any other way. And so I think that in general, post-election, most people on the intelligence committees, most people on the armed services committees will say, hey, people who don't want to vote for this, you really just don't understand what's going on here. You don't understand that we are getting essentially the windfall of Russia collapsing and throwing its best hardware, its best electronic warfare systems at the Ukrainians. And we're getting these things in response, and we are not having to pay the research and development costs to try and guess what these things are. And I think that that is something that will be a very important and powerful thing moving forward.
That's a great point. And yes, I forget the name of the system that was captured very early in the war, but I mean, whoever owned it didn't throw a thermite grenade in it and left it, abandoned it completely intact. So it just
really quickly, Luke, if anybody's interested on any of these systems, I have a report that I wrote on for the U.S. Army on this. It's on DTIC. It's called Defending the Borderland, and we look at all of the Russian EW systems on there and some of their cyber systems as well. It's a freely available unclassified report. It's called Defending the Borderland, and you're welcome to look at it. Our team wrote that after our visit to Ukraine in 2017.
That is absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. And Professor, one last question. Thank you for being so generous with your time. And just a note that I've had at least 2 people asking, well, I'm sure they're going to give you a follow. and some asking for maybe recommended works, a bibliography for them to do some reading on their own, and you have just given them one. So maybe later you could tweet out a bibliography. And a reminder, everyone, that we will be putting this interview up on Spotify for your perusal later at a time of your convenience, when it's not so late and so hard on our generous professor here. And you will be the last question, and then we will be moving on to further discussion and a military update from Language Learner.
Thank you, Block. Good evening. So my question is about cyber attack and cyber warfare. Since Ukraine was under attack, under cyber attack, ever since 2014, and that increased since 2022 during the current invasion, and they had several, basically all their public, energy, media, financial systems attacked. And I know that EU has a program to help Ukraine, and they put 10 million euros in this program, which is undergoing. And I also know that the US has provided cyber development assistance ever since 2017 and onward. In total, it was like $80 million, if I understand correctly. So my question is, given this fast pace of investment in cybersecurity for Ukraine, and all the knowledge and information that comes from dissecting all the attacks from Russia, which even if they had even if they had a base previously, they now are eroded. How do you see this going forward? Can Ukraine become a base for a cyber protection for the region, so and for themselves going forward?
Yeah, this is a great series of questions. So first, let me say that Ukraine has had a very tough time in cyberspace since 2014. This tough time is a mix of bureaucratic problems internal to the country, as well as just general corruption and unpreparedness and other types of things moving around. I was in country during the 2017 hacks, and those were quite disruptive and obnoxious. I've worked with the general staff of the Ukrainian military forces, and I've worked with the SBU a little bit, but not in any meaningful way. We just met with them and got feedback on some of their progress. The reality is that they're just like in any government, there's infighting over resources that come in, and Ukraine is no different. We saw this for the duration of their time running up until the present. We've seen there's been conflicts over the distribution of resources for cyber defense between the MOD, the general staff, the various commands within the military, as well as within the intelligence services, domestic and foreign, and other things. Everybody wants a piece of the pie to build their own facilities and systems better. And quite frankly, Ukrainian government salaries are not what would be considered commensurate with experience in the modern era of cybersecurity and development. So many people who would have the opportunity to work in cyber defense for Ukraine have chosen to go into the private sector or to work for Ukrbromprom or other organizations. And so, yes, Ukraine has become involved with the CCDCOE, the Cyber Center of Excellence in Tallinn. They've become involved with U.S. cyber security efforts. U.S. Cyber Command has had an integration presence. The 780th at Fort Gordon has had. The National Guard has had a relationship. And so there's been a variety of relationships across the board at all different points in time. But there still remains within Ukraine a systemic challenge of keeping those cyber combatants within the governmental infrastructures, in particular within the General Staff, the MOD, and the SBU and other locations, keeping them in through incentives, through pay, through structures, building in training opportunities and other types of resources. And so if Ukraine is to become a cyber center of excellence in Europe of some sort, kind of a model for cybersecurity, then it really has to solve a lot of these domestic internal bureaucratic challenges that are really plaguing it. I will say that there are some really good success stories. For instance, Ukraine has really taken on cybercrime since 2014 through its national cyber police. It's taken on information controls. It's developed, I mean, I wrote a really good book chapter in a book that's open source. I can't remember the title of the book right now off the top of my head, but it's on the future of cybersecurity, and it talks about the development of Ukraine's cybersecurity infrastructure, cyber and information security infrastructure. They have written like an enormous number of laws and national strategies and things to really organize and create a robust, modern, European, NATO-compatible cybersecurity infrastructure. All of this is pretty much written down. The challenge right now is getting it all implemented inside the bureaucracy, and doing that during a time of war is extremely difficult. So the hope would be that once Ukraine wins this war, or at least pushes Russia out of its territories, that it is able to reorient and build stable, transparent, efficient government infrastructures. Now, this might be a bit of a hope, but moving that down the road, getting those things together. I will say that Ukraine is well positioned in terms of human capital to do this. I've given lectures at Kyiv Polytechnic and other places, and I can say that they have some phenomenal students. They have some of the best computing talent in the world. One of my really good friends owns or is a vice president of a Ukrainian cybersecurity company. I mean, when you're talking about cyber talent coming out of a country, Ukraine is wow, they are there. And have they been able to build resilience and capabilities under duress? Absolutely. The cyber attacks that have been going on under the current conflict are ongoing. There's been a number of extremely serious cyber attacks. However, I will say that the Ukrainian state is just phenomenally resilient. They've been unbelievably resilient in addressing everything from attacks against government communication systems, satellite systems, to everything from transportation attacks to power grid attacks to banking sector attacks. I mean, tell me another state that could make it through all of these different types of attacks and walk away as well positioned as Ukraine, and I'll be like, wow, that is amazing. But Ukraine has an enormous amount to be proud of in cyber domain, but it has a lot of work to go. And that's not surprising. The US has been doing the cyber thing in real terms for about 12 years. And quite frankly, we're still trying to figure out how everything functions and works together in a seemingly unified whole. And we're getting better and better, and Ukraine will get better and better as well.
Thank you very much.
Well, what a great interview. And just to add to that, as someone who's worked with a lot of Ukrainians in the IT field, I can tell you that the talent is absolutely there. Thank you very much for sharing your time, folks. Let's give Professor Aaron Brantley a warm round of applause for all the time he spent with us. Just a reminder to give him a follow. We'll get these interviews up on Spotify. Professor, by all means, feel free to come back at any point. And there's a lot of interest in what you've been saying. And I definitely followed your tweet earlier, and I was really glad to hear from you. So great to hear from you, and thanks so much for your time.
Thank you all. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Okay, folks, we've got some announcements. We'll probably have some co-hosting swaps. Language Learner will be here for his military update, which has an application that you can download. It's basically just a Google Map overlay. There's no data or anything, but you'll be able to see exactly what the developments of the day have been. It's quite thorough. So we're really looking forward to that. Just a reminder, if you have a comment or question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, please request to speak, raise your hand, and we will get to you in order. And Michelle, just to confirm, Language Learner, it was, I think, 15 minutes ago when he said 15 minutes, or
yeah, he should be here in about 5 minutes or so.
Awesome, that's great. Prince, you've got your hand raised. Everyone, if you don't know how to raise your hand, there's a little heart-shaped icon at the bottom of your screen. You click on that heart-shaped icon, and over to the right, there's a hand that you can raise. There we go. Okay, go ahead, Prince, followed by Chris.
Yeah, I'll just DM what I was going to say to Michelle, I think, on second thought. Or to you.
Okay, fair enough.
Hang on. Okay.
Thank you, Prince. Chris, go ahead.
Chris, are you there?
I am. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
I can't push the button as fast as it can respond. I want to thank you for first and foremost for bringing Aaron on. Very informative. My question is not a comfortable one in an open format, but should one who has technical capacity, has skills, has influence within the cybersecurity community in both offensive and defensive capacities wish to be involved, how do we I don't hear much chatter about how we become credentialed and how we are able to lend our spirit and lend our capacities. I wonder if anybody has the ability to kind of guide us.
Well, it's a big question. I mean, there are some certifications you can get in the area of cybersecurity. That is absolutely for sure. So there are a number of online resources where and some training you can take that will allow you to take those exams and get those certifications. A good place to start would be, any of the more common learning sites like A Cloud Guru, for example, and you can look up courses to get cybersecurity certification.
No, I apologize. I think I misframed the question. I have those skills. I've been a hacker.
Okay, I didn't understand.
25 years, and I'm just trying to figure out how we and my community get involved in helping Ukraine. How do we do that?
There is you might be interested. DM me.
Okay.
And I can
thank you.
Point you in a couple of different directions.
All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
that
my
was
pleasure.
the only question. Just how to lend some effort.
Yeah, there are some organizations that are putting some stuff together, but I'd feel more comfortable if we discuss that over DM.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, Michelle, do you see Language Learner? Has he joined the space yet, or is he finishing up some other work? I know he's been busy today.
Yeah, I don't see him yet. I think he is finishing up some other work. I know Prince has her hand up. I did just see your DM, and I was just gonna respond to you. Okay. Go ahead, Anda.
So I wanted to to point out to change a bit the topic of cybersecurity. I am so happy we had Aaron on the space. It was such a great interview today, and one I didn't expect. So it was a really awesome surprise. And also we had Colonel John Spencer, but you know, when you get used with good, you kind of take it as something that it should be, but we should really appreciate that he takes the time to come here and help us with his knowledge and with with his support. I have spoken ever since ever since I came into this space and started following everyone. That I've noticed, for example, that Colonel Spencer, in all his interviews, used to have behind him a picture with his book, and on a shelf on the right, there was always a small tab with MriyaAid .org, and basically he always promoted and helped MriyaAid, and I think that's an awesome thing for him to do, and it's a statement of his support for the organization and for the organization in itself. What I wanted to ask you, if you know, if we have any other. I'm a greedy listener, so I was wondering if you have knowledge, if we have any other guests coming up in the following days, because I have received some DMs which vary in topic, but I at least 3 are on Mr. Steiner. So I point them to the a Spotify account, but they asked if he is coming back on the space. So that would be one of the questions. If one of you knows more about this, that would be awesome for us to give the answer to our listeners.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Anda. We actually have tomorrow, we have the first of our bi-monthly series with Ivana Stradner. And so that's going to be at 4 p.m. Eastern. And she's going to have a special guest, Ulia Sabina, who's going to be on tomorrow. So if anyone's around tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, we'd love to have you. It's going to be our first of many series that we're hosting. And so we'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be a great interview. We've had Ivana Stradner on here before. So I think it's going to be a really great interview. And the special guest who I just mentioned, Lulia Sabina, she's the director of Frontier Europe Initiative, and she's also a professor at Georgetown University.
Awesome. Just awesome. All right.
Hold on one sec, Anda. I think we might actually have another guest tomorrow. Okay, we have another guest tomorrow. So this one's even earlier. It's at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. So that's very early for me. So I don't know if I'll be up that early. Our guest tomorrow is Dmytro Nataluka, and he's a current Ukrainian MP. He's the chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine, and he's also a member of the National Council for the Recovery of Ukraine from the War. So I think this is going to be a really interesting conversation tomorrow. So like I said, we have two really special guests tomorrow. I think it's going to be a really fun day. And he's going to be joining us at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So if any of you are up really early, feel free to join us.
9 a.m. Eastern time. I'm in Europe.
That is for 16 hours your time.
4. Okay.
Yeah, 4 p.m. your time.
Because I'm really looking forward to ask some questions on economy and also how. So taking into consideration the fact that during the whole summer and now beginning of autumn, half of autumn for us, it's cold. It's getting colder here. We tried to take out to help Ukraine export their grains. I'm really looking forward to see how the overall production was this year, how much grain are left into the country, and are ready to be shipped, and if they need any other help, or how we are as neighboring countries, or in general can continue to support Ukraine on this, because for example, part of the grain export is on the Danube. Daniel is here. He can tell you more about how Danube is during winter, and how and if this is a viable way of exporting during winter, until we are working. Romania is working on creating a junction with Ukraine in order to have a second railway access into Romania from the north, somewhere near Suceava, in order to be able to take more grain transport into Romania, and then from Romania to Constanța port, if and needed, unless because at this point we also have exports through Odessa. So the idea is to help Ukraine um, with with what they need, and um, support them in this. um, it's not all. The point is not only the food security. It's also the fact that all the shipments um, that are exported means money coming in for Ukraine, and that's a help. Um, and also, it means that the grains do not, how do you say, um, perishable. They are perishable products, so they need to be stored in proper facilities, and don't protected by various um, bugs. Let's say, I don't know the academic term for it, but basically this is it. You have to protect the grains from various bugs in order to um, keep them usable and sellable, and also protect them from moist in order to keep it healthy. So I'm really looking forward on this, and to see how we can support Ukraine in this fair, in this area also, because life is complex, and um, medical aid is one, armament is one, but we also have to take into consideration that life doesn't stop with the war, and we need to keep the economy going, right?
Yes, definitely well said. And
All right. So we don't have anyone with his hands up right now. Uh, so I will continue talking um, until you kick me out the out the door. But when you get tired and bored with my ramblings on economy and trade, um, and because um, I'm no Craig, right? I'm no Craig, so I cannot give you such an amazing talk as he can on trains, infrastructure, and everything. But I can talk a bit about supply and logistics. Um, and I see Prince has something to share with us or to ask, and we will go from there.
Hi, Anda. I hope you're doing well, and hi, Michelle and Chris, who is there. Um, this came up earlier today, but I thought it might be a good thing to talk about again real quick. Um, and I don't know if you have any knowledge about this, just from where you live. You very well may, but the Kerch Strait ferries that they put in place. Hang on a second. Sorry, I needed to cough. The ferries that they are running in replacement of the bridge are currently not able to run because of the weather. And there was a great thread on how bad the weather gets, and it's related to the wind mostly, along the Kerch Strait there, that they had a problem with it before the bridge was actually finished, where they would frequently have to stop the ferry service because the winds were so high it wasn't safe. And this happened late last week and went until Tuesday. And now today, well, it's still today for me. Thursday, they announced again that those ferries are going to have to stop running. So not only did the Ukrainians wait patiently to hit the Kerch Bridge, they hit it at a time where it's going to cause a bigger headache because they're not going to be able to run the ferries during bad weather and high winds. And I would venture to bet that that may impact some of the work that they're doing to try to repair the bridge. So I think it's a very interesting point. Before we crashed, I had put a tweet up in the nest explaining the weather on the Kerch Bridge that came out a few days ago. So I know, Anda, you know, living where you live, you may have some input to say on that, but I think it's just a really good thing for people to be aware of. Not only did they take out a good section of the bridge, they have done it at a time where it's not going to be use the ferries because of the wind.
Yeah, I saw that as well. And then I also, I think we all know too, whenever there's an estimation of time of completion, that usually never happens that way. So even though they said early July, most likely that's not going to be. It's probably very, very optimistic that it will be complete by early July.
Well, and I have speculation that it would have been finished sooner if it wasn't for the time of year, because the winter is going to delay their ability to work on it. So that's why it's going to take them so long to repair it. I'm sorry, I interrupted Anda sort of as she started talking. And hello, Joseph. I hope the potatoes are well. So I'll shut up for a moment now. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I'll let Anda go. I am actually signing off for the night. Joseph's gonna come in and replace me. I didn't really have to. I probably said 10 words today, so that was really good. Everyone's probably tired of hearing me speak, anyways. So I hope everyone has a great rest of the evening. I'm actually off for a while. I have to work, so I work every day, but I'm gonna be away for work for a week, and then tomorrow night I'm gonna go see Elton John. So I love him, and I am really, really excited to go see him tomorrow night. So I hope everyone enjoys their time, and I will see you when I'm back.
I have several friends that saw Elton John this week, and I mean, actually, my neighbor across the street, the girlfriend of the neighbor's brother across the street, and many of my friends on Facebook all posted that it was a fabulous show. So you enjoy that Elton John show, and I'd say enjoy your travel for work, but it's work. And we'll see you when you get back.
Thank you. I love Elton. I see him almost every chance I get, and even though this is his second farewell tour, hopefully he has a third one as well. And I will enjoy my time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle, for co-hosting today. And you know, I love co-hosting with you, so I'm looking forward for you to come back. Not that I don't like Joseph, but it's ladies' night, so yeah, I'm going to look forward to have you back, um, and I'm gonna look for a video or something, um, because Elton John, to my recollection, hasn't come to Romania, so this is where I live. So yeah, at least take some pictures from there, share it with us, and yeah, have a good time. You deserve it. You put in a lot of hours here with us, and we value your input and value your opinion. And I love co-hosting with you, as I said. So yeah, Chris, you have your hands up.
I do. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. I hope I can maybe just like kick off a conversation, and feel free to shut it down at any time. But unfortunately, when I think about this quote unquote conflict, I think about it in terms of a zero sum economy. And what I mean by that is, there's a finite amount of resources and a finite degree of focus that we can apply. And if we look at short, midterm, long term contexts, what are the if we had to make a forced rank decision, what are the things that are most imperative right now to apply focus to in the arena of threats, in the arena of defense, and also in the arena of offense? I wonder what the consensus might be.
I'm sorry. I don't think I fairly understood your question.
I think I got it on this. So, okay,
Okay.
so I think the question is like, there's only so much military aid that can be given, right? So what's the priority, right? So, I mean, if we look at the last package that was kind of like a long-term aid package, about a third of it went to air defense. So that seems like a pretty I don't know, that seems a pretty reasonable amount to me. In terms of other stuff, so air defense obviously is a very high priority for all the reasons we know about. Other than that, I think there's a couple of things. We would all love to see some type of new tank get into Ukraine. Honestly, that's not looking. I don't want to say it's not looking likely, but I think when we see it, it'll be a big event. But it's going to take some time to organize that. So right now, if we're just looking at on the ground right now, what do they need? Probably more infantry fighting vehicles, heavy armored vehicles that can get them on front lines, well armored and protected. Right, a lot of these guys are moving around in pretty thin-skinned trucks. It helps them with their offensives a lot, and not to say that they don't need more tanks. They absolutely do, and they could use NATO tanks. It would increase their capabilities a lot. But they've captured recently a lot of Russian tanks, and more infantry fighting vehicles that are higher quality would probably help augment any pushes that they're doing or counteroffensives. And then I think obviously the other thing would be like I don't know. I think air power would be a big deal. More air power to Ukraine, but again, that's kind of an open question. I think like you raised a good point that there's only so much that can be given and so forth. But I think the other issue is more just the logistical and training bottlenecks, right? There's a certain amount of crew training and logistical tail that needs to accompany all this stuff, and sometimes it can be it's not that I don't think it's happening. It's just that it takes longer. Once it happens, we're always pretty impressed with the end result. Like I think with HIMARS, we saw a pretty impressive rollout of a new piece of equipment into an army in the middle of a war. Same with the M777s. But yeah, I think like broadly speaking, that it is true that there's only so many resources that can be spent. So far, in my estimation, it looks like they're being spent relatively in accordance with what Ukraine wants. It seems like there's a pretty reasonable back and forth going on between the Ukrainians asking for things and their partners providing them. But I think that probably the more useful bottlenecks to look at are going to be the training and the logistics ones, rather than the I don't know the how it all divides out. Does that make sense, Chris? Go ahead.
It does, yeah. So what I think you're indicating is that it's not a function of political will. It's not a function of ecodynamics. It's and even putting hardware where it needs to be. It's a function of the follow-on.
Yeah, I think there's certainly some political will stuff in terms of like, obviously it seems like there might be some kind of a political will issue getting NATO tanks to Ukraine, and maybe, ATACMS. It seems like that might be another thing. But, I think those are more, specific points. But I think overall the effort's been pretty, as far as like the balance of equipment, we don't hear a lot about the Ukrainians getting oodles of stuff that they're not really finding effective. Maybe I'm mistaken about that, but to my knowledge, it's pretty much a process of Ukraine asks for certain things, then their partners provide what they can, and obviously they're not getting everything they ask for, but there's like a back and forth there. They're not getting things that they don't want. I'm sure that there's some stuff that they think they could get like better versions of it, but they'll take a lot of things that they're trying to make sorry, there's a noise in my yard. They're trying to make anything work that they can. So I mean, I'm sure that they are being very open to what equipment is being given, but at the same time, there is a lot of back and forth going on about what works and what doesn't. Anyway, I don't know if Lovechild, do you have anything to add to this, or I think that's like the best I can do on that. If Constantine's someone who actually speaks to people on the procurement side in Ukraine, he might be able to have a little more insight. But that's kind of the vibe I get from him. Is like these problems are being worked out. They're big problems. We don't want to dismiss any of the issues involving political will or logistics and so forth, but there are people working on getting these things in place, and overall, like it's a matter of just maintaining support and I don't know, keeping on the problem, I guess, overall. But yeah, so hopefully we can get some more people up if they want to discuss this further. Lovechild, go ahead.
Hi. Well, I had a general comment on the issue of cost, but because it's what the Putin trolls and their goblins, the people who help the trolls along, maybe not always realizing it, are really hammering away at lately. Before that, it was Ukrainian Nazis, which I don't think anyone really believes anymore. And then they yell about nuclear war, which certainly appeasing is a way to bring that about, I think, as opposed to, it's always been worse the more you back down. But with cost, there's the guy before who was talking about it. I can't remember his name, the professor. But he said, he was talking about the cost advantage that we're seeing because we're getting things like their electronic warfare equipment. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that.
Getting the cyber warfare equipment, getting all this equipment and that intelligence is a huge cost savings, and a lot of the ordnance that's going is ordnance that would have probably had to be recycled at some point. So it's in that way there's a cost benefit, and of course the huge cost benefit of not letting Putin turn Ukraine into a killing floor and getting control of the gas fields and then going after Moldova, et cetera, et cetera. So I think really anybody who is involved in this should be pushing back pretty hard on anybody who starts talking about cost, because I've noticed that it's the angle now, whereas before they were hitting on the Nazi thing or the nuclear war thing. Now it's cost, not one more penny to Ukraine and all this stuff. So I just wanted to say that, and it's I think a good.
Do you gentlemen mind if I interject real quick?
Oh, please.
Thank you. That's absolutely correct. It's not a function of cost. I think about these things in the context of the David versus Goliath context, and that's that we're smarter and we're more agile and we're more thoughtful, and we have seemingly less resources. So in that context, how do we advantage ourselves with the smaller things and the smarter things that have nothing to do with physical resources so much as applied smarts? That deeply interests me, because I think that's how this is going to play out.
Yeah. So
sorry, I'm walking in the sunshine, so it's hard to create the button in time. Yeah, I agree, but I just think also to say, look, there's actually a cost benefit. It's like, with the Gulf War, they're like, it's going to pay for itself. Well, that was nonsense. But so far, this is really, in a sense, doing that. for some of the Western powers who are supplying equipment. And plus, I hate to say it, but they're getting a lot of testing, a lot of field testing, which sometimes I almost wonder if it's making. I don't think this, but it's this sort of, that bad side of me wonders if it's making them drag it out, because it's like, I mean, I'm someone who really advocates get this thing over with. There's far more than enough excuse to go in with everything and just say, look, you're going back over the borders. That's it. It's done. Your little goofy plan to take over in 3 days is finished. And so sometimes I worry that they're dragging it out, but I don't really think that's happening. But my conspiracy side wonders. But I do think that it's the great proving ground. You're getting tons of intelligence, getting tons of equipment that you can analyze to save so much money that I think there's a net cost savings probably if you go overall. And as the speaker was saying before, it's a rounding error in military budget. So the cost thing it's just Putin propaganda, and that's all I have to say. So you can.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point, right? I mean, first off, if you look at this in the context of U.S. military spending, in overseas engagements over the last decade or two, this is absolutely nothing. This is absolute chump change, a rounding error, as you said. The other thing is, the United States and there are other countries in Europe would be spending, trillions of dollars in deterrence against the Russian army for the next decade. That they no longer, obviously there's still deterrence that needs to be done. Russia's not down for the count. They're probably going to try to rebuild their military at some point, and we are going to have to respond to that. But the Russian military machine is broken for a generation, it looks like. They don't have the people. They lost the crown jewels of the Soviet, their crazy grandpa, the Soviet Union, left them a bunch of, military equipment for the end of the world in the attic, and they cleaned that all out, and it's gone. They don't have that anymore. They've lost, the bulk of their military machine at this point. And not to say that deterrence isn't necessary, but it's going to cost a lot less money to effectively deter Russia at this point. So yeah, anyone who thinks that this, and they usually don't even get the math right? They talk about this $40 billion to Ukraine, like these bags of money are just going to Ukraine. That's crazy. Most of this money that supposedly is for Ukraine has been U.S. spending on NATO flank, restocking equipment that we gave to Ukraine. Replacing with new equipment, right? Like $14 billion of that appropriations bill was for that. So, it's a relatively low cost in terms of the stuff actually going to Ukraine and for the actual military effect it's having on the ground. I mean, if you look at something like HIMARS, it's crazy. I mean, these are the targets that HIMARS are taking out are absolutely you guys made excellent points about it already. This stuff it's a no-brainer for anyone who's been looking at defense spending budgets in the U.S. and Europe for the last decade or so. I mean, it's obvious. Anything you guys want to finish up with, Lebshaw? Go ahead.
Just one thing I'd like to add is that what you said about the math is it's a bit like the math with Afghanistan. Like there was equipment there, but that doesn't mean that it was all billions of dollars of equipment ready for the Taliban just to run off with. But off the cost issue, I do want to say that there's a moral imperative here, given the Budapest Memorandum, given what we assured them we would do, and given that people are dying. I think that there is just a moral imperative that is, to me, the most appalling thing to leave go. And I think that that's would have been the reason to go in so long ago, and that there should have been pushed back as soon as Putin was attacking the humanitarian corridors. We should have been, that's it. Look, we gave you your no foreign powers coming in and your crazy rules, even though you get Belarus and you get Iran and you get North Korea and you get whoever you want, Syria. But that's not, we're not going to follow your rules if you're going to do this crazy shit. And here come the F-35s. Anyway, that's all I want to say. But I think that that there is a moral aspect to this that goes well beyond cost. Although cost is, of course, one argument you can make, but also just the moral argument. Like, look at what is happening to these people and to children and so forth. That's all.
Yeah,
anyway, thank you. I'll drop down.
Yeah, no, thank you. And yeah, I mean, obviously we talk about the moral angle. That's that. I mean, I think for all the people volunteering here at the Maria Report, right, we care about the moral aspects of this more than the financial. If this meant us paying twice as much for gas, I don't think any of us would care, because this is about stopping a genocide. But, you know, as you said appropriately, this is a battleground that they want to engage on, right? The Russian propaganda machine, this is how it works. They throw a bunch of spaghetti at the wall. They say, oh, this is all about vaccine wars, or oh, this is all about Nazis, or oh, this is all about NATO, or oh, this is all about this or that. And then they see what sticks. They see what starts bouncing around in the echo chambers. They see what the blogs start repeating and picking up on, or they take points, you know, directly from other places and say, okay, we can amplify this, right? And so, you know, this is one that kind of stuck. You know, Americans are worried about their pocketbook. They are worried about, and other, you know, democratic countries are worried about spending and energy costs and all this stuff. So that's the one that seems to, the spaghetti on the wall that seems to have stuck, right? So we do have to be wary of it. We have to engage it on its own terms. And the good news is it's a dumb argument. I mean, again, this will save every country involved that is currently, you know, doesn't want to be speaking Russian. It will save them a ton of money in the long term. I'm going to go to Anda, of course. Anda, go ahead.
I just want to add 2 points at what you said regarding propaganda. One of the tools of propaganda is pointing out at amounts which for a normal person seem huge. You know, when you talk about $10 million, $100 million, $300 million, 3,000, people are don't always have the scale of the economy, the scale of the budget, how much that is in our pocket, right? In our personal pocket or the country's pocket. So when you hear some amount, that amount is not necessarily big in report with the yearly spending on the same thing, with the monthly spending, with the with this department or with this ministry, or and so on and so forth. Because if you look at a scale, it's like you having $100 in your pocket and you give $1. That's it. So it's not a huge break in your budget. It's nothing that you cannot afford to give. You can afford to give that, and you will be doing a very good thing. Ukraine is currently fighting a war of existence, right? They fight for their land, but they fight for their existence, and you are helping them with $1 to go forward in this fight of theirs. They are not asking you to fight for them. They didn't ask any of us to fight for them. They just asked for weapons, which we already had. So it's like your neighbor saying, you know, neighbor, I need your lawnmower because mine is broken. I need to cut the grass, right? So please give it to me. And you know, yours is 15 years old, and you are already planning to buy a new one next month or next year. And you say, yeah, take it and keep it, you know, it's okay. I know you need it right now, and it's okay, I will buy another. So
They've been invaded by an invasive grass species that's going to like destroy their house.
Exactly.
I'm with you on your metaphor, Anda.
Yeah, so this is basically it. This is basically it. This and what Joseph said yesterday. Yes, if I am invading his yard, and you as a neighbor, as a third neighbor, say, oh, okay, let her have your yard. From time to time, you know, when she wants to throw a party in your yard, Like, why? Why someone else would decide for Joseph what is okay or not okay for him to do with his own yard? Why should we say to Ukraine, yeah, let Russia use that land? It's not that much, it's 1/4 of the country. They have 3/4, right? It's more than half. They have enough. Who gave us the right to do this? Who gave us the right to decide for Ukraine? When is okay for Ukraine to give land? When is okay for Ukraine to cede territories, to cede people? It's not okay. And it's not our right to do that. It's their right to decide. And they decided. They want their land back. And all we have to do is give $1. Yeah, okay. And I will have to pay $1 more because, okay, life is expensive right now. Okay, I will pay $1 more. I said it like one week ago. I don't know. I didn't share the picture, but I will. I went to the gas pump and fill up my tank, right? And because I have friends in Texas, I can compare prices, because they send me half laughing, their prices for 1 gallon. And when he sends me the price of 1 gallon is $2.78, $2.99, and I show him that in Romania the equivalent of 1 gallon is $6.60 in Romania, and we have smaller wages than US. So, yeah, we pay more for this. Okay. Life is tough. Yes.
Yeah, and I think just dovetailing on what you said, Anda, there's one more opportunity cost here, right? Ukraine is fighting for an international principle, that is the post World War II, the post 1945 world order, right? The idea that we have these international borders, that they exist, that there's a body called the UN that exists to resolve disputes as peacefully as possible between countries, and that you certainly can't just go around annexing countries and invading your neighbors like it's the 19th century again. Like that is basically the opposite of what the post World War II 1945 world order envisioned, right? And so if we throw this out, if we throw out the baby with the bathwater right now and say, okay, I guess Russia can just have its own little corner of the universe where it just decides that the international order doesn't apply, you've just basically greenlit every nuclear armed crazy country on the planet that they can invade other countries because we're not going to stop them. And I mean that we're going to be putting out fires for the rest of time, or we can just kiss globalization goodbye. Like you can just say, okay, all the benefits of that international community that have been built since World War II, basically the modern economy and achievements of humanity, we're all going to have to start focusing on defending ourselves again, right? Like the old days. And it won't be like I don't want to really completely paint a doomer picture here, but I mean, it wouldn't be great, right? It would be, if we're talking about cost, the cost of not holding up this single value that countries can't be annexed into other countries. There's a huge opportunity cost to that, which is that you're inviting future invasions for sure, and that will cause the same level of instability and problems and suffering and economic instability that this invasion's caused. So we either stand up to it now or we invite more in the future, and that's going to cost, and every time it'll cost. So with that, we've got some patient people on. I'll leave it to you.
All right. We have Prince and Chris with their hands up. I just want to point out that we we are already seeing what appeasement means, because in 2014 we lifted, or 15 we lifted a sanction on Russia after they annexed Crimea, and we said, okay, they will have Crimea, sorry, and it will be peace. It's not. So yeah, it's not working. Prince, please go on.
There comes Ando with her deep knowledge of what it's like to live under Soviet and Russian rule, and how much that knowledge brings to the table in this space. And she knows how much I appreciate it and how much I see it. But I think it just is always worth pointing out that you could never understand unless you've lived in that kind of situation before, and she's lived there and she knows the danger. But what I was going to say real quick was about the money, and everybody had wonderful points, but the one little detail that I didn't hear, and maybe I was spacing out for a second, but the money that it puts back into the United States economy, that is one of the things that I have utilized to help people understand that we're not just giving a buttload of money to Ukraine. We're not just giving a bunch of weapons to Ukraine. We're investing money back into our economy by giving these weapons and ammunition to Ukraine, because they're going to have to hire more people to make those items. And so that money is going to mean better employment. It's going to mean more taxes coming in for the United States, because these people are working and making these replacement products. So when we think about the United States having to replace the items that have been in storage that eventually we'd have to pay probably to recycle and get rid of, we also can bring up the point that it's putting money back into our economy by paying to replace those items. And I think that that's an extremely important point that helps people really understand, because you know, it might take some work, but you could probably trace that all the way back to the grocery store and to the checker at the grocery store, and you know, all kinds of random things. So it was just a little bit of an intricate detail, but it's one that really helped somebody understand that we're not just giving all of this stuff and all of this money to Ukraine. We're investing in our own country and in our own people by doing it. And you know, and of course all of the things that Joseph said and everybody has said tonight totally apply also. But that's a detail that I always like to point out, because it makes sense to people. It makes sense to people that, you know, we're not just giving this stuff away. We're having to replace it, which is feeding our economy, which is a good thing.
Thank you, Prince. And you have a very good point. Chris, you have your hands up.
Yes, thank you, Rhonda. Prince, you know, your perspective is totally correct. The imperative, the moral imperative, is the imperative, and that should be irrespective of the cost. You know, I didn't raise the discussion to talk about the costs per se. I raised the question in the context of what happens when people, you know, depart from their cost analyses and think about it in terms of their own costs. It's not a function of that. It's a function of, we need to help a people, and these people could be our people. And I think we're so naive as to believe that we need a rationale and a quantification of why we're doing this, when in fact it is because it's the right thing to do. And it's hard to argue that. It's hard to get on stage and say, we're going to do this because these people are suffering, these people are hurting, these people have been invaded. And yet every, fiber of my being says, be damned, right? Whatever it takes, whatever I have, whatever it's worth, we are going to help a people whose sovereignty has been compromised and whom, need our support and our help. It's just, the argument seems inane. And I only bring up the economics because I don't believe or think that other people think about things other than in terms of metrics. And I'm here to say that I think metrics are shit. It's
Yeah.
about the people.
No, and I totally 100 with you. And I know that it is the right thing to do. It is the moral imperative. It is what we as humans need to be doing and should be doing. I can't. Yeah. So I know that. I understand that. In my instance, I had somebody with Russian talking points in the United States who was feeding all of this other stuff and was saying the United States needs to get out of this. The United States needs to stop providing all of this stuff. The United, they were just targeting on those. They did not see the moral imperative. So sometimes in order to get to that moral imperative, you have to start at a place like the money, something tangible that they can see, and then you can get to moving that to the moral imperative, which can be a long process depending on who it is. So that
Regrettably true.
yes, yes. So that was that was sort of why I was going about that way, because it is a very, I've learned so many things on this space that have helped me in guiding people who are listening to the Russian talking points, and that's just one that has been successful for me, and we've been talking about it a bit here. So I just thought I'd bring that up and share it. And looks like the Twitter goblins are messing with people trying to speak in the speaker role and dropping them down. Bad Twitter. So
Well, I appreciate your patience in articulating that. I don't know that I possess the same.
Oh, it's not a problem at all. I wanted to sort of make that clear because I fully believe in the moral imperative. It is our responsibility to be doing this as human beings. So anyway, I'm actually gonna drop down for a while, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joseph, did you lose connection?
Nope, I don't know where Anda went. I just realized Anda's gone. We'll get her back soon. I believe Chris is next. Go ahead, Chris.
Good morning, everybody. Obviously, definitely agree with everything that's been said just recently. And obviously, in particular, let's send them everything that we can as soon as we can to get the Russians out as soon as we can and stop, any more genocide, etc. So obviously, we want to hashtag free the leopards, and we want to also hashtag send Abrams. And I think it's sort of interesting, we just look at the sticking points, and we talk about, investing in America and investing in the UK. And what we can also think about is investing in Ukraine for the future. And so we have these like particular sticking points. Somebody doesn't want to send main battle tanks. Somebody doesn't want to send, this particular type of missile, etc., etc. Well, okay then. Not that I'm giving up on that, because we're working on that all the time. But okay, in that case, there is the option of investing in the Ukrainian industry. And you can just take particular examples there, so you can take the Ukrainian missile industry, for example. And the Ukrainian missile industry, one of the reasons it hasn't progressed as far as it might have done is simply because of money. They have massive, massive, massive rocket and missile skills going back decades, but they never had the funding to complete some of the missiles that they were developing. So, okay, if we don't want to give them, or, somebody doesn't want to give them, obviously, if we had the decision on that, we'd just be sending everything right now. But if we don't want to give them or can't give them for some reason, these missiles or whatever it is, then let's invest in the development of them within the Ukrainian industry. And obviously they are pioneering in that industry anyway. So, let's invest in their missile industry. Let's invest in the drone industry. Let's invest in the tank industry. Let's help them build for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I think short term, there's a lot of equipment on the shelves in Western countries that we can send to Ukraine with minimal inconvenience to our own security. But long term, Ukraine needs pretty comprehensive investment in a lot of these programs. I think they were very smart. They were moving towards more of an export model, and a sort of collaboration model, right, with Bayraktar producing indigenously some of the drones. And then also they've been working on more exports for things like the Stugna and other pieces of equipment. I'm trying to remember. There was another one that they were going to export as well. But then the war happened and they kind of held on to some of that stuff bound for export. But anyway, yeah, so definitely though, Ukrainian industry, I think with a little investment, they could be a real contender in the international weapons market. It's something that could help, keep their military programs military competitive. I'll just leave it at that. In the medium to long term, right? So in the short term, we need to send Ukraine as much stuff as we can, but in the medium to long term, good investment in Ukrainian military industry. It's a good idea. I don't think that there's probably anyone that makes probably a better IFV than Ukraine. I mean, we've asked people, what do you think the kind of IFV Ukraine needs? And they all say we want these BTR, these Ukrainian BTRs. There just aren't enough of them, so we'll take these other ones. But yeah, so it's that they have a reputation for some pretty good stuff. One thing that they seem to be really smart about is remote fire capability. This is a feature found on the Stugna, right? You can set it and then fire it remotely, meaning your crew's going to stay alive. It's the same with their BTR, their infantry fighting vehicle. It has remote control capability, again, to sort of give it firing capability but keep the crew alive. I think that's a really interesting feature. I've heard a lot of military guys say, that's something we really want on our equipment is remote fire capability. So, yeah, I think that they're very clever in their weapons design, as you said, not just missiles, but other types of weapons. And yeah, it's something that should be paid attention to. We should pay attention to the Ukrainian weapons industry moving forward. So thanks very much for that observation, Chris. Go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. And actually, you just bring up another point there, which I was thinking about. I think people know about or maybe know a bit about the GIS-ARTA system, which is like the, as they call it, the Uber of artillery. And that's obviously, I think, been used to great effect. And now, Joseph, I don't know if you agree, but we've got the situation now where where multiple different anti-air systems are being installed, and so I think I'd probably be correct, Joseph, in saying that they're probably the only place where all of these different missile systems are actually in operation, and where coordination of them is being attempted. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's kind of a weird question. Like, should Ukraine be in NATO? I mean, they literally are NATO at this point. They've incorporated every, I wouldn't say every piece of NATO kit, but they've managed to take, they're like the symbol of NATO, just a patchwork of different countries providing, like, oh, we Germans are very good at Panzerhaubitze here, and like it's like this magic little rainbow coalition of friendship that is the Ukrainian army. But yeah, so I think long term, they. Sorry, I kind of lost track there with my fun little analogy, Chris. But yeah, so I think you made a good point. I agreed with your point. I remember that. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joseph. Yes, well, it's just this. There is a unique opportunity here, isn't there? Obviously, we would not want this to be happening, but at all. But as it is happening, what you've got there. You've got like Iris-T there. You've got HIMARS there. You've got NASAMS there. Like nowhere else in the world are all of these systems being employed in battle at the same time. Now I'm absolutely sure, actually, that the Ukrainians are going to be like developing, say, for example, GISARTA, if you like, even further, so that it definitely can communicate, with all of these, disparate, if you like, systems and that. But I don't want to labour the point too much, Joseph. I think we've got it, mate. So.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, though. As you said, it's all integrated. It's all working together, and as you correctly pointed out, there's nowhere else in the world where this type of melting pot of equipment exists. It's quite unique, quite interesting. I'm sure especially for people that are more like military equipment fetishists than me. But anyways, so thanks for that, and we'll go next to Ice T21. Go ahead.
Hi,
yeah,
yeah, sorry, is that okay?
Yeah, you're good, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just wondering, I just read last night, obviously, because I haven't been on the internet so much, about, I don't know if you've already, sorry, I've got a bit of a sore throat today, about the dam and stuff being mined and stuff like that. What do you make of that? Is it some people are saying it's not true, but I think one of Zelensky's defensive team come out with a statement that they've mined the dam and stuff like that. Is that true? And if so, what do you make of that? And how do you think that could affect the proceed of course, Ukraine winning the war?
Yeah, so great question. So I guess like the Russians have sort of claimed that Ukraine is going to do it, which sounds like it's a sort of possible setup for them to do it, right? When they say, "Uh-oh, Ukraine's doing this," that usually means they're getting ready to do it. Of course, as you said correctly, Zelensky and a few other government officials have pointed out that this appears to be like that Russia has mined it and so forth. I think other people are maybe more skeptical, and the reason they're skeptical is, I guess, a few things. First, it really wouldn't help Russia's situation militarily. So, like, if you look at like the elevation of Kherson, like it's going to flood their side, right? Like their side of the river is the side that's going to flood. It will flood a little bit Ukraine's side, but overall, like it would sort of hurt Russia. The other thing that would happen is Crimea is basically a dead issue at that point, like for Russia. Long term, it's no longer economically sustainable to hang on to Crimea for Russia. theoretically, if Russia had, a bunch of money laying around to like pay for Crimea as like a vacation resort, they could. But Crimea needs water to have agriculture, and to have without agriculture, it's going to be a drain on the Russian budget at a time when their economy could charitably be described as dumpster fire, right? So if they blow up that dam, the chances of ever getting water to Crimea again go down, into the single digits. They lose the ability to channel water from the Dnieper into Crimea. And then the last point would just be it's I don't know, just a lot of work. It would be it wouldn't really stop Ukraine. I'll put it like that. Like, Ukraine has other areas that they could push. Like, we don't even think that they would push past Kherson. It doesn't make a lot of sense to push past Kherson directly, right? That leaves the Ukrainian forces exposed on one side of a river. It would be a lot easier to take Kherson, take a little chill, and have the guys down on swing down to Melitopol on the Zaporozhye front. In other words, there's other ways to skin that cat that don't require them to kind of move past that river. And blowing the dam wouldn't really meaningfully help Russia's military situation, like, in the long run. If anything, it's going to flood all their guys out, and they're going to have to pull their guys back even further. And then, I don't know really what they're doing. I guess it'll stop Ukrainian tanks from like rolling to Crimea tomorrow. That's like the upside for them. But yeah, so I think it's perfectly reasonable. Russia does stupid things all the time. There's no reason that they wouldn't decide to do a really dumb thing and blow this dam up. But I think there's good reason that a lot of experts are very skeptical of the idea in the first place. So hopefully that gives you some context as to why there's like differing opinions on it. Go ahead, Ice-T.
Yes, and then would that obviously, there's a few sorry to mention it, but there's a few nuclear plants that could affect it. Is that also true, or is that not true as well? Obviously, because obviously we know that they need the cooling and the water for the nuclear power plant. Is that would they get affected as well? Because obviously I'm not quite sure of how far they are away from the bridge, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not the guy to answer it. Doman and John have a little bit more nuclear knowledge than me. To my knowledge, there is a reservoir that like holds the water. I think if the dam blew, that reservoir would probably be good for a while, but I think long term something might need to be done to like keep water in the reservoir. But I don't really know like how the plant actually gets its it's water to it. So it's a good question, and I will bring that up with John or Doman. Probably Doman will be here in about an hour, so I'll try to bring it up with him if I can. All right.
Yeah, and if you could inbox me, because it's just something that I'm interested in, that'd be great. And you've answered the question that I was looking for. So thank you very, very much for that. I really is appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, man. I'll try to remember DM you. Anna, we can go back to Hans. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, SD. We have War Dog and lunchtime.
Hello from Ukraine. Good morning or good evening, depending on which part of our beautiful globe you are. I really like Anda's simplificate analogy about the grass cutter and morale behind the things going on. But I'd also like to mention that a part of the morale is the big point of the global security. If we zoom in from the global perspective and also using this analogy of simplified things for the better clarity, imagine if we zoom in from the international laws and from the global security, imagine like in our towns, cities or villages where we live in, no longer the private property right exists, and we get to some kind of barbarian life rule, the one who got a shotgun, and if you cannot protect your own property, meaning is no longer yours. This kind of if I want, I take it rule of the force. That's exactly the world Russia likes to live in, and that's exactly what they are challenging our agreed global rules that were set after Second World War, as was already mentioned, but also think that in all of that story, all of that horrible story that is going on with Ukraine, at certain moment, we as civilized part of the globe, treating Soviet Union as the threat after the Cold War happening, requested this kind of threat to be removed. That's why Ukraine given away part of the ballistic missiles, part of the nuclear, and so far and so on. And we are really giving a bad signal globally that to the countries that, hey, we are going to protect you when you are required to dismount your arsenal of what we consider to be a threat. But when the time comes, apologize, the protection is not there. That's exactly the important thing behind the talks about, hey, let's not help Ukraine, why we should. Think about the alternative. Think about the world Russia wants us to live in, and the globe. They are really the global rules that they are challenging. That's the things behind. That is my point on that. Very simple and very visible. Think about in your village, no longer property right existing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Word Doggo. I totally agree. Lunchtime.
Oh, hi,
Kind of.
Ander. Thanks.
Hi.
Thanks so
Kind of
much.
early for your lunchtime, aren't you in UK?
Yes, I am in the UK. I'm having what do the French call it? A nuit blanche, which is sort of I'm pulling an all-nighter, basically, listening to you guys in the background. I wanted to start by introducing Chris to Chris, if that makes sense. So, yes. So Chris with lots of S's and Chris with only one S. I think you're both in the same field and could probably benefit from talking to each other. There we go. That's part one. Part two, just to continue the theme of what you guys are talking about. I mean, ultimately, yeah. I mean, from the very outset of this, even going back as far as Crimea, that there really, it is just a question of what sort of world we want to live in, and sadly, the thing that Russia relies on is our inaction thus far, because it's not the first time, right? I mean, Kazakhstan also had nuclear weapons, and they were. I mean, I can't really repeat the eloquence with which he talked about it, but a recent guest speaker on this space, Madi, he's called, is from Kazakhstan and talked about the absolute devastation that Russia wreaked on his country. I don't want to get the figures wrong, but it's basically, someone's got a hot mic, by the way. I'm not sure who that is. Maybe Joseph. I'm not sure. Yeah, so it's like it was complete devastation wreaked on his country, and it's complete depopulation, and this despite them giving up their nuclear weapons, according to the Budapest Memorandum. So yeah, it sets a terrible precedent. I would argue it already has set a terrible precedent, because how can anyone with a straight face claim that non-proliferation is a reasonable thing for a country to aim for, to aspire to? It's really, the potential price you have to pay is so high that you either get nuclear weapons ASAP or you join NATO ASAP. And it's no coincidence that you see all the bordering countries and all the former Warsaw Pact countries just clamoring to get into NATO. So anyway, it's not a particularly coherent stream of thought, but I just thought I'd add that to the discussion. Thanks so much. Cheers, Ander. See you.
Thanks, Lunchtime. And See you later. I hope you get some sleep.
Sleep is for wimps. No, I will get some sleep. Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers. So, Chris, you have your hands up.
Oh, thank you, and just to say thank you to lunchtime. Lunchtime, it's not even breakfast time here in the UK yet, so I don't know what you're doing up. But anyway, I'm up fairly early. But I just wanted to say lunchtime. I really appreciate that thought, and that actually I can tell you that I was screenshotting Chris, the one with the long S's and that, and the other cybersecurity people and that were talking earlier on. So thank you very much, lunchtime. That's really brilliant, my friend. My DMs are, I think, open now, so I think people can DM me, and I shall certainly be trying to DM them later on. So thank you.
So it might be time for some announcements, Anda. So first off, people, you're listening to the Maria Report. If you're just tuning in from around the world, we are a 24/7 Twitter space dedicated to discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We are run completely by volunteers from around the world. I'm from America. Anda is from lovely Romania. We're from all different backgrounds. We're just regular folks. Some of us have military backgrounds. Not me, Rhonda. We just don't want to watch this genocide happen. And 2022 on Twitter with our mouths hanging open, we thought we got to do something about this. So this is how we chose to help. And one thing we do is we run this Twitter space and we try to support MriyaAid.org. Maria Aid is a charity organization dedicated to getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine. It's run by some of the folks who were doing Operation Unifier in Canada, which was the effort to train the Ukrainian army after 2014. And they do their best to get non-lethal aid to Ukraine, things like bandages, body armor, thermal vision, night vision, drones, lots of great drones. If you want to see any of the work that they do, please do go to their website, MriyaAid.org. And if you're so able and so inclined, please do send anything you can their way. We really do appreciate it. As Anna likes to say, maybe set up a recurring gift. That really does help them out. That helps them plan their budgets around things. And it really does. Every penny, every penny counts. And nothing's too small. All this stuff really does go towards getting really important little things. If you look at Constantine today, was setting up a pretty cool fundraisers involving getting some thermal equipment for the winter. And the way he set it up, he got a bunch of Ukrainians jobs. I don't know. Did you see that post, Anda?
Yes, and he has a lovely cat with a. What can a girl notice? It's a lovely cat in that post. I love cats and dogs, and with a helmet, with a helmet on. So, yeah, he has done so much for his former colleagues in the army. I think it's the 93rd regiment. I don't know. Joseph, you can correct me on that.
Brigade.
Brigade. That's the correct term. Yes. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry, Konstantin, if you hear me.
I think it's the 92nd. I could be wrong. I think it's the 92nd Brigade. But anyway, yeah, Kharkiv boys. They're the boys from Kharkiv.
So he brought some protection for hearing protections, earpiece, they call them, because one of the reoccurring injuries for them was an impaired the coffee didn't kick in today, so
yeah, well, they're making loud booms with their big guns, right? And they need some ear protection, or they're going to go deaf, right, Anda?
yes. So going forward, after Ukraine wins this war, they will need to live their lives. So it's not only we want them alive, we want them healthy.
we want them functional, enjoying their families, enjoying their long, hard fought freedom, because
Yeah,
this
and
freedom is not coming cheap. So everything that
and I'll just add very quickly on. I mean, you know, you and I aren't military people, but we talk to military people, and they say all this little stuff matters, right? I mean, even something like a compass can really help, you know, a Ukrainian soldier on the ground figure out where they are, where they're going, what they're doing. Something like thermals that can really change the game for them. A drone with thermal vision, I mean, get out of town, right? I mean, if you didn't have that, you have to send someone to go scout out that spot, and that's a risk. That you're risking a life to do that, right? And you know, it's the same with all this stuff: body armor, night vision, thermal vision, and of course, basic medical equipment is always going to be in need. So, I mean, it makes them more effective soldiers. It makes their survivability go up. It's going to help them out at a personal level and just at a, you know, on a military level. Go ahead, Anna.
Even socks. I know Nina had a project with knitting socks, wool socks for the soldiers, and some might think this is trivial. Let me tell you, within my youth, I used to practice winter sports, and at some point, I had very weak, very poor gear, and after a long training during a very cold night, when I got home after 3 or 4 hours in very, very cold training, I got frostbites at 4 toes. And if you think this is not going to happen or it's not important, it is. It's not only the quality of your life, it's the mental state. You know, when you're wet, cold, and miserable, your fighting capabilities, even if you're fighting for your country, diminish. So it's really important. Every little bit. It's not just a saying. Every little bit counts and adds to having their life improved during battle, and after it. So yeah.
And yeah, I
Lucia,
guess on to just. Oh, sorry.
yes.
Did you want to finish that up? Go ahead.
No, that's it. Please continue.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. So just to finish up my announcements, I did have, I did start this off as announcements, but it kind of turned into like a heartfelt appeal for non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Sorry, Chris. Yeah, I do have to keep people muted. We don't like more than one mic on, or it causes all kinds of audio problems. Yeah, just my last little announcements, right? Of course, Maria Aid, like us, they're completely volunteer, so there's no overhead costs, there's no pizza parties, there's no cell phone bills that get paid. As Yehuda mentions, there's someone who helps. They drive from a different city in Canada to go help load up the stuff on the shipping containers, and they pay all that gas for themselves, right? So literally every penny of everything is going directly to acquiring the non-lethal aid, and then shipping it on the shipping container to Ukraine, and then from there it gets taken by the military units that have requested it from these guys, and it directly goes to helping them. So we support charities like that. We want to directly help Ukraine as much as we can. Someone like Constantine, right? He's not paying himself a salary out of any of this stuff. He's literally asking people to buy ear protection on Amazon, and then he's sending it over to Ukraine, right? And then so lots of charities like that. Please do what you can to support Ukraine. We've chosen to support MriyaAid.org, but there's people like Constantine out there, or also lots of other charities that we've worked with ourselves and had on the program. So please do your diligence and just pick charities that are focused on Ukraine, focused on helping, and that are we're just regular folks, right? We don't have a lot of money to go around, so we want to make sure that every penny goes directly to helping. So anyway, I'll end that rant and say, look, we understand not everyone's in a financial position to help, and that's okay, right? Just try to spread the word. Try to talk to people about what's going on in Ukraine. Talk to your legislators. There's a guy who comes on sometimes and he says, they should set their clock by you, right? If it's 2 p.m., they should be talking to the Ukraine lady, right? I think that's like a good strategy, to be honest with you. Writing letters is always good too. I think a good letter could really motivate someone. But then, of course, if you want to help us out, you can retweet the space, let people know we exist, and then, of course, come up, talk to people. Keep the conversation going. You can talk to us about anything concerning the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I mean, as long as you're not like some crypto bro defending Russian atrocities in Ukraine, we're going to hear you out. So, just come on up, and we don't bite, and just raise your hand, and we'll do our best to answer your question. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen and come on up. So with that, Anda, I will turn it over to you for hands. Go ahead.
So we have up Bionade, who is from Germany, and Luis, who is originally from Portugal but lives in Germany. So we're gonna have 2 Germans on the panel. We had 3 Englishmen on the panel. So yeah.
We didn't talk about British politics. Isn't that crazy, Anda?
Yes, we managed to avoid that. That's awesome.
Sometimes we get a glitch where people come up with their mic not muted, so I might mute people as they come up. So just to let people know. Sorry, go ahead, Bionade.
Yeah, just wanted to say now we have a half German. no, Austrian also. So yeah. Good morning, Vishnikovsky.
Morning. Apologies for the unmuted mic. It showed muted on my mic. I only realized that I was unmuted when I have been muted again.
Yeah, it's one of the most horrifying Twitter glitches that I think exists. That they bring you guys up unmuted. Like what a nightmare, huh?
Yeah,
yes, absolutely dangerous because we could be sitting there where you do private business, right? And no one wants to hear it.
That's right. Yeah, listen up, Twitter devs. We don't ask for a lot, all right? We're pushing your technology to the limit, and we understand that. But mute people when they come up, please. Anyways, if Bionade didn't have anything else to add, we can go to Luis. So Bionade.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Absolutely. I just wanted to ask, is there already a rescheduled interview with the CEO of the Ukroposhta?
I didn't hear about. So I was like on top of that. I was like, we heard. So we had the interview as okay. So Bionade correctly points out Ukropochta, which is the Ukrainian postal service, like the head of the whole thing. We're going to interview him, and that was like last week, I think, maybe a week and a half ago. I don't even remember at this point. But yeah, so he mentioned. I think at this point it's safe to say something happened in the city he was in. And he said, something happened, and it came up, and we have to go. Like, we'll reschedule. And we were like, cool. And I was like, okay. I talked to I'll try to stop saying I was like, that's very unprofessional of me. So I said to the people in charge of scheduling, when have we gotten back to him yet? After I was on top of it for a few days, and then just kind of other stuff came up, and I haven't heard about it. So I will ask again. I'm sure by now, Anda, is the back end telling us anything about this, or we don't know?
We don't know. For the moment, we don't know. I can talk to you about the Ukrainian MP, chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee, if you want. He's going to be today on.
What time is that, Anda?
Today for me. tomorrow for you at 9 a.m. for you tomorrow. No, you're Pacific. You have to you have to wake up at
Technically,
6 a.m.
I consider ourselves true mountain time, Anda. That's what we really are. Everyone else is on this weird daylight savings time. But yeah, we're on Pacific. No, but so yeah, let's go in Eastern time. Everyone knows where New York is. So in New York, when is this
In
interview,
New
Anda?
York. It's 9 a.m. in New York. And he is a member of the National Council of Recovery of Ukraine from the war. So if you have questions or want to discuss how, because this is a recurring question in the space, how is Ukraine planning to go forward after the war? What are the steps? Are they preparing? How are they preparing for that? This is the guy to listen to. And if you have questions, you can come up and ask, or get informed on anything you want to know. I think it's gonna be an awesome interview, another awesome interview. So I'm really looking forward for it. In Kiev, it's gonna be at 4 a.m. Or 4 p.m. So it's in afternoon, in our afternoon. But so how many? 7 hours from now. Less than 7 hours from now for everybody. This is the simplest calculation. In less than 7 hours from now, you can listen to Dimitro Nataluka. I hope I didn't butcher his name too much. But I will try to improve my Ukrainian phonetics, because I'm not really good at this. So,
But Anda, I'm gonna be
yes.
asleep for the interview. What do I do?
Well, I have a good news for you. We have some awesome guys in the background who will curate the interview and will upload it on Spotify on the MriyaReport in one word Spotify account. So it is in one word. If you only search for Mriya, it doesn't return the space. You won't find it, our account. So you have to search for MriyaReport in one word in order to find it. Also, I wanted to address something because I had a question in DMs. I think a week ago, and I promised an answer and I didn't deliver, and I hate when I'm not keeping my promises. So the person asked me, how are you, what is the nest, and how do you see what's in the nest? So when you look at the space on your phone, if you drag the space down a bit, not hard, above our heads, Joseph's and mine, uh, only mine because Joseph decided to drop, you will see that there is a post, yes, with MriyaReport, with Dimitro Natalyuka, and you can slide left and right. You have some 3 dots right now, and those 3 dots mean there are 3 posts in the nest, and you can slide from left to right and see the posts which were uploaded there. If you click on them, it will take you directly on the post on the Twitter, on Twitter. So you can bookmark it or read it, or I don't know, tweet or retweet it. So this is the nest. It works basically the same on computer. So I promised this answer, and I didn't deliver some print screens, and I remembered right now and thought to mention it, since we are on the administrative section of the day. Luis, I see you are unblocked. I'm very happy for that. And also you are up in the space with your hands up. So please tell me about your life outside Twitter, as you were banned from Twitter for bad mouthing, basically.
Ja, good morning everyone. Guten Morgen an die Deutschen. Guten Morgen an die Österreicher. Bon dia, os Portuguese, and good evening, wherever you are in the dark side of this planet. How it was weird because I was blocked yesterday, for everyone that doesn't know, because I wrote something that exists as a hashtag. I will not repeat it here because I don't want to cause any problems, but it is hashtag well used, or in many ways used without any offense. It's just stating what many countries are doing now by designating Russia a terrorist state. And I got a message from Twitter that I was banned. Normally for 7 days I got the message, then for 12 hours. I don't know why. That's why I also came up, Anda. I wanted to thank you for your support yesterday in making some noise to let Twitter know that this is unacceptable, that and I'm not talking only about me, or mainly about me. It's about many people that have much more follower numbers than I, that are being blocked because they are simply stating what is going on in Ukraine. And Peace for Ukraine also did an awesome job yesterday. And this is simply, dreadful, awful, because when you show some story of what is really happening in Ukraine, like the atrocities or the war crimes, you get blocked here on this website, and this is really unacceptable. But I'm back again. I'm back at it at the Vatniks and the bunkers and everything that is harming Ukraine. I wanted to add something that Enda said, because of the interviews that we have here on the MriyaReport. It would be a really, really good thing if you could retweet those cards that are, by the way, a big shout out to him, by our friend Ghost in the background, for every single people that is coming to us to speak to us. He's doing an amazing job, and it would be appreciation of his job if you could retweet those cards, because we have one purpose here, and that is to spread the word of what is the reality in Ukraine, what Russia is doing to Ukraine, what war crimes are being committed every single day. So please retweet everything that is from the MriyaReport, mainly also the interview cards, so everyone knows when some special people is coming up. In those tweets with the cards, there is also, I think, 5 or 6 different time zones, so you can look there when is the time for you to come in on the country you live in. And and regarding the if you do not have time to jump in and listen to the live interview, like Anda said, the interview will be later on Spotify. If you have problems searching for the Spotify account on Spotify itself, you can always go to the MriyaReport.org website. There are all social media accounts that MriyaReport has, and also a button that is an amazing thing, I think, that takes you directly into the live space. Even if we crash now and come up in a few minutes, the button will update itself. And so you have simply to click on that button and you will be brought back to the live space. That's a construction page at the moment, but the social accounts there are all online, so you can use the buttons there. But we are working. I know. I set up many deadlines for the full website. I'm still not ready, but we are working on it to get it as fast as possible up. So the full website will be available in sometime in the future. And I wanted to ask Bionade something that was the main purpose that I come up. And because I was blocked yesterday, I wasn't able to follow what was really going on here on Twitter. Bionade, if you are listening, there was a situation in Germany where in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, a refugee house or center was put in fire by some people that we don't know yet, but I have read that the police thinks that it was on purpose, that someone literally put that house on fire. Do we have some news on that side at the moment?
No, not directly some news, but I think everyone who is from Germany and was in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern in the area, which is not big cities but urban area, knows that there are I will not say a majority, but a part of people or a bigger percentage of people who are more on the right spectrum, politically speaking, not to call them neo-Nazis, but they have a affiliation to all these things, and you see people with T-shirts where are some old German letters on it and some everything like this. So it's I not really understand why these places are not better guarded, or because it's nothing new. It's most likely, as far as I understood it, there were no refugees in it at this point of time, and these kind of incidents happen. I would say every 2 to 3 years, something like this happens. If you have a big wave of refugees somewhere, some extreme group, there is a cell and they start some shit like this. But in the usually it happens on empty buildings which are planned to be refugee housing and something like this. So it's not the full escalation, but these people are dangerous, and the German Office of Protection of the Constitution is already on it. So I guess we have to wait for the news, but it's the usual suspects. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, but like you said, I was really shocked that such a house is not well protected. We have here where I live refugee center for people coming from Syria and other such states, and there is police at the entrance that are protecting them. So I don't understand why it wasn't protected. And there were 14 Ukrainian refugees inside. They were no harmed. They went out before it turned out to be a big fire. But there were Ukrainian refugees inside, and I mean, you don't think that is related to the war, because I also read that was a swastika was painted somewhere.
Yes, that's the thing. I wouldn't say that is. I mean, could be Russian sponsored. That they have maybe links to a neo-Nazi group, but I mean, we have seen it in the last years couple of times. I remember when I grew up in East Germany. It was part of the city was a Soviet bloc style, and yeah. So not the best area to live, but yeah, I knew people who lived there who were in jail for 10 years because they were in some neo-Nazi groups, and yeah, made some shit like this, and this is yeah, it's really a thing which happens in Germany I'm not sure how often, but if you search for it, but it's usually empty buildings. But I remember this thing with the kindergarten in Leipzig we had a few months ago. There was a tag on this, so yeah, that's the thing. Maybe we should consider that it's a little bit more extreme because it's also maybe with some influence or some yeah more how should I say yeah some more support from some directions are on it, but yeah could be as yeah, it's hard to say, Louis. Yeah, but it's really worrying that people were there because it's a new form of escalation, and yeah.
So real quick, we can stay on this topic, but I think Anda's got to get going. Is that right, Anda? Or are you going to stick around a little longer?
It's I can stay until someone else can come up. I'm not. It's not a hard line today, but since we have Ryan, and I do have to work, I can use a break.
That was Joseph being really nice about kicking you out of the co-host seat, Anda.
He is always really nice, but actually no, he is really nice, and he's really taking care of me because he knows I can talk for hours and forget to leave for work or for other stuff I need to do, and he really takes care, and I really appreciate that. So
If you ever need a doctor's note, we also have Dr. Paul here, so you might shoot him a DM.
For some memory pills, right?
Went better than last night, huh, Anda?
Sorry?
Said it went better than last night, huh?
Much better. Yes. So thank you for everything, and I leave you all in good hands, and may we all have a very good week next week, and a very good weekend going forward. I will be more on Sunday, but yeah, looking forward. Take care, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Joseph, could I just jump in quickly? Just wanted to say something to Anda. Has she gone, do you think? Oh, she looks like she's gone.
Yeah, she usually hops up back to listener in a little bit. She's working, but so maybe I'm gonna let War Dog fella go, and by that time I think Anda will be in the listener gallery if you want. Is that okay, Chris?
Absolutely fine, Joseph. Thank you.
Yep. War Dog fella, go ahead. You there, War Dog fella?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I really like our democratic space when even the host disappears. I mean, nobody's jumping in, everybody politely waiting for the turn and supporting each other with some jokes. No, I was meaning about this refugee house yesterday burned in Germany, and with this some swastikas mentioned. I mean, sometimes it's not even about the neo-Nazis rising in the country where the incident happens, but it's also sometimes about Russia, information warfares, about calling, for instance, Ukrainian Nazis. I mean, it works in a way that when Romania were joining NATO, they called Romanians Nazis, Baltics making their geopolitical choice and running from the Soviet Union, they were calling Baltic states Nazis. So it's like Russian way of behaving and Russian way of treating the things, and part of the informational warfare. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can unpack that a lot, actually. But real quick, I did promise Chris. Anda's now listening, so Chris, if you want to take it away, go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. Anda, I just wanted to let you know it's a sort of interesting thing that is that the hashtag tracker that we have been using to track hashtag free the leopards, it turns out that it's a Romanian company, and they are from, I think, I'm not sure if I can pronounce this town correctly, but I think it's called Iași in Romania. So I think it's quite close to the Ukrainian border. So maybe we could just have a DM about that sometime.
Yep, I'm sure she'll shoot you a DM about that. So thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, so War Dog fellow. So yeah, I think it's a great point, right? Russia is using this term Nazi. It's been used by them for a long time. I think Doman correctly points out that this goes way, way back in terms of like its semantic roots to the Russian term white, right? This was the term that would have been used before World War II and the Nazi invasion of Russia. Basically, it meant non-Russian, right? It meant like the forces in Europe that aren't Russian. And it was sort of used to refer to everyone. For various reasons, the sort of Putin regime has chosen the term Nazi. I think, before that, it seemed like fascist was more, popular, I think, in like Stalin's time and so forth. But yeah, this term Nazi, we've seen it used, even way back in 2006 in Estonia, back when they wanted to get rid of a Soviet monument for various reasons, because it was basically a monument to the colonization, exploitation, and genocide against the Estonian people. The Russians threw a big fit, and of course the press machine in Russia kind of rallied around this idea that this was like a Nazi conspiracy in Estonia to besmirch the name of the glorious Soviet Union and so forth. And at the time, I think people all just kind of rolled their eyes and said, "Oh, Russia, like they sure did pay a heavy price for World War II. I guess they take that stuff really seriously still, even though we don't care that much." But really, I mean, this kind of historical revisionism ultimately has led us down this path, right? That they have refused to acknowledge the deep, deep crimes of the Soviet time that were perpetrated against Eastern Europe. And it's left them completely blind to why, for example, Polish people would be building a gigantic army to resist ever having Russians on their soil again, right? I mean, for good reason, the Baltic states and Poland and countries like Romania are helping, right, Ukraine, because they know exactly what Russian colonization means. They know exactly what it ultimately ends like, and they're not interested in Russian colonization starting up anew. That's something that they're definitely against. So yeah, I think it's a great point. Go ahead, War Dog.
That's also an interesting story that is not regularly mentioned in the media about the transformation in the ex-USSR from commemorating the fallen after the Second World War, and of course never admitting the crimes to the celebration mode. And at certain moment, I remember my grandfather, for instance, being telling me the story about Kiev, when at the certain moment, like this their epic Names of May celebration, where all the world is commemorating 8th of May and saying never again. They are celebrating on 9th of May, and there was a certain moment where they turned from commemoration to the celebration. And in order to make this celebration more visible and less people injured and less people, how to say, immobilized and less people becoming the I forgot the word. Apologize. Losing hands and legs and
Disabled.
disabled. Right, the correct word. Thank you so much. They simply collect disabled from the streets, and they forcibly replace them to some, as they said, how they call it, the hospitals in the north of to and some cities neighboring Siberia or in Siberia. So practically what they did, they got rid from the people who were reminding them about the huge cost they have paid for that, and simply made it happy celebrating and all of that maniac celebration style that they're having recently. There was the certain shift, and why they're like still leveraging on the Nazi term, because it still speaks to their local audience at the moment, and still from many years have gone, but still, if you call someone Nazi, it still refreshes all of that victorious, as they say, Soviet Union historical win over the Nazism. So it still speaks to the local audience, even if you draw the swastiks on the wall, it still speaks to the local audience. They simply have it. They simply build on that still, their informational warfare.
Yeah, absolutely great points. Yeah, really nothing to add. Couldn't said it better myself. Listen to Eastern Europeans when they talk about this stuff. They know what they're talking about, folks. And on that note, we'll go to Christian, then Luis. Christian, go ahead.
I think Luis was first.
Yeah, I figured you might be like a good follow up, but Luis, you can take the floor.
Well,
Christian was very
I
polite.
can. No, go ahead, Christian. No problem.
Yeah, so this is a problem. They've been calling us Nazis, but it's not the usual term they have for us. And the usual racial slur. They usually call us gypsies. So I've had some personal encounters with Russians, and the term gypsy was brought out a lot. I mean, we were talking friendly, and they were still, "Aren't you a gypsy?" I was like, "No, that's not cool." But what was the thing about Yash? I didn't catch onto it, and you can pronounce it as Yash, or you can pronounce it as Yashington. So whichever you want. But the thing is, in some cases, for example, well, the best case is in Romania right now. So the main party that funding, or it's said to be funding, we don't have real evidence on it, but it's a far right party, and it's closer to Nazis than whatever they think. Yeah, so they have ties. Well, it's a bit iffy on this, because I don't want to be political about it, but unless you actually prove somebody is 100% closely tied to Russia, you can only speculate. So I'm just speculating here, but it's really clear for us because they have the same propaganda lines, and they keep talking about they want peace, and only Romania is really important. We shouldn't care about Ukrainians or anybody else for that matter. For example, EU or NATO, or especially Americans, those damn Americans, which actually brought us more freedom that we ever had, including European Union. And this is basically their hypocritical agenda, calling us Nazis when it's really clear for anyone that they're actually the ones that fund Nazi parties and Nazi groups and Nazi people and agenda. And as you've said, of course, there's a difference into the term that they use. They are not using it on the specific, like Wikipedia term, but they're using it in a more Russian way of speaking it. So it's well, in some cases, and I'm gonna shut up after this one. We do have a past. Romania has a past. I think Estonia has a past as well, and Baltic countries have past with some. I don't remember very well, but Romania does have a past. It has. It used to have in the 20s and the 30s and the 40s, of course, when we allied ourselves with Nazi Germany. Well, that's a big discussion, but we did commit genocide in Odessa after we liberated Basarabia, which is now the Republic of Moldova, which was first stolen from us by the USSR by the Vienna Accords. And they might have some, into a degree, if they're speaking about the past, yeah, they can say we were allied to the Nazis and we did have a Nazi regime, or close to far-right regime that can be said as Nazi. But it's not the case anymore in Romania, although we still have some problems, even though not so much. I mean, not as much as anybody else. Like, I think it's a lower. I don't know how to express myself to be coherent. It's a slightly better environment on this side in Romania. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Christian. I think, it's reckoning with that legacy that's important, right? I mean, obviously, we can't change the past. We can't change history. There is a history. There's a historical legacy, but, we have to reckon with it. We have to accept historical truth and understand it and, try to come to terms with it and move forward, right, with our societies and our understanding of the world. So, yeah, I think great points, Christian. I'll go back to War Dog Fellow, then we'll go to Leash. War Dog, go ahead.
Yeah, just probably adding to what just been mentioned. Look, when we in the Western world, I cannot get tired repeating myself on that because it's really important. When we in the Western part of the world are missing something, when we feel we lack some knowledge, we feel that there is some opportunity to get something new, what we do? We open the book, we start learning. We start growing ourselves, and we start getting something new that brings the competitive advantage in the world. It's bringing some knowledge, skills that we also share with our beloved close, and we grow our kids in that respect with those values. With the hundreds of years of Russia or Soviet Union or again Russia, constant decline and de-evolution, their main feeling when they see that their neighbor is at some degree is, how to say, if they miss something, they don't go to learn. They go to humiliate the neighbor, and they go to rise themselves with that. This is just a simple difference between how we are accustomed to react on lack of knowledge that we see and how they react on lack of knowledge that they admit. And that's exactly from where all the stories from the past are arising. I mean, past is past. There is no right way to do the wrong things, but Russia find a way always to get something from the history to leverage on, to admit, hey, you're not, hey, you're a fascist, or something like that. Just simply because they don't want to grow. They don't have the great heritage to grow when they are missing something. It's much easier to humiliate the neighbor, but that's not talking about, that's not speaking about their strengths. It's speaking about it's telling us about their weakness, about their inability to develop, about inability to maybe even to learn from what we see from the past. They are not learning from the past mistakes. Look how they're behaving on the battlefield. Look how they're behaving on the informational space. I mean, it's all evident. It's all seen. That's why Ukraine will win and Russia will lose. They practically lost since the moment they have invaded Ukraine. That's the point.
Yeah, absolutely, fantastic points. Couldn't agree more. But don't really have anything to add because it's so concise. So I'll leave it at that. And Luis, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I have another point, but before that, I would like to ask Christian or Wardogo to remind us, as an example, who the owner of the Wagner Group is. I think you already know who the Wagner Group is, what they are doing in Ukraine, but you should explain who that is, what he has tattooed on his body, and that shows, and also what they are, of course, doing in Ukraine, who the real Nazis here are. And of course, every single country, even Portugal, has a past that we are not proud of. But the difference to Russia is that the other countries are learning from the mistakes of the past and trying to change the present and the future. And Russia is doing the opposite. So yeah, maybe we can Wardogo or Christian can answer that with a few examples. How we know that Russia is a real Nazi state, and afterwards I would like to address something else. Thank you.
If I may, if it's okay, don't want myself to be jumping in.
Oh yeah, of course, go ahead.
By the way, there is a Timothy Snyder who makes a great study at Yale University about Ukraine. One of the, I would say, not many university studies about Ukraine. And I like the guy because he's like a great mix of historian and plus philosopher. And I got one great point going through his studies on YouTube is about that every country is, how to say, justifying in some sense their existence through historical narratives. And in some sense, if you go to the history that is written in every country's books, I mean, it's not always the same that the history was, in fact, that historians are really, as the scientists, discovering. And from that, every country needs some good, positive history making, let's call it like this, to a certain extent. And when you don't have the good history behind, being Russia, what you put there, I mean, you still need somehow to consolidate the nation. You still need to bring some idea. So what kind of idea of superiority you can bring. Never always trying to be the imperium, but never been even calling themselves Russian Empire, but in fact being an empire of frozen lands and bears in the Siberia. They never been an empire, but they need still something to get some kind of consolidation point. And those ideas of nation supremacy, they are let's say, naturally fitting their minds, and is unfortunately not really something, how to say, extraordinary, but in fact is pretty common for them to be that far right, bordering Nazism and fascism ideas as the consolidation point for at some extent. As was previously said once, that the next Nazi after the Second World War will call himself anti-Nazi, and that's exactly happening.
Yeah, excellent points. And I would also mention, there's groups like the Russian Imperial Movement and Rusich, which are, actively neo-Nazi groups. They're designated terrorist organizations by the United States, at least I know the Russian Imperial Movement is, and they have active military formations in Ukraine, running around, doing God knows what. So, these are actual neo-Nazi groups that have paramilitary wings that have organized formations in Ukraine right now on Russia's behalf. So, I mean, there's Nazis. They're Russian. They're invading Ukraine. And if you want to look at it literally, there are Russian Nazis invading Ukraine. And if you want to look at it in a broader sense, even on Russia's own terms, like what is a Nazi? An invading, conquering, genociding thing, aside from being, I guess, anti-Russian. Although ultimately, I think even these Russians are Nazis because they're sort of anti-Russian in the sense that they're in effect collapsing the Russian state by doing this. But that's maybe just a little bit. I've gone full circle at this point, and maybe I need to stop thinking. I've overthought it. So with that, I'll go to Christian and Luis. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, so to answer Luis's question is, of course, Prigozhin, which has swastikas and shit like that, and Nazi symbols tattooed over his body, and the military leader as well. And I just wanted to add a personal experience with Russians, for example, to exemplify how racist and xenophobic they are. And I've never said this on a public channel, and my wife won't like it, for example, but I used to have an Ukrainian Russian, it was a mix, Ukrainian Russian girlfriend, and we were on a vacation in Turkey, and we all know that Turkey is the favorite, one of the favorite destinations for Russians, and they saw her. I mean, she spoke Russian a bit, and it was the complex was full of Russians, and they actually came to her when I was not around and asked what the hell is she doing with Romanian gypsy, and because she's Russian and she should be with her own kind. It's just like I was a freaking baboon, and she was committing some kind of great humiliation by dating a baboon. So this is the mindset that they bring, this cultural exclusivism and superiority that they actually think they have. And to be honest, I can be close to a Russophobe, and I don't really appreciate their culture, never have. I don't think it's great. They never were great. It's just history. History is written, by the victors. So I do have a point to make about Russian imperialism and the Russian Empire. At a certain point in history, at least in the European space region, there were gendarmes, nation states or empires that were considered gendarmes. So there was a point where the Austrian Empire was a gendarme. Then there was Spain. Then there was Sweden, of course. People forget about Sweden, but Sweden ruled the 17th century and militarily, like absolutely ruled everything. And people tend to forget. Then there was a time period, I think in the 18th or 19th century, when Russia did take that title of Europe's gendarme. Yeah, so the highest the power that was the strongest in militarily, and not only in Europe, that used to get into all the conflicts and settle scores between nations. So they're basically this is really interesting because Putin, or how the French should pronounce his name, Putin, is actually going to that mind frame. So he actually wants for Russia to be again the gendarme of Europe, to be the highest power in Europe, and to actually have a spot in the international light. So this doctrine that the Russian Federation has is basically saying that it doesn't matter which or what conflict on the globe is happening right now, Russia should get into it to settle scores. So it's really interesting on this part, basically.
Yeah, excellent points, Christian. We've got Luisha, and then we've got Doman and also Ryan joining us. Luis, go ahead.
Yeah,
Luis is
thanks.
back.
I am back. Thank God. I was feeling like a drug addict. That
Can't keep a
doesn't,
good man down.
yeah, that doesn't get his next shot. Damn it. I have to start working in a few minutes, but I just wanted to address something that where I was really impressed. And sorry, Christian, for breaking up the good discussion. You should continue that. But I have to say this because I was really impressed. And something I wasn't aware of. It's about the Portugal support for the cause, and I felt it yesterday as I was blocked. There was a big group of people engaging in stopping Russian propaganda and calling out Vatniks and stuff like that. And I really want to thank them for the work they are doing and ask them, because I always feel that we Portuguese people are not fully aware of what they are actually doing in the background. So I know that they are listening here in the MriyaReport. Please come up. Please share your stories. Please talk to us, because it's very, very valuable work that you are doing on the background. I want to thank you for that. There are some people really, literally 24/7 online and calling people out that they are spreading bullshit. And sorry for my words. And I just want to say that please come up. You have a voice. Let's talk to us and like I said, share your stories. And thank you very much to everyone else. Have a nice day. I will try to come back later and keep up the good work for the good cause in Ukraine. Thank you. Bye bye. And
Luis,
Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Have a good day at work. And if you keep using language like that, you're going to end up back in Twitter jail.
One more day of Twitter jail for you. So Doman is joining us. We've got Ryan here. I'm actually gonna. I think I can take a half hour off early and get Ryan and Doman up here. It's an interesting pair. I'm kind of interested to see what happens. You know.
No, it's fine. It's happened before, Joseph. It's happened before. Just drop off quick so I can do my co-host quick before any other speakers drop, so I don't have ghost speakers.
Fair enough. Okay, and I'm gonna
We'll
come
have you
back
back
and
in a
we'll talk
minute.
about your
Yeah.
guest. Okay, bye.
Exactly. Luis, stay put. Please stay put.
Luis has
Just
to go
just
to work.
like yeah. But his
Oh
phone.
yeah. He can't drop until you get in as co-host. I see.
Yeah, it's
I will wait.
Okay, now you can go. Thank you, Luis.
Okay,
See,
all right.
this is all it took, like 30 seconds. That's all it took. So it's all good. We should
Little
not push
things
you
we
away.
do to keep Doman happy.
Little things we do to make sure that I can add speakers later on.
Fair enough. I see Armand has joined us. He didn't have his hand raised, but I haven't noticed him in the space before, so he may not understand how this all works. Armand, if you can hit that plus sign, or excuse me, the heart with the plus sign, the far right emoji is a raised hand. And we try to maintain some sense of order around here, at least until Doman shows up.
And then sometimes I just barge in like this. So Doman, no, I'm just kidding, guys. So Doman, you got an interview today. As far as I know, it's got to be your interview because it's at like 6 a.m. my time. Is that right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. So you're talking to another MP of Ukraine. Always an interesting. I feel like Doman's secret goal is to talk to all of them. He's got a big checklist on his wall, and it's like all the MPs of Ukraine, and he's like checking each one off.
There are hundreds, Joseph. There are hundreds. I
Doman,
sincerely hope
we
that
got
Ukraine wins well below. Sorry, that Ukraine wins way before, well before I get all of them.
Well, we just got to increase our volume, Doman. We start doing 3-4 MPs a day. You know, we could maybe get there. It's like Stephen Colbert's old segment where he would interview every single congressman as part 9,000 part series or whatever.
Well, the problem is Doman was a huge Pokemon Go fan before the invasion in February, and since he's been tied up here on the Twitter space ever since, he has to get his fix somehow. So he traded out Pokemon for Ukrainian parliament members, which I think is a huge step up.
And thank you, Ryan, because it's a great transition to say our distinguished guest coming up is Dmytro Natalucha. Dmytro Natalucha is the name. And he's a Ukrainian MP, chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine, and member of the National Council for Recovery of Ukraine from the War. So a very distinguished member of parliament in Ukraine, I would say, of the many that there are. A particularly interesting guy to talk to. So, a lot of people ask us about, what about after the war, how to rebuild and so forth. And a lot of times I think, I don't want to say we're dismissive of the question, but we're kind of like, hey man, there's a war going on. Like, let's focus on that. So I think this is like the time, right? This is a good opportunity to talk a little bit about that with someone who really knows what they're talking about. So Doman, it's going to be at 9 a.m. Eastern time. It's going to be in about 6 hours. Take it away. Anything you want to add?
No, I think you covered all the things that are important to say, and I will keep my mouth shut about some other ones that maybe I have more personal feelings on rather than things for public consumption. That's fine.
Yeah, fair enough. And so with that, I will leave it to you guys, and I will say good luck on the interview, Doman. I'm going to be sound asleep, dreaming my sweet dreams about HIMARS hitting Russian ammo depots, because I still love it. I know you guys all forgot, but I still love it. And so I will watch it or I will listen to it on the Spotify. I'll do MriyaReport one word, and I'll find it on that Spotify. I'll watch it as soon as it comes out, and I'm looking forward to your interview, Doman. Have a great shift, Ryan and Doman. Interesting to see you guys up together, and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. All right, Ryan, who can tell me what those Gimlers last night, if they were actually Gimlers last night, actually hit last night? around the city of Kherson. So the last thing I remember before I fell asleep was Yehuda saying 20 minutes ago, Ukraine has struck something near Kherson, near Antonivsky Bridge, probably. So what?
I spent 7 hours sitting in an airport terminal last night, feverishly updating.
Yeah, you had nothing else to do.
The flight app. I did not look and see what happened, so I will defer to Bionade.
I mean, I saw something exploding, but I don't know what it was.
Sounds like a case for John Ridge.
Or maybe for Tom.
Or maybe for Tom. Tom, what did the bridge tell you about its feelings, or?
That's the important thing.
I had to.
As the bridge, how does the bridge feel about being repeatedly struck? Yeah, what's the problem there? I can't really answer the question. I just wanted to know if there's been any updates during the night about what's happened near Kherson, because I read a tweet from, I think it's the Kiev Post this morning, saying that Russians are starting to move equipment, but also civilian vehicles and looted things back across the Dnipro, so onto the east side. So it sounds like at least some Russians are maybe pulling out. Does anyone else know any more about that?
So that's my understanding, that they started to pull out heavily over the last few days, right? Which means what? Good things, because it possibly means there's no there's not going to be an urban fight, which is good, right? Because that means that Ukraine doesn't have to go and destroy Kherson and fight building to building in the city of Kherson to take it back, which would be good. We were wondering what's going on with that barge bridge. It looks like that barge bridge isn't going to be really it looked like it wasn't going to be used for a while, and it wasn't used for a while apparently. But then it might have been in use last night, and it might have been hit at that point. It was a game of chicken, kind of. Ukraine, whether they're going to hit it, Russia, whether they were going to use it, and then Russia used it, and then Ukraine hit it. That's the best of my understanding. And I got questions such as, let me open a question here. What's the point of hitting them if they're leaving? It's isn't the objective right now to just clear the territory? I would note that once they're on the ferry, they have cleared the territory, and it's best to hit them there rather than fight them again later somewhere else. That's my thoughts there. So yeah, the barge bridge. Let's see if we get any pictures of it ever again. Let's see if there's anything that's going to be able to be taken pictures of ever again. That should be of interest. Beyond that, there's not much I know. That's why I was asking Ryan and Bionade and other people who might have seen something, because they should say something. Do you know what's interesting? Yesterday, only 100 liquidated Russians reported. Only 2 artillery systems. Only 1 logistics vehicle. Those are like the lowest numbers we've seen in forever. So either the guy who's supposed to tally it all up had a I don't know, a flu yesterday, had a bout of flu, or these are the actual numbers from yesterday, and then that is very interesting indeed, right? Because what does that mean about military operations yesterday? Possibly that they've all been kind of out of sight, possibly nothing happened all day, and then things only started happening in the evening. I guess so. Something like that anyway.
I've been looking for some additional information about the civilian convoy that was reportedly hit, and there were ambulances en route to recover the casualties. But I haven't heard anything more on that in hours now. So I know there were conflicting reports about who was responsible for the shelling or the missile strike, but I haven't seen any reputable reporting on that.
No, all I've seen is the same phrase, 7 ambulances, 7 ambulances, 7 ambulances. Yeah, trying to get Florian up, but Florian needs to restart his phone to be able to get up, I think, because otherwise it's not going to let him. The dam still stands. That's good. Not that anybody expected it to be taken down. Not yet. This was more as a warning thus far. But I think this is going to be a recurring topic of on this show, on this space. I would suggest that there might be preparations, but I don't think that the Russians are going to actually take it down. Because maybe they are, but I don't think they are. Not if they think they have any chance of holding onto the left bank for a little bit longer. Because why? If they drain the reservoir, the North Crimean water canal can't get any more water out of the reservoir, right? And this matters a lot. Because if Russians think they can, hold on to the left bank for another couple of months, or at least a few weeks after they lose the right bank of Kherson Oblast, they would definitely not want to make the North Crimean water canal useless. They're already having trouble supplying Crimea with what Crimea needs. The ferries are having weather problems all the time. Also, having to supply water across a non-existent bridge would kind of, destroy their positions in Crimea. So that's my very baseline reasoning why. I don't think I got the orders of magnitude wrong on that one. They're dumb. Are they that dumb? Tom, are they that dumb?
Well, I think they're dumb enough to make threats, but what you'd hope is that they're not dumb enough to carry through on a threat that would mess them up. So I'd be inclined to say no, they're not that dumb, but this is the Russian army that we're talking about, and they've got a bit of a track record of dumb. I would imagine no. I would imagine they'd see just how much devastation it would cause for their own side. And also, satellite and helicopter photos of that sort of thing all over the media. The Ukrainians could easily say this is a major act of terrorism by the Russians, even though the Russians say, oh, the Ukrainians did it. I think it would just get them even more support. So I think if there's any thought at all by the Russians, I don't think they'll do it. I put my hand up because there's another ridiculous lie that was on Russian social media. It's I can't remember the lady's surname, but it's Julia that does the Russian Media Watch.
Julia Davis.
That's right. And she tweeted out some Russian propagandists saying that the Ukrainians have got a nuclear weapon, they've planted it in Melitopol, thermonuclear weapon, and what they're going to do is they're going to detonate that, and then they're going to blame it on us. And I thought to myself, what do the Russians even hope to achieve by this lie? I mean, first off, it's an obvious lie. The Ukrainians are not going to nuke their own territory and blame it on the Russians. Because what would the Ukrainians gain out of that? They wouldn't gain anything. They'd nuke their own territory. Secondly, if it was intended as a lie to cover up a Russian nuclear strike, it would take away the point of a Russian nuclear strike. The point of a Russian nuclear strike would be to say, look at us, we're strong, we have nuclear weapons, and we're not afraid to use them. So by inventing a lie preemptively to try and make out that that's the fault of the other side, it's Kafkaesque. It doesn't make any sense. What they were saying is that the Ukrainians want to do this so that America can then join in the war, and so we'll be fighting NATO and America. It just makes absolutely no sense. Why would the Russians want to do that? Why would they want to use one nuclear weapon and get the West involved? And it's just bizarre. I'm beyond trying to understand some of these Russian threats and lies at this point.
I mean, they said they're not, right? Yesterday, the Russian mission to UN, Tom, what did they say? They said, we never have and we never will threaten to use a nuclear weapon nor use a nuclear weapon against a non-nuclear state, such as Ukraine specifically. So clearly they're not going to do it. So we can all stop worrying about that. Thank God.
Oh yeah, exactly. And you know, I've been saying this for quite a long time that I don't think they're going to do it. But it's just bizarre the warping of reality that they do to try and justify things. It's just really, really strange. So yeah, I think if they're toning down the nuclear rhetoric, I really think we need to understand that they're not going to do it. So that's a good thing, but their lies are just totally bizarre. They don't even make any sense. I can't even see how you could think that a lie like that would be useful. What would it get you? Nothing. It's just bizarre.
There you go. Thank you, Tom. So yeah, I guess you're with me that they're unlikely to take it down. Certainly quite yet. Florian.
Good morning. Since Tom is here, I had a question on psychology. If you are a Russian general believing you're this great nation with this great army, and now you're about to lose a fight, because this question, would they be so dumb to blow up the dam? I was wondering how psychologically they're reacting, not rational. I know rational, it doesn't make any sense. But if you are this very arrogant, full of himself guy who thinks who's so strong and so on, and you start losing, what is the psychological reaction of these people? I would like to know, because we're always talking they're dumb, but they shouldn't do that and so on. But I was wondering if there's not a lot of things really motivated very irrationally. And since I'm not very well in that field, I would like to know what's going on in the head of such people.
Okay,
in general,
so
not of course specifically.
obviously, it'll depend upon the personality of the specific Russian general, and I don't know any of their personalities. I think let's imagine a couple of scenarios. Let's imagine one that is a quite pragmatic, quite sensible Russian general, not really that political.
A very modern Russian.
Yeah, perhaps. I think, that kind of Russian general, I think it's going to be easier for them to see reality. I think they're going to understand that the war is lost, or that certainly they're not going to achieve what they set out to achieve. I think that Russian general, being aware that many other Russian generals have been replaced by Putin, that other Russian generals have been killed by the Ukrainians, I think the main thing that Russian general is going to be concerned with is maintaining their own place in society. So not losing their job, not getting killed, not getting sent to the gulag, not getting captured, not being, hunted down for war crimes 10 or 20 years later. So what?
Just personal survival.
Go ahead,
Elementary personal survival.
Yeah, so a pragmatic person is going to be focused on personal survival. They're going to see what they can get out of this and try to avoid losing as much as possible. So that's the pragmatic type. Now, there will be people who have sort of, in the American expression, drunk the Kool-Aid. So they believe the lies and propaganda of Russia more. So if we go to the other extreme, someone that isn't pragmatic, someone that is very political, someone that does believe the sort of Russian exceptionalism and sort of narcissistic lies that we are the best. I think for them it's going to be much harder to accept that they've lost the war, but I do think that they're going to. I think the problem for them is that they're going to need to blame it on others in order to maintain their own self-esteem. So whereas the pragmatic general might go, you know what, Russian military is really corrupt, we're sending in conscripts with barely any training, of course we're going to lose. The sort of more idealist or political or narcissistic Russian general is going to think, our people are really strong, there's no way our people could lose, it's got to be because of someone else's fault. And that someone else, I think, I'm sure those people could believe that, there are there are Western special forces involved. Hey, they've got that black American guy, Malcolm Nance. Yeah, there's Western special forces. You know, they've given them all these weapons. We've been fighting NATO since the start. They're going to find it harder to believe that they've lost the war, and they're going to make excuses and blame others in order to maintain their self-esteem. Yeah.
The second personality type. How much is this personality type going down the route of revenge, even if it's senseless and military pointless? I was wondering, I'm afraid it's the wrong word, but I was wondering to which depths of crime and idiocy this type of guys goes. The first type is very clear. And what you're saying reminds me very much what I've read up, what went on in the German Wehrmacht in whatever, 1943, 1944, once they realized the war is lost.
Yeah, so, sorry, the question about the second personality type was the more narcissistic political one. What was that question?
Yes, what type of revenge actions they will do, even though they know have lost, but they still take revenge on the Ukrainian or the Ukrainian population, because they're not caring about consequences also to them personally, like ending up in The Hague.
Yeah, so I mean, the second type, someone that's narcissistic, that basically messes something up, can't accept that it's their fault. They have to blame somebody else. And so what happens when they're faced with the reality that things have gone wrong is they tend to react with some rage. Now, what I don't know is the prevalence of the pragmatic general versus the narcissistic general. I have no idea. I've got no idea about the personality of Russian generals. I would imagine that, you know, military intelligence might have profiles on these people. So take, for example, the guy that's described as the butcher of Syria that's been put in charge. I think after the Crimea bridge was hit, what did we see? We saw, you know, about 100 of the Russian cruise missiles used to strike civilian targets, which is in no way a strategic or pragmatic use of military force. It's ridiculous. It's just revenge. All they're doing is killing civilians. They're not making the Ukrainian military any weaker. And they used about 1/6 of all the missiles they had left. It's possible they only had 600 left and they've used 100 of them. So that is a completely irrational act of revenge. So yes, I would expect someone that's more political or more narcissistic to lash out with rage more than being sensible or pragmatic. But it depends, you know, how high up the chain of command they are as to what they can do, if that makes sense. I expect that if the Ukrainians hit the Crimean again, we'll see another act of revenge. I don't think you have to be a psychologist to make that prediction.
But very well explained. The first type, who's concerned about his personal survival, also executes dump orders because he has to survive. And the second type might even prone to give this type of dump orders. But I was wondering, how on else did they end up doing so many idiotic, non-understandable stuff? And both types, in a way, depending on where they're in the command chain, where they're placed, that explains a lot in a way psychologically, not rationally. And I'm a very rational guy, and that's why I'm bewildered of what they're doing. But I think your explanations really help to put actions in context of personalities. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Florian. Nick.
Hi, good morning, Doman. Good morning, MriyaReport world. I raised my hand because I thought Tom had a salient question that I might have one of these rare clues to. He was talking about the constant lying from the Russians, and I am reminded that I was made aware of the Russian concept of vranье back in March, which kind of blew my mind. It's a concept that is, it's okay to lie constantly as long as it's little white lies. And I have to think that it has permeated Russian culture to the point where it's not just little white lies, it's little big lies or giant big lies. and it's constant. It's unstoppable. It permeates the culture, and it in some ways it explains everything, not just about Russia, but about the delusions that happen in my own country. And I'm an American, regrettably, so I'm fully aware of all of the political lies that happen in this country. And so if you don't know about it, Google it. Vranyo. It's effectively how it sounds as I speak it. And I think it has a lot, I think it pertains a lot to everything that is happening vis-a-vis Russia and all of its entanglements in the world that it used to inhabit, that want no part of it any longer. Thank you.
Yeah. So it's can I just note, right, to explain what Nick's talking about? He's talking about some person A lying to person B knowing that person A is lying, person A knowing that person B knows that person A is lying to person B, and yet everybody just accepts it and moves on. Because that's normal social behavior, except for serious things, not just, white lies of, no, you do not look X in that dress. Tom.
Yeah, so if this is the same concept that I've heard described earlier but not named in Russian, it's the idea of deliberately lying where everyone knows that you're lying and you know that they know that you're lying, but you do it anyway so that you can prove that you're more powerful to humiliate them. So you're basically saying,
correct.
You can't do anything about it. Ha ha ha, look at me, aren't I powerful? So it's very much a sort of emotional ego dominance type battle. I hadn't heard of the name of the term in Russian before, but I have done a thread on Russian lying because Tim and I, the co-host Tim, have often said that Putin sits on top of a throne of lies, on top of a pyramid of bullshit. So I did a whole thread about Russian lying, which is, there's a thread of threads on my profile. So Nick, if you want to find that and have a look, and then if you could type out the sort of anglicized spelling of that Russian term, because I'll struggle to Google it, I think, and you could maybe reply to that thread.
I'll do it for you.
Oh, thank you, Domin. Thank you. Yeah, so we know that it's really common. There's another Russian term that someone made me aware of, and I might be saying it wrong, but it's something like tufta or something like that. And what it means is, it means pretending to do your job, which I found really interesting. And they said that students in the Soviet Union who were sent to work in a factory, some sort of duty for, the Soviet Union, they'd pretend to do their work. So they'd like fake it. They wouldn't really put the effort in and do it properly. And I thought this was really interesting because, when we see like Russian encampments that just look absolutely awful, it's interesting that it's almost as though they're putting in the bare minimum effort a lot of the time to sort of pretend that they're invading a country rather than really, really going for it with like the motivation that the Ukrainians are defending their homeland. So I think the term was anglicized as tufta, but I might be saying it totally wrong.
Got you that one as well, Tom. That's close enough. You know what they say, right? We pretend to work and they pretend to pay us.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Then John.
Yes, good morning. So I must say I'm a little bit less optimistic about both the dam and also sorry, I'm still tired. That Ukraine has a nuclear bomb in Mykolaiv. I think about the nuclear bomb in Mykolaiv, that's Russia making a threat without having to make the threat themselves, I think. So they're saying we can do it without saying we can do it. That's what I think. And then regarding the dam, I think taking out that dam would take out two power generation plants, both the dam and also the nuclear plant upstream.
So I think this is definitely something they want to do if they feel they need to leave the area. And they have shown they will
So
do such things.
this is the thing. When they need to leave the area, I think is the operative term, right? This is why I think that if they take positions just on the left bank, and they would, especially up north at Nova Kakhovka, because they need to protect that North Crimean water canal. Crimea needs water. You can't deliver water to Crimea by any other means except currently by ship, or truck it around the south of the occupied south of Ukraine to the north coast of Sea of Azov, because ferries aren't even functioning properly, because apparently weather is a thing. I don't know. And this is where I think that, yes, they might do it, but they won't do it soon, because they can't do it soon. Because if they do it soon, they cost themselves too much, if that makes sense. Right? They might do it in a few weeks once it becomes untenable for them to keep the position on the left bank, absolutely, but not yet.
No, not while they're still on the in the area. But and also I think they might do it if they lose control over the area around the power plant itself, because that would make it not useful for Ukraine.
Yeah, I think further to what Domin said, I always thought the risk to, for example, Zaporizhzhia would be when the Russians are withdrawing, not while they're actually trying to maintain and hold that territory. So I think we've just got to remember to calculate these risks separately. While the Russians are still actually trying to hold and annex and seize these territories, I don't think they're going to do anything of the kind of what they're saying. There is a somewhat increased probability of them doing these crazy acts of revenge when they're forced to flee. But I think let's not worry about it until they're forced to flee. Let's discuss it then, because I think we could discuss these what if scenarios endlessly. And I think whilst the Russians are holding these territories, I don't think they'll do it. Let's see what threats they make when they're on the edge of withdrawing, and then deal with those.
Yeah, fair enough. If I can just give last comment, I think what they are saying is that we won't let Ukraine win. Basically, we if they win, this is what will happen. I think this is what they're trying to say. They won't do it while they're there, but if Ukraine win, we will mess it up really bad.
Yeah, I think that's possible, and it could just be an act of revenge. I'd say petty revenge, but using a nuclear weapon wouldn't be petty. But I think the costs to them, like if the Russians think they're paying a cost now, the cost of using a nuclear weapon would be so much higher that I think someone in the chain of command would stop Putin from doing that. I'm still of that opinion. So again, that's why I still think it's really low probability. The thing that's weird about the lie is it doesn't even really work as a threat. If you threaten to use nuclear weapons, you're saying, look at us, we're strong, we're powerful. If you lie and say the Ukrainians are doing it to themselves, you don't even gain the benefit of the threat that's a bluff anyway, if that makes sense. So I don't know. I still don't think they're going to do it, but it's very weird.
Pauli.
Good morning, Domin. How are you doing?
I think we're doing quite all right. I'm excited for an interview with Dmytro Natalucha later on, the Ukrainian member of parliament. Whatever choices he might have made as to his education, nevertheless, I think it'll be very exciting. He's the chairman of the economic committee, so I think we'll have lots of people with lots of excellent questions and discussion points for him. Go ahead, Pauli.
Yeah, it's going to be good. On the previous discussion, I think Florian and Nick made good points on the Russian culture, and I don't know if you have had any discussion or talk about these YouTube lectures,
by Snyder,
made by Martti.
Of course.
Kari.
Yes. Of course. And I think we're trying to get him on because it's very busy.
By who? Pauli, can you say that again?
Martti J. Kari. He's a Finnish retired intelligence colonel, was he, Pauli?
Major. I think major.
Okay. And
sorry,
he now teaches.
Sorry, colonel, not major. Colonel, you're right.
and I mean, at some point he was also a major, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah.
So he teaches sort of security studies now in Finland, right? And he's a securities researcher, and he did a really good lecture, kind of the history of Russia, Russian culture, stuff that he had to deal with as an intelligence officer, and consider that most people farther away from Russia wouldn't really be aware of.
Yeah. So basically, he did, if I'm right, he did his whole career, how to say, looking to the east. So started in the 80s before the Soviet Union collapsed, and then served during the 90s, early 2000, and up to like 2010. Was it 2015? I don't remember the next year he left the army service, but he has some in-depth knowledge, like really, really in-depth knowledge on Russian culture, and these lectures, they are subtitled in I think in 10 languages, English and German included. So I can send Domen the link, and when you have time, I strongly encourage you to see the lectures. It really gives you like in-depth knowledge on the Russian way of thinking, lying, and just doing stuff the Russian way.
Yeah, honestly, if you go ahead and Google Martti, double T, Martti, J, single letter, Kari. You can. There's a very popular YouTube video with hundreds of thousands of views by this point.
1.7 million at the moment.
There we go. Right. We pushed this quite a lot on early on in sort of March time, but then by now we just expected everybody to have seen it already. But it's very good. It's very good, undoubtedly. And it's in Finnish, but it's subtitled in English and other languages, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. I just don't know when you're going to have the time. I mean, when are we going to go down for an hour and 16 minutes?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe you're going to simultaneously listen to Ben, because Ben is really slow speaker, and then you can listen Ben with your left ear, and then Martti J. Kari with your right ear. That's my recommendation.
I actually downloaded 2 of the Spotify podcasts today with the intention of listening to them while I was on a plane, and then I never managed to get on a plane, but here I am complaining again. One day I'll get to listen to the Spotify podcast instead of listening to the live broadcast, but I'm a little partial to the live version. Anytime I try to listen to a recording, I always find myself wanting to know what's going on now instead of
if you finally get on your plane, you'll finally have the chance, right?
In a few hours, it'll happen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
one last question about the podcasts. Domen, do you know what's the schedule for the, the Dream Team discussion where we had
Part 1 is out.
Okay, great.
Part 1 is out, but that's without the Dream Team. There's just Thomas, I think. Thomas and CJ, and Yehuda. So that's the partial team, and then the rest is going to come up. It's so long. Our audio guys were, oh my god, we have to do a 4.5-hour podcast. What is this? So the first part is up, and then the second part will be up soon. It just took them a long time. That's the problem when you have an all volunteer staff. You see, they just sometimes don't get around to it very quickly. Sometimes they get around to it super quickly, and sometimes just not very quickly at all. But the first part is up. The first, 2 hours or something.
That's great. Thank you. And have a nice weekend, everyone.
Thank you very much, Pauli. By the way, tomorrow we'll be talking to Antti about the Winter War. Tomorrow, sort of early Finnish afternoon. So be around for that. It'll be fun.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I think
you'll
I
have
can.
lots of stuff to add.
Yeah, I can give some insights, maybe on the on the ambushes and how they made the actual ambushes and mottis. So I can give you some ideas on that. Then the LARP, like lawn reconnaissance, and the recon that did like 200 kilometers behind the enemy lines with the skis. I can give you a few examples on that. Maybe.
Yeah, you can add whatever Antti misses out. we're very lucky to have Antti though, because he's an actual military historian. So
Exactly.
that really helped, and I'm sure that he will never be able to cover quite everything. So just jump in and be like, no, but what about this one? Like, yes, but didn't have time to put it all in because it's not enough time. Something along those lines. I think it'll be very exciting, very fun. Bring more Finns around just to listen at the very least. Sometimes it's good to have remedial classes as well. Well, thank you very much, Pauli. Talk to you in a little bit. And down to Switzerland. Florian.
Yes. To Dan John's point and the discussion with Tom, rationally they would not play the dam, but there's a chance that they take revenge and act really stupidly. That's why I was asking on this personality types of decision makers. So I got really interested in how they come to decisions. So I think I got a bit more sort of worried that they would go down this route. And that's why I asked the question, if I thought the discussion was right. Another point, you have at 12 this member of parliament who sits in the Commission of Rebuilding Ukraine and Economics, correct? Did I understand this correct?
Correct. That will be at 3 p.m. your time, Florian.
Yeah, the problem is I can't. And yesterday I got this list from Victoria on what they need for the power equipment. And yesterday I called the Federal Office of Development and International Relations of Switzerland, who coordinates the aid, and asked them, how can they help? And I actually got somebody on the phone who said they need an official request from Ukraine for this stuff. I cannot do it. I wrote them. I got with the guy on the phone. The guy said, yes, I understand that. But they only act if another state actor talks to them. So tell them they have to talk to the, it's called DEZA in German, the Federal Office of International Aid and Relationships. And they have to file an official request through the embassy for this type of equipment. And then I can do lobbying on the side. But as a person, I cannot ask them for help. And this is where the money is for reconstruction of Ukraine, of Switzerland, and emergency help of Switzerland. And I told this Victoria too. They need to officially ask through the embassy for this type of support. Concretely, they need transformers. Here's the list. And once they do it, and they should do it at best publicly, I can work my contacts. They actually call the Federal Council and say, do this, otherwise we get more refugees, because that motivates the right-wing parties here. So if you can say that if they want this equipment that is manufactured in Switzerland, Ukraine need to fill an official request for support and help to the Swiss government, and then they can talk to Hitachi, the former ABB Powers, because they manufacture that stuff, and I think there is something on the stock. And once they do this, and I know it, I will call a few people who have connections to call up the highest office in this land.
So basically you're saying there is stuff, there is capacity, there is ability to get this stuff to Ukraine. However, this needs to happen first. There needs to be a formal request, and then you can work on it getting actually released and sent and delivered.
Yes, and as you probably know, all the German-speaking countries, including Switzerland, stick to processes. I cannot leave the process. This will not do anything. I can ask them. They understand it, but they said, no. We work that somebody, another state, asks us for help, and then we can start a process to do so and research this, and then we get going. But I cannot ask them help Ukraine send transformers because they're manufactured by Hitachi in Baden, and some of the equipment is manufactured there, and then they can go to the company and actually say, get the orders to Ukraine instead of delivering them to somewhere else in the world, because we pay you either more money, or we simply can, by government fiat, order you to do that. Because it's in the national interest of Switzerland, that the Ukraine doesn't lose its electricity, because otherwise we have more refugees or other problems.
Exactly.
And this way it can really help something, but they need to officially ask Switzerland for support on this, because there's the manufacturing capacity in Switzerland for this stuff. Not all of it, but part of it. That needs, I told this also, Victoria, this needs to go to somewhere in the Ukrainian administration, and their embassy in Bern has to talk to the Swiss and say, please help us here. Because otherwise I cannot do much more. Because there was this question how we can really help. I can bitch around the Russians all the time. It doesn't help much. It helps me psychologically, maybe, but it's not helping Ukraine really. And I can fight trolls on Twitter. It's also nice, but if I can help them to get transformer equipment, I think it helps them a lot.
I think you're right, and I think this is something you can really make a difference, and make a difference very much immediately as well. So
yes, and
thank you for your
efforts.
efforts. Go ahead.
So, for example, a good personal friend is the chairman of Swiss Airlines. And because of all the emergency help, he has the number of, for example, the finance minister. So he will call up the finance minister. Once I talked to him, he said, once there's the request, he will tell the government and the ministers of the government, which are called federal councillors, act on it, please, because it means this and that. I can ask somebody else, or can also call the highest administrator. So there's the secretaries of state and so on. So this then puts some pressure on it, or some sense on it, that gets a discussion going.
Okay, I will note this to Dmitry as well, and all these people together can really affect change in that regard. Like,
I don't
know
even
that there
know
is
Ukraine. Does the Ukraine
capacity.
have an embassy in Bern?
I think they must do.
Now,
Surely.
sometimes they only have something in Geneva at the UN because Switzerland is too small, or treat it from Germany. There's not all countries present in Switzerland.
Nope, it's right next to the Kunsthalle.
Okay, but then also the ambassador needs to publicly appeal, go to the Blick, to the main tabloid, and say, please help us, you manufacture this, because Blick is similar to Bild, surprisingly, on the Ukrainian side, despite all the refugees and so on. They need to make also a public appeal. Because the Swiss population is really on the side of the Ukraine.
Yeah, very, very culturally, right, between the military and the and not wanting bigger neighbors to gang up on them. That's very obvious reasons why as well, right?
Exactly. There's this discussion here. What would happen if Germany attacks? Would the German speaker fight for Switzerland? Now, of course, they would. We would all fight for Switzerland. And that's why there's a resemblance, and there's a resemblance to the Second World War and so on and forth. But to the practical matter, they need to appeal to the right authority in Bern for emergency assistance. Once they do this, and I get knowing it, I can work a few contacts. They can call up the higher ups in Bern, and maybe this helps. I cannot promise anything, but that's where I got to.
Well, thank you, Florian. I think this might actually make a difference to some, city in Ukraine sometime, possibly very soon.
And it's pure selfish consideration from our side that we keep the Ukrainians in the Ukraine, period. And there is the equipment here. So we are one of the bigger manufacturing hub for power electronics and power infrastructure. So, thank you very much. I have to go down.
Oh, thank you. No, thank you, Florian. I was going to ask you what you think about the sudden drop in numbers, because you like looking at numbers yesterday. But if you don't want to, if you don't have time, that's fair.
I looked at them too, because there's a website that does the statistics on this. There's a Google Analytics thing. There's a Google Analytics board. I got where and I look at them. I think it's what Yehuda said. They are now preparing the next push. And that's why they probably do more artillery and less fighting on the front. So I thought this report in the few last days confirms what Yehuda said last night, on that the next push now gets prepared. So I think that coincides very well, the two informations. That's my thought on it. But I hadn't looked up things like weather, because maybe also if weather is worse or something, I don't know even how the weather is in Kherson, around Kherson at the moment. It seems dry, but I haven't looked it up in detail. So I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna have someone better placed to explain this later on. Maybe Huda can tell us what the numbers are so
Yes.
about. Yeah, that's a good
Thank
idea.
you very much for all you're doing here. Have a nice
Thank
day.
you very much, Florian. Morning, Axel.
Hey, good morning to you.
You were up way too long again yesterday, weren't you? It's not good. But I hear they were very engaging
Today,
conversations.
yesterday, meandering stream.
They've all melted together at this point. We count weeks now.
Yeah, they melted together into meandering stream. Exactly.
There's a very interesting video I just posted up in the nest. Perfect timing. Great cinematography. Excellent interception.
So Ukraine took a cruise missile down. Was it with a manpad or with something different?
I don't have a big enough screen to tell what came in and took it out, but I suspect it was a manpad. I don't know for certain. Maybe somebody can watch it on a larger screen.
Ukraine has achieved a big feat, don't forget. It has managed to integrate its missile defense, specifically also with the sensor capacity associated with the IRST. Now, with exceptional quality, it's, I think, the first anti-missile defense system which integrates humans, quite literally. So therefore, I vote this was a pickle jar.
And a big slingshot.
Pico tomatoes. Chris.
Sorry, morning. Just my phone's slow. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Yeah, I just DM'd like Florian there. I mean, you guys may have, even better contacts. But I'll try Constantian about the point that he's making there. And also I'll try Anna Maria Doman as well. She, if I get the message to her, she may be able to get it to somebody. If you think that's a good idea. Well, I've done it anyway now, so.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
See if we can get Florian up this time.
Axel, if you want to talk to me, do it right now or later, after 12.
After 12 would be better.
After 12. 12 to 12:30, I have a free spot.
Perfect.
Thank you.
It's a date.
Yes.
I'll be fast asleep by then, so unfortunately I'll miss it. We do have a couple of open spots on the speaker panel as well. If anybody wants to come up and ask Delman a question about Serbia, now's your chance.
I mean, you can give it a go, but I'll just divert it to Montenegro anyway. So
that's perfectly acceptable.
So come on, what's going on in Montenegro?
Unclear. Oh, sorry, in Montenegro. No, that's a different story. I thought you were asking what's going on in Ukraine. in Montenegro, they're looking to have elections very soon. But I think it's only local elections, and there's a big fight. It seems that's more or less what's going on. There you go.
Ryan, were you there when Aaron joined us later? Because I passed out right before it.
I was preoccupied and did not hear the majority of that. I had a dreadful time at an airport yesterday, and they kept me on the hook for a number of hours thinking that my delayed flight was just a temporary issue, and then they canceled it late at night after I couldn't make any other travel arrangements. So unfortunately, I didn't pay enough attention to the space, and I could have co-hosted yesterday had I known I was just going to be sitting around in an airport terminal for hours on end. I hope the man behind the curtain has added that to his podcast list.
Sure, I hope so. Abdallah?
Abdallah, you're off mute, but I can't hear you speaking. And it appears we have a couple of new speakers here up on the panel. Admirador, I guess. If you would like to speak, feel free to raise your hand. Actually, since we don't have any hands in queue right now, if you just want to come off mute, feel free to go ahead. I, for one, am happy to see a South American on the panel.
Yeah, thank you. I am listening you.
Do you have a question or a comment about Ukraine?
No, I am
Okay.
listening you.
Fair enough.
Okay, thanks. Abdullah, go ahead.
Hi. Good morning. Good morning, folks. Just wanted to say, in gratitude, Dublin. This morning I had an Irish tea for breakfast to show them our appreciation for helping out Ukraine with their defense. I know that the Irish will come through in such a big way. Apparently, the system is really working miracles over the skies in Ukraine. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Have we just hit the first ever actual slow news day in the last 2 months? That's what happened, right? That's what's...
The thing is, there's this curtain at the moment. This massive, heavy-duty curtain preventing us from information because there's a lot happening.
So there are news. It's just nobody knows the news, and everybody's just waiting for the dam to break. Not the actual dam, the proverbial news dam to break.
In this case, I'll presume no news is good news.
Yes, sure, but nevertheless, it's very difficult to. Yeah. Anyway, Pauli.
Do we have the news blues, Doman?
We do, and I'm all out of salad puns. So, Pauli.
What Britain's doing? what's happening in UK? I see funny memes from there.
The
Are they
lettuce
about
one.
lettuce?
Well, I saw this one with the commentary on Truss being interviewed. Well, it's too long to start explaining, but it was funny.
So, am I mistaken, or has she formally announced her resignation at this point?
Oh yeah. She's gone. She has resigned. Yes, she resigned yesterday. So now they're gonna have a election campaign. So by the 28th, they should have a prime minister.
It's starting to feel a bit like 3-card Monty.
Well, Ryan, whilst you were hanging on about airports and the likes, you missed out on one of the greatest live radio shows we've done, other than maybe the morning when the bridge came down. Because Dorman, Tim, and I had the pleasure of commenting on what happened in the background while Sky News was reporting on Liz Truss, the cat, in front of a number 10 and the podium being moved back and forth in expectation of her going out, and then she gave a resignation speech. All the while expecting that with her resigning, this would provide ample opportunity for Boris Johnson to mount a campaign, to be called back by members of the House of Commons of the Tory party, other Conservatives as they're called now, and the membership. And that is happening at this point in time. There is a significant campaign ongoing, despite the fact that I think at least up until a few hours ago, when I passed out, that there was no declaration, or is there any already, Doman? Is there a formal application by Rishi Sunak
Don't think
and
so.
the likes? Okay.
Don't think so.
By the way, it was a great piece of radio last night.
I think Nick is feverishly looking for a ticket so he can fly back to the UK and head up the anti-Boris Johnson campaign.
I think that ship may have already sailed. There are rumors that Boris already has more than 100 MPs backing him. So, and apparently there was a poll out this morning that the Conservatives were about to get wiped out if there was an election to be called. So politicians love to win elections, so I bet that number will be much higher. I think he's the only one that can actually save their jobs, and he would be great for Ukraine, to be honest with you. Because I remember about a few days ago, Ben Johnson, the defense secretary, was planning to resign because they were planning to carry out the previous plan to cut defense spending, and he was threatening to resign. With Boris back, I doubt that will happen, to be honest. And I think Ben Johnson, what do you call that? The defense secretary, he will stay on. There's good news for
Ben
Ukraine.
Wallace.
Yeah, Ben Wallace, thank you. Yeah, and it's good news for the Ukrainian people, to be honest. Whatever happens after the war, the Brits can have him for lunch if they want. But I think this is good news, to be honest. I hope he wins. Thank you.
Is there any historical precedent for a boomerang prime minister? This, I mean, obviously not this fast, but being tossed out and then immediately reinstated?
Well, not quite immediately, but Churchill did come back.
With a much longer intermission, correct?
Exactly, not quite immediately.
Apparently Churchill is one of his heroes. So this will be this will be an amazing return, to be honest. We don't see things like this in politics. So I hope we're all enjoying it. And Liz Truss became the shortest serving prime minister in British history. So we're living in interesting times.
Sir Fella.
Hi, yeah, morning, guys. Yeah, I was going to say that there was a vote ongoing yesterday on Twitter over who should be the next Prime Minister. It was between the lettuce and Larry the cat from Downing Street, and Larry was had a clear majority.
By being adamant.
Yeah, and I love the little meme, the little photo of this tiny little shrunken lectern with Larry stood in front of number 10 giving an acceptance speech. I thought that was brilliant. There is,
and the podium was in the right spot this time around, right?
Yes, yeah, it was the right spot and the right height. Yeah, I did have a good chuckle over that. I did notice that Bring Back Boris hashtag was going around a lot yesterday. Whether that was people being serious or just having a little bit of fun, I don't know. But yeah, as you said, Boris's hero being Churchill and Churchill coming back. I mean, I don't know how long it was between Churchill leaving and coming back, but 44 days between Boris leaving, Liz Truss being in and her going, and if he did come back, even as like a step in until they found somebody else, would be some kind of record I think would be hard to beat. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens. The news, I'd only caught a little bit of news this morning because I was trying to get on listening on the space, but they were saying that they wanted to try and get a vote done between the Tory party members and have somebody in place within a week. It didn't say who was currently on that list. A lot of people have been tweeting about they would like Ben Wallace to be Prime Minister, but I think he's just too sensible, knows how much of a poison chalice that would be, and he's probably in the best place that we could possibly have him at the moment in his current job with the work he's doing to support Ukraine. So I think he's too sensible to put himself forward. I think he would know that would, it seems that the people that put themselves forward do seem to have a bit of an ego. And from what I've seen of Ben Wallace, he doesn't. So I think he'd be a fantastic Prime Minister, but I don't want him to see him Prime Minister because I'd rather he is where he is now doing a fantastic job.
With any luck, Boris still has his boxes packed.
Yeah, he has to do his unpackment. Yeah, who knows if he left anything upstairs in the back bedroom at number 10 in case he came back. He did actually say when he left, he made some in his departure speech. He did actually make some reference to coming back. I can't remember for the life of me what exactly he said. I know he said he was going on holiday somewhere. Somewhere.
Caribbean.
That's it. Yeah, Caribbean. But then he made some comment about 44-day holiday. Just used his holiday days up from work before he lost them. Yeah, so I wonder if there was some reference there. I'm sure there was some reference at the time he made to coming back. Whether that was on the backbenches, or whether that was actually coming back as a returning Prime Minister, a la Churchill. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
But does anybody know where actually in the Caribbean he's been now, or he is, because he hasn't returned yet, right? Is it Turks and Caicos?
I've no idea. I haven't seen
Turks
anywhere.
would be appropriate for Boris, looking at his lineage.
Well, the lineage is mixed, isn't it? I mean, he's also affiliated with the Duke of Württemberg.
Yeah, but that's not in the Caribbean, is it?
I'm just saying the Duke of
It's not in the Caribbean called Württemberg.
No, but the Duke of Württemberg has land on the Turks and Caicos.
Well, there you go.
Just
That could be
saying.
where he is. He might be at the airport.
You can also look it up. There's a fantastic old BBC program, a 3-part series, one of which was Turks and Caicos. There's a Yehuda.
I'm looking at a Telegraph article now that said he scrambled back from the Caribbean to lobby
Apparently,
for
it might
this.
have been the Dominican Republic.
Is Surf Axel's long lost English cousin?
Oh.
Oh my God! Someone tape that. Do it again. It's like an evil laugh. I'm convinced Surf and Axel are related somehow. Your last name isn't Robotham, is it, Seth?
Robotham. It would, yeah, Robotham.
I said Robotham. Yes, I'm cried. I'm just doing an accent. Leave me alone. I like the last name. I saw a woman on Britain's Got Talent named Lettuce Robotham. I'm rolling the R, just sounding more posh. You sound like her father. All right. So breaking news: Iranian terrorists have been confirmed to be operating the UAVs in Crimea for the Russians. What does it mean? Polly, what do you think? Iranian troops. They call them Iranian troops, but we'll call them Iranian terrorists. Terrorizing Syrians, terrorizing Israelis, terrorizing Lebanese, terrorizing whoever they want to terrorize. And now, even Ukrainians aren't a bridge too far. Paulie, as a European, what do you think? EU has been weak on Hezbollah. Babbling European countries like to say stupid things like, well, they have a political arm in Lebanon and they're like a political party. We can't ban them. Blah, 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 blah. So now the Roosters have come home to what, Paulie? What have the Roosters come home to do? Exactly. Roost. Thank you. They've come home to roost.
Yeah, but if we're serious, I'm 100% sure that US is going to strike first. It's like they have the capability to do the decisions and the high capability to execute actual action. So if I had to guess, US is going to be first. Like
with the drones, I'm talking about Iranian UAV drone opera. Are you talking about a different topic? Did I interrupt?
No. This is a great excuse for US to attack anywhere. This is a great like political reason or military reason for US to conduct basically any strike, any precise strike.
I don't know if that'll happen, Paulie. I wish, but U.S. already considers Hezbollah and Iran the worst of the worst. Maybe it'll have some effect on the JCPOA. I don't know, but I'm more concerned about with Europe. Europe is
Are they still
pussyfooted
drinking
around.
coffee together in Vienna, Yehuda?
Maybe the Moritz, the Waldorf Astoria. Who knows? The Europeans have been really milk toast on Iran. They make a lot of money there. Germany, France, some others, and now the reality is coming home to them. I just wonder, what are European friends? Many, ironically, I'm not saying there's huge support in the United Kingdom. There's still support from for Iran and Hezbollah. There's the member for Tehran West, Jeremy Corbyn, and others who hold water for the Iranian terrorist regime.
At least the one for Tehran East is no longer in parliament.
What, you mean Diane Abbott?
No, I meant George Galloway.
No, the whole point is you got to say northwest, because if you look at a map, Tehran is southeast from the UK. Silly. So yes, George Galloway, Press TV aficionados would remember a handful of useful idiots from the United Kingdom. Anyway, no one takes them seriously. Not even they do. Not even they take themselves seriously. But there are other European countries that have given Iran a pretty wide berth, and now I think. What's it? Von der Leyen, Ursula, has made some comments. Anyone care to fill us in? What is Europe doing about Iran now? Europeans.
They're not singing Beach Boys, that's for sure.
Yeah, with a second guess. If US doesn't act first, I'm sure that there's gonna be a call to Macron and Scholz asking what France doing, what Germany doing, what Bundeskanzler doing.
I hope so. Yeah, Surf Surf through. I haven't heard this man before. Say Turks and Caicos again, please.
Turks and Caicos. I can't pronounce that. I was laughing at you saying Diane Abbott. I just thank God Corbyn and Diane Abbott aren't in Parliament at the moment with what's going on in Ukraine. Just unbelievable
Poor
shit show
Diane.
if they are in.
Do you know what Diane
People of
Abbott means in Farsi?
Sorry, say again.
Do you know what Diane Abbott means in Farsi if you translate it?
No.
Human calculator.
Oh, she's not good with numbers, is she?
Abbott is abacus in Farsi. That's why.
Oh God, that's very
yeah,
apt, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's completely untrue, but it's still quite funny.
Yeah. Oh, that's very.
She's been sitting on that dang sofa for far too long.
Officer, get 6 pence. That's 23 quid. 11 million pounds. You see, is all we need.
Surely, Diane, the maths don't add up.
They do.
That's a reference if you want to Google car crash interview, and I think the first thing that will come up is Diane Abbott. You don't even have to spell her name. Just type in car crash interview and pick one. They're all equally bad and funny. To think, tens of thousands of people went out to vote for several election cycles. Good for her.
It's unbelievable. I have some friends that are staunch Labour supporters, and over that interview, the amount of as the British say, piss taking out of them, and they stood by her. It's just like, hang on, you're intelligent people. Can you not? Did you not see that interview? And they stood by her and up Jeremy Corbyn, and just unbelievable. I don't know how she got so far in politics.
I once tried explaining to a friend who was trying to leave a tip. The tip is about 15%. Usually we do, and the taxes usually work out depending on the year to 13 or 14%. It's dropped a percent, but 14. And I would just say, just go with the tax part. Just give them a little more than that, and the look on their face. And I just think Diane Abbott, right? Like, how much do I give? I don't get it. This is a person who wanted to be the Home Secretary, literally. Anyways, Tim, I know you want to jump in. Tim's a big defender of Diane, so I better watch out.
Yeah, I am about to jump to the defense of Diane Abbott very, 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 very mildly. She did make some thoroughly bizarre statements at the beginning of the escalation, but she has since distanced herself from the kind of stop the war peacenik tendency. So I think credit where credit's due. She does seem to have shut up on that particular topic. Whether she sincerely changed her view or not is another matter. But
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I know.
Have we heard much from Corbyn about what's going on in Ukraine? I haven't seen anything.
Well, I don't know if you know, he is a lifelong anti-racist. Yeah, his parents were at Cable Street, you see, and terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah are a perfectly fine choice to invite to Parliament for tea. I'm sorry, nightmare.
His parents may or may not have been at Cable Street, but his father was contributing editor of the Communist Daily Worker magazine, which shilled for Hitler as the bombs fell on London under orders from Moscow, when the Soviet Union and Germany were then allies. So if he was at Cable Street, he certainly batted for both sides there.
Well, he never said which side they were on at Cable Street, so that's an important distinction.
Was it the sunny side?
It's a reference to which side, the fascist side or the non-fascist side, Doman.
Yes, I know.
I know, and I like to sound clever.
You know
okay,
that
yeah.
I know. That makes your comments
know that you-
particularly
Annoying. Yeah. Would say.
You know that he knows that you know that he knows
This is
that
Bash.
he knows that you know.
Bash to the left. This is Bash Momentum Hour on the Maria Report.
It's
I just don't know why
fantastic
Corbyn
radio,
just doesn't go
Yoda.
make his own damn party, or they have one. It's a communist party. Just make it. All right, Abdullah. I know you're fixing to get in there. Abdullah, are you in the UK?
In Dubai, Hi,
O
good
ye
morning,
servant
everyone.
of God, Abdullah, are you in the UK?
Well, your Arabic is amazing. You picked that up quick. Just wanted to what do you call just wanted to say that apparently
Well,
Jeremy
anyway,
Corbyn has
I
a
was
brother.
wanted to discuss Iranian drone operators
You don't-
operating
do you
in
not do you
Crimea.
not hear do you not hear Abdallah?
It's official. Iranians are
you don't hear
launching
anyone, do you?
drones.
You don't
terror
hear me or
drones.
Abdallah. This is great.
Yoda, you don't hear Doman, you don't hear Abdullah.
It's okay, Abdullah. It's not about, don't take it personally. A, he can't hear me either. B, it's because Russian steal his internet sometimes. You could have
Thank you,
gone into the
Doman.
wrong
Thank
bit
you,
of the
Doman.
utilities business.
Thank you, Doman. I was just gonna say Jeremy Corbyn has a brother. I saw him on RT Arabic. His brother is just as extreme as him, but his brother is a scientist. I think he's also what we call vaccine denier or something. In fact, vaccine is skeptic. So it runs in the family. And Jeremy Corbyn actually has spoken several times against, and he's always blaming the Ukrainians. So surprise, surprise. Thank you.
I have a fun fact about Jeremy Corbyn's brother, Piers Corbyn. My wife used to be his office manager. And yeah, apparently he's a complete and utter lunatic. Jeremy is actually the saner of the two brothers, if you can believe that.
And that's saying something, right, Tim?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Piers Corbyn is he kind of he makes a living providing kind of like he's like a weather forecaster, but he's like a homeopathic weather forecaster, right? So he has his own.
What, only a little
brand.
bit of rain?
Yeah, 1 part per 1,000 billion of rain, or however it works. But no, he's got this kind of weird alternative approach to weather forecasting, which he insists is accurate. But I don't know enough about weather forecasting to have an opinion.
Wait, so
he's not taken.
he looks at the giant supercomputer that the Met Office has and thinks, yeah, no. I can do better, me and my abacus.
I would say that's about the strength of it, yeah. But of course, you get the crank magnetism. So he's also a vaccine denier, a COVID denier, and a vaccine skeptic, and a 9/11 truther, and all of that kind of soup of conspiratorial nonsense that these people attach themselves to. But yeah, he's totally bonkers.
Do you believe the Earth is flat, and that's and then predicts the weather from which corner it's coming from?
Makes it a lot easier. You know how it is in physics, right? First you assume that you're in a frictionless vacuum and take it from there. Makes things far easier. John.
Morning, Damon. Thank you. I just wanted to briefly have a serious word about Hezbollah in Europe. So, for those who aren't aware, there was a bombing against some Israeli tourists in Bulgaria in 2012. I think they killed somewhere between 5 and 10 people, and the local Bulgarian bus driver. And that was the catalyst for UK then designating the military wing, i.e. the terrorist wing of Hezbollah, as a terrorist organization. The Dutch had already done it. The Dutch banned Hezbollah back in the early noughties. But to the best of my knowledge, in fact, in 2019, UK outlawed Hezbollah entirely. And the Dutch had already done that. Germany refused, and the EU's official position still, as far as I know, I haven't looked at this for a few years, but as far as I know, the EU's official position is still that there is a distinction, a separation between the terrorist wing of Hezbollah and the political wing of Hezbollah, which is a distinction without a difference. Basically, it's like the difference between Sinn Féin and the provisional IRA, or even less of a distinction between them, and they weren't distinct either. But the main resistance to changing this has come, well, it was under Merkel. The German government didn't want to make that, didn't want to close the door on the political wing of Hezbollah, and Germany is sort of their center of gravity in Europe politically. And as far as I know, yeah, the EU position still hasn't changed. Germany did say that they couldn't change their position unilaterally, because it had to be EU wide, but that's obviously not true because the Dutch had done it on their own. So I think where we stand politically is that the military wing, the terrorist wing of Hezbollah, is banned Europe wide, or is designated as a terrorist organization Europe wide. The political wing isn't; it's only outlawed or designated by the UK and the Dutch. So I think that's where we are with that. In terms of what Europe will do, because Iranian drone operators are working in Crimea, I think nothing. I don't think it'll have an impact at all. As Yehuda kind of alluded to, that the holy grail for Europe is getting the JCPOA in some form back up and running. But I mean, that doesn't happen without the US. And to be honest, the Iranians have shifted since Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. The Iranians have shifted their position. The Iranians have shifted their position quite a lot, and become even more entrenched, and raise their demands further. So I don't think that's coming back. But just as a serious thing, in terms of European reaction to Iranian, Hezbollah, whoever, IRGC, whoever they are operating these drones, I don't think there will be a reaction to speak of.
Interesting. I heard the EU were fixing to change the policy in light of this new information. That's why Guterres, who apparently directs everyone, which he doesn't, at the UN, wanted to go and verify, and the intelligence is in. I mean, we're talking about surveillance. Iranian drone operators, or acting on behalf of Russia. So hopefully they do change their tune. It's to their benefit. There is no doubt that not only has Iran do they do naughty things in the naughties, killing Israelis and Bulgarians, they also murder Iranian dissidents throughout Europe, especially Germany. They have large networks within Germany and Scandinavian countries where they go after dissidents, where they spy on them. So that's a distinction to point out as well. They do so with impunity. They work at their embassies. That's why a lot of countries like Canada close their embassies, perhaps. No Iranians. Just say no. Thanks, John. Follow up.
No, thank you. And I mean, if that's the case, if Europe's going to change its policy, the EU's going to change its policy, then that's fantastic. I'd be surprised, but that doesn't mean it won't happen. And if it does, then yeah, that's definitely a step forward.
And for clarity, the only reason why they have a difference with distinction is because in Iran's efforts, and ask any Lebanese, ask Oz Chatterjee, definitely a left of center, anti-Corbyn Labour member, so he's rational. We'll show you that Lebanon, there was a distinct movement. People don't know this, actually. I'm surprised. Iran made it its purview to de-Christianize Lebanon, and export tens of thousands, now hundreds of thousands of Iranians, Shiite Muslims, into Lebanon to upset the already precarious balance between religious groups in Lebanon. So Lebanon used to be a majority Christian country, and now it is not because of influx. And not only that, that bothers not just the Christians and the other forms, the different Christian groups, the Maronites and Catholics, It also alienates the Sunni Muslim local population, and in doing so, what they did in order to make these changes was create a political arm called Hezbollah, which participates in election and bullies people and is immensely corrupt and has made Lebanon a terrorist proxy state by the influx of weapons. And when the bomb, if you know there's a big bomb, Hezbollah genius terrorists decided to store oodles and oodles of explosive material, not in a faraway warehouse, hidden away, squirreled away under a farmhouse in the countryside. They thought it'd be a great idea to leave lots of explosives in the middle of the port of Beirut. And when such material exploded, the Lebanese government, they knew who it was and why it happened, but they obviously tried to blame Israel for it. But the Lebanese are not stupid, and the government was forced into a commission, an inquiry of sorts. The Lebanese people wanted to, get their justice, and Hezbollah, the so-called political wing of the terrorist wing, the political party, has been shutting down all investigations into the bombing. I think DW Deutsche Welle has a great documentary on it. So do a few news channels, and they're to the point where the Hezbollah political wing, of course, are threatening to kill judges and investigators. And there have been a lot of judges and investigators who have come and gone because they don't want to die. But Hezbollah is an innocuous organization. It affects the Middle East. In fact, their biggest victims are Muslims, ironically, Sunni Muslims probably, followed by Lebanese Christians. Thankfully, there aren't as many Jews left in other parts of the Middle East for the Iranians to bother. They do leave their local Jewish population relatively unscathed, but the local Jewish population in Iran lives in fear. They do not speak. They do not exercise any political freedom of expression. They are guaranteed a member in the Iranian parliament, the Majlis. However, it's token. It's a joke. He has no power or say. He just nods with the Islamist parties, which are everyone, because he doesn't want to die. So Iran likes to hold these Jews hostage and use them as a fig leaf within Iran. And they like to say that, see, we're not a terrorist state. Look, we have 50,000 Jews, and remarkably, they're very quiet. They have nothing to say about anything we do. That's proof that we're actually quite good, when really it's proof that they're holding them hostage. Every Iranian Jew I know, my aunt is married to one, and they live in Los Angeles. There's a big Iranian Jewish community in Los Angeles, and they have their own Iranian Jewish synagogues and their own culture. Yet every single one of them, with no exception, actually, are vehemently anti-Iranian government, and they're the ones that will tell you they can't say anything until they leave. So it is definitely a big problem, but it just goes to show you the terrorist nature of Iran. Although it calls other countries like the United States a terrorist country, the truth is they are the epitome of a state sponsor of terrorism, and not only do they affect the Jewish community in Iran, but more substantially, they affect the entire country of Lebanon. Lebanon is literally a vassal terrorist state because of Iran, and they also use it as a jumping point for the drug trade and weapons deliveries. That's all they do. And their people do not live the best lives. They could live a more, a happier life, a more financially secure life, but Iran spends billions of dollars a year on its terror network. And you ask why? Iran has a messianic theocratic government that believes in a hidden messiah ready to convert the world to Shia Islam, and all sing the praises of Hussein and Muhammad. Delusional. They're not liked in the Middle East by non-Shia Muslims, but they cause trouble from Yemen to Lebanon. They destabilize Iraq. There's not another country that has such a nefarious and insidious impact on its neighbors and abroad further abroad, further afield than Iran. And the only thing that this war and invasion of Ukraine is demonstrating is that they have no shame. They will, if there is an opportunity to commit terror anywhere in the world, Iran considers that an opportunity to showcase its quote unquote talent. So it's very obvious. Speaking, maybe Abdullah would like to speak on that, and then we'll go back to John. There's Abdullah there.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. No, I just wanted to say, I remember we took a vacation to Lebanon, and we found out we were there about 2 weeks, and we found out every aspect of the business. About more than 50% of businesses are run by Hezbollah, and also even the airport, the international airport, is run by them. So they have infiltrated every aspect of Lebanese society, and also they assassinated. I believe they assassinated the former prime minister of Lebanon as well. And even with all this, the EU doesn't think that sanctions are warranted. Isn't that something? Yeah. So it's kind of interesting that Yehuda woke up so early this morning wondering what would Macron and Scholz do about Iran.
Abdullah, how is my assessment as someone who understands the region? How's my assessment of Iran? Is it pretty accurate?
Oh yes. If they were out of the picture, to be honest, I think we will see just a sense of peace and tranquility just descend upon the region. To be honest, look, literally they have a hand in every conflict in the region, and they just feed it. Especially
let's name them: Lebanon,
yeah.
Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Israel.
Yemen. Look what they did to Yemen. It's amazing, and they still get away with it. It's kind of. I hope their time is limited. I hope their days are outnumbered. But I don't know. We'll see. But I totally agree with your assessment, to be honest. But it's kind of interesting that you woke up wondering what Macron and Scholz will do. I think they will do nothing, to be honest.
I think I always wonder what these two do. I'm not sure what they. I have no idea what's in their head. I don't know what drives them, because I mean, it's obviously they're not Russian.
Mic check. Have I lost audio?
Yeah.
You've lost Yehuda.
It's not just a matter of.
I was going to ask Yehuda. I'm seeing you doing thumbs down, Doman. Is that really you?
Yes, that's really me. Go down, drop down, and let Yehuda speak.
So it's not that Scholz, and I always say this, they don't have compromat on him. There's not a video with a tiger and a street worker or a sex worker and a cup and the this and the that. That's not what's going on. It's definitely, in my opinion, just this deep held belief that they can't engage for a variety of reasons, economic, historical, and I think they're just waiting for other people to do the right thing so they don't have to. I really believe that. I don't think it's anything nefarious. They just feel that it's such a Pandora's box for them to open that they don't want to do it. That's my opinion on it. So I know it's not sexy, but it's just it's inertia, it's bureaucratic, it's an incredible fear of taking a risk, and it's definitely paralyzed their foreign policy. I think a lot of us expected for this to change as the war slowly turned in favor of Ukraine, but it's not. So I have no answers to give from my perspective of why the French and the Germans are still they're doing things, but they can do so much more. They're right there. They have the things to give, and they're not doing it. So thanks for that. Sorry, Tim.
And Yehuda, just one more thing. And the bureaucrats in Brussels, the EU, they're even worse when it comes to the Iranian question, to be honest, because they have blocked every sanction measures. I was reading from the EU Parliament. There's some noble guys in the Parliament who want to do something, but they always get manhandled by the EU heavyweights. So don't expect anything from the EU as well. If things don't change in Berlin and in Paris, nothing changes with when it comes to sanctioning the mullahs. Thanks, Riordan.
Fair enough. No, great points. Great points. I mean, I hope you're wrong. I hope they smarten up. And you're right. The EU doesn't do anything without green light from Paris or Berlin. But you know, we can hope. I mean, this is a low-hanging fruit for Europe. They can do the right thing based on the information they already have. The question is, will they? John Howard.
Cheers, Yehuda. Just another little vignette on Hezbollah, actually, if people can indulge me for 90 seconds. In the mid-90s, there was a big meeting called in Sudan by the Sudanese president, or certainly under his protection. And bin Laden was there, obviously representing what was to become Al-Qaeda. The Iranian government were there, the IRGC were there, Hezbollah were there. And there was an agreement made to actually help raise bin Laden's group's operational capability. And guys were sent from Sudan to the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon, where Hezbollah actually taught them to make truck bombs. And it was that training that then enabled them to return to Africa and to build the bombs that were then used against the US embassies in Dar es Salaam and Nairobi. So not a lot of people really understand that the Iranians are actually ideologically agnostic to a degree. And also I mean, I was working in Yemen for a long time, and I know that the Iranians were, obviously they were feeding the Houthis and supporting the Houthis. They were also channeling support to AQAP, to Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula in Yemen at the same time. So they're feeding both, they quite often are feeding both sides of a conflict because they want that level of patronage and that level of control. And, you know, after 9/11, obviously October that year, the US went into Afghanistan with SF, some UK SF, some other guys went in, and a good portion of the Al-Qaeda leadership actually fled and sought sanctuary and received sanctuary in Iran. So they've got their fingers in all sorts of pies. But yeah, the link between the beginning of the campaign, if you like, the war on terror, and the support to that was provided by the Iranians, and specifically in operational terms by Hezbollah, isn't something that many people know about. And that was it. Cheers.
No, you're just adding fuel to the fire, John. Get those EU sanctions up. Yeah, no, Iran again. Definitely. You know, they're as they're not ideologically bound to. I think to any one side, the means justify the ends. For them, complete chaos in the Middle East is a good thing. Disrupting Gulf states is a good thing. Their obsession with Israel is a good thing. You know, screwing up Lebanon, amazing. And they try to position themselves as the stabilizing force. It's obviously the furthest thing from the truth. The Iranian regime exists and flourishes and thrives on creating chaos in different parts of the Middle East. And obviously, imagine Iran is so insidious that historical enemies, you know, Arabs and Israelis, Saudis, Emiratis, Omanis, Moroccans, Algerian, well, not Algeria, sorry, other countries in the Middle East are saying, yeah, yes, Israel, you're actually not as bad as Iran, apparently. So we want to work with you to make sure Iran stops doing stupid things. That's a pretty impressive track record. We made peace in the Middle East by just being, you know, palpably worse and more distasteful than we thought the Israelis were. And now they're finding out the Israelis aren't half bad. It's definitely very funny. And you know, at least they've accomplished something in life, Abdullah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say about the Iranian drones. No one, people don't talk about it much, but it was this kamikaze drones that were sent to Abu Dhabi. I was in Dubai when it happened, and it's the same drones, I think, that they are being used against the Ukrainians. And I think it was sent from Yemen all the way to Abu Dhabi, and it killed some Indian workers. But this problem it's not new.
Right,
Yeah,
Abdullah. Sorry,
ahead,
sorry, 1 second. Abdullah, that was just after they hit Abqaiq in Saudi, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, that's true. The Saudis were first who got hit, their oil terminals, and then Abu Dhabi. So I hope we have enough defenses here in the UAE, because those things, I don't know if the UAE has enough defensive capabilities to stop them. This terrorizing weapon. Thank you.
Yeah, the Israelis and the Emiratis are working quite closely now. The Israelis were the first victims of these Iranian terror drones. They've become quite good at them. The only problem is you have to have people pretty close to the drones in order to interdict them, and that's something that we're seeing in Ukraine. They're having the ability to take them down now, but they need more terminals that don't exist at the moment, and the Emiratis have them as well. Why? Obviously, one of the peace dividends with Israel is an increased air defense system from specifically UAVs. And if you don't see, I will say this: if you don't see these drones blowing up things in Dubai, it's not because Iran isn't sending them. It's because they're destroying them before they get there. And that's one of the reasons, again, the Israelis and the Emiratis have become very good friends for that reason. Well, one of those reasons, but these aren't sophisticated drones. They're made in Iran. So how sophisticated can they be? They might taste good on a barbecue with some saffron. Iranian food is delicious, but their drones are junk. Anyway, yeah, good points, though. I think Tim has his mic working now. Maybe he wants to jump in with his comment from before.
I was just going to ask if the Shia Messiah does exist, do you think they'll kill him? If he does emerge, do you think they'll kill him?
Well, I was going to say they can't kill him if they can't find him because he's hiding. Who's they?
The Iranian religious establishment.
Oh, well, no, I think they'd be super happy to meet him if he indeed existed. But the jury's out, Tim. I don't know if that's a serious question or not.
It wasn't really a serious question. It's just kind of.
I knew it.
The establishments of religion, they have a habit of lying in wait for a messiah to emerge and then not being entirely happy when it does. Shall we say? It seems to be a pattern.
He's making us an underhanded comment towards my people. I see, Tim. Well, anyways, as I said earlier,
I was thinking more of Baha'u'llah actually, but it does seem to be a pattern.
It does, but in both cases, neither were. Both are fictional characters. Tim. Oh snap! Tim and I are getting into Christology and eschatology, and I'm as his older brother in faith. I'm schooling him. Anyways, just kidding. This isn't a question of who's right and wrong, because Tim's already conceded that I'm right. So let's move on.
Yehuda, there's a flood of questions. There's a flood of questions about Kherson.
A deluge.
A deluge.
Getting biblical.
We are getting biblical. Things might be getting somewhat biblical in and around Kherson in a relatively PG-13 sense. What is going on? What is the most that you are aware of, Yehuda? Because this curtain obscuring everything is driving people crazy.
I'm not sure it's a curtain. It's just a cloak of invisibility. Tim bought one at the Harry Potter Museum just west of London. He's given it to Kherson. It looks as though Russians are trying to beat the retreat. They're moving heavy equipment. They're moving around. They are tightening their lines, trying to adopt defensive battle positions. It's not working. The Ukrainians are still conducting their enabling operations, so they're still not in the north near the Inhalets River. They're making it so that when the Russians are on the back foot, that they're not able to reinforce themselves. So these are still, as it says up top in the title, enabling operations. There's a series of things that can be done in order to set the conditions for the counteroffensive. That's what's really important here, setting the conditions for the counteroffensive that will take place. Pardon me, that was so rude. So I feel like Timothy. Operations here. So, So we're going to have all sorts of different things that will be done. Some of them are simple things like reconnaissance, advancing the contact, link up engagements. Yeah, I would say for those who are watching, just keep watching, wait. We'll see more happen as the days go by. But eventually, the Ukrainians will assess that they are in the area, the positions, the strike positions they want to be in order to initiate their mission, to start their mission. And when they do, that's when we'll see those Russian forces probably move well out of the way in the north and fall back to Kherson City. And then I suspect the Ukrainians will fix them and bombard them, hit them with artillery, lots of things that go boom. Then you might see the Ukrainians push from the north along the Dnipro, as John was saying. Enver Pasha was a Turkish politician. I meant to say anvil and hammer, and the hammer portion will come down from the north along the Dnipro. It's the laneways are wide. The Ukrainians could field a lot of battle groups in an extended line. They can't do the same, or it's not preferable or favorable for them to advance in the southwest because of the canalized terrain, literally by canals. And that would be problematic for both sides, especially the Ukrainians. So I suspect they will fix the Russians there. So they will prevent the Russians from leaving that Kherson pocket with obstacles that are covered by fire. And those obstacles would be natural obstacles mixed with, constructed obstacles. And then you will see the Ukrainians move in an area that they have the space, the actual physical space, and to move. When we plan for an offensive in the military planning world, one of the things we have to consider is how do you get to your objective? And you rate, you give a rating to the avenues of approach, the lanes, the corridors. You rate them based on the type of terrain. Is it open or closed? You can't move very well in closed terrain, forests and rocky hills, et cetera, and also we rate them in terms of frontage. How many things can go through this space? If it's a road that goes through a big old mountain pass, you'd have to go single file. That's not good. We have to conduct certain drills to protect our forces when you go single file. It slows things down. Could slow things down by a day, depending on how big your force is. And if it's open terrain, you can go a lot of units abreast, side by side. There's extended line, we say. So the greatest, the area in which Ukraine could affect a maneuver element would be the north, because they have the space in order to do so. So they'll be able to maintain control whilst bringing a good size frontage to the Russians. And that's what I suspect will happen after the Ukrainians are done fixing the Russians in Kherson City. I suspect that hammer will come down from the northeast, from the river, and the anvil will be those Ukrainian forces that will fix the Russian force. Fixing means keeps them there, engaged. They can't withdraw really. They can't move forward. They can't move back. They can't move side to side. Basically, they can't dance. And then you'll have the Ukrainians put pressure until hopefully the Russians surrender or are dispatched, as the British like to say. Anyway, hope that helps. I'm probably going to pop off.
Yehuda, just very quick one. We had the UK MOD yesterday speculating that the new Russian commander, Sergei Surovikin, sorry, I found that very hard to say, he'd made some slightly the Russian special military operation, the Russian invasion. The UK MOD speculated that this kind of negative messaging is likely to indicate that the Russian authorities are seriously considering a major withdrawal from the West Bank, so the right-hand side of the Dnieper River. How likely do you think that is? I mean, I know it's going to be very difficult for them to do that in good order, but do you think that that is a possible next move for them?
I said 2 days ago it's already begun. They are evacuating the west side of the Dnieper. The Russians are leaving. There's no doubt. Some are staying to fight, and sizable portions of Russians are leaving. They want to get some of their. I mean, here, think about it. There's zero reason. There's not one or two. There is zero reason to leave your artillery on the west side of the Dnieper. Why is that, Tim? You ask. Because they can fire from the east side. They have the range. So why are you on the west side? So they're trying to move across their artillery right now. And the Ukrainians said, no, no, no. Let's help you with that artillery and destroy it. So there should have never been it. Like at the point that the Ukrainians started moving and took the northern AO, they should have moved their artillery away. Pardon me. That might have been a yawn. So I will have to go try to get to bed again. So their artillery can work just as fine 1 kilometer east of the Dnieper than it can in the middle of the fight, right, Tim? So they are moving it. They are moving their collaborators and their Russian imported administrators. I'd say tens of thousands of Russians were exported to Kherson in the last 5 months. So they have to go, and the Russians want them to go. So the average Ukrainian obviously is not going. But yes, the messaging from General Evil Mr. Clean, Russian Mr. Clean with the thyroid problem, they're definitely they're going to be going. He's right. So I hope that helps. And on that note, I bid you adieu to Surf and Axel, and let us Robotham if she's listening. You're great with the violin. All right, Tim, we're good.
We are good. Good night, Yehuda.
Cheers.
Thank you for coming up. Bye.
I'll be up in 3 hours. Don't worry. Cheers. Bye bye.
Good night. Tim, can you guess where there's a big fire going on?
Rostov?
No. Much further north, actually.
Is it Moscow?
It's close to Moscow. It's just out of Moscow, just east of Moscow. There's
Ekaterinburg?
No, it's called Noginsky. It's literally just east of Moscow, just outside. 5,000 square kilometer fire, 5,000 square meter fire. 5,000 square kilometer, that'd be impressive. Yeah, there's a industrial park with possibly a power station in it. Possibly, I think it's just an industrial park. Honestly, yeah, it's smoking accidents because we know that Ukraine doesn't have any weapons that can reach Moscow, right?
It would have to be, yeah. It would have to be either or it's certain friendly elements being naughty in Russia. That's another possibility. I assume Kiev has its assets.
Probably. First news, apparently, on Ben says that the French are now reporting on Moscow having used the large number of Russians moving to the west to insert their spies among them. Interesting, isn't it? Who would ever have predicted?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, shall we have a look at some headlines?
Let's.
Okay. So we have reports that from Volodymyr Zelensky that Russia is planning the destruction of a hydroelectric dam in the eastern Kherson region, where Ukrainian soldiers have been steadily advancing, and Moscow-installed authorities have begun what they call the evacuation of civilians. Now, we've touched on a couple of those things. The evacuation of civilians, to my reading, is the removal of around 60,000 planted Russians in Kherson. That's the number I have. As Yehuda has just said, obviously the Ukrainians have, shall we say, limited enthusiasm for moving. If they're seeing a general withdrawal of forces, then there may not be very much fighting to avoid when the time comes. But the Russian plants are apparently moving. The dam he is referring to, presumably, is Novokakhovka.
Yes.
Do we know what kind of impact that'll have downstream? I mean, is this a major body of water being held back?
Would. Yes, it is a major amount of water behind that. I don't know what the volume was. It's huge. It's absolutely massive. If you look at a map, you see how far back the accumulation lake goes. It's massive. Now, I would note that some maps that came out are not the most advisable to use, because they've come out of a certain Russian Telegram channel, and maybe they're a little bit exaggerated. But maybe, I mean, certainly in the little bit, I mean a lot. However, it is. Nevertheless, the dam bursting would have massive effects downstream. Notably, the dam bursting would have substantial effects upstream as well. Well, most people are focused on where the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant gets its cooling water, which is the same giant basin of water. I would note that the North Crimean water canal also comes from there, right? Also feeds from that large body of water. And if that large body of water is suddenly somewhere else, the North Crimean water canal goes dry rather quickly. And this is where my thinking comes specifically. If the Russians think they might be able to hold on to the left bank of the Dnipro for at least a while, and I'm very proud to announce that someone was asking on the internet yesterday, why do people keep calling the right bank the left bank and vice versa, even though they're left and right on the map the other way? I did explain, and apparently people liked it. Literally dozens of people liked the explanation, so that's good. Spreading the gospel of correct terminology for geographical features. It's at least to me that matters. But anyway, if the Russians think they can hold on to the left bank at Novokakhovka for some weeks, maybe even months, but at least weeks, they wouldn't blow that dam right away. Because for the next few weeks, at the very least, they would want to maintain the supply of water to Crimea. Crimea is a dry place, a very dry place. It has no notable aquifers of its own. It has little rainfall, and it's a dry place with lots of Russians there. So Russians initially, before when Russia took over Crimea, Ukraine turned off the North Crimean water canal effectively, right? They closed off the North Crimean water canal. So Russia was actually kind of struggling to deliver sufficient water to Crimea for its own purposes. They had to do so by ship. That they constructed the Kerch Bridge. They were able to deliver it on train and truck, which made it a lot easier for them. But they have not built a water pipeline, to the best of my knowledge, that goes to Crimea next to the bridge. They might have. I don't think they had. Otherwise, they wouldn't care so much about the North Crimean Water Canal. Would they have now? Someone can correct me if there is indeed a pipeline. Please let me know. Why is this important? This is important because right now, Russia doesn't have an operational Kerch bridge. Not one on which you can transport millions of tons of water over the course of a relatively short period of time. That's why this matters, right? That's why I care about this. That's why I think everybody else should also care about this. That's why I think they're not going to blow that thing right now. The ferries aren't running because of wind, which is hardly likely to go away anytime soon going into the winter. So there you go. That's why I think that's they're not going to blow it quite yet. Tim, what do you think of my reasoning?
I think your reasoning is sound. I have an additional understanding of this, in that the left bank of the Dnieper River is far lower lying than the right bank. Right. So if the dam goes, then
where does the water go?
Where does the water go? It floods the left bank, but probably not the right bank. And the left bank is where all the Russians will be. So yeah, if you look at the topographical map, the left bank is kind of low-lying dunes and marshy areas and stuff like that. For quite a while along that left bank, it's low. It's very much lower lying. Presumably, that's why the Kherson city is on the other side, right? Because if it was on the left-hand side, it would be underwater. Yeah, it makes me think that if they did blow it, they'd end up flooding their own positions.
Exactly. I totally agree with you, Tim. The things you see what now is green, if you see the river and you see those green with those other little canals in it, that would be water, and the left bank would be flooded, and the other side, the right bank, wouldn't be flooded that much.
Assuming they could blow up the dam, right? I mean, dams are quite notoriously hard to destroy because they are built to hold back millions of tons of water.
I think there's going to be explosions in the dam. I think there's going to be explosions on the dam. When the Russians will retreat, they will make sure to make the dam as difficult to pass as a bridge as possible. I think there will undoubtedly be explosions on the dam. I don't think the dam is going to collapse, though. Not initially. They might leave stuff behind that will, go sometime later, but I don't think it will happen right away because it would harm them too much.
It was substantially repaired and upgraded a couple of years ago, wasn't it? I think it was 2018, 2019. It was majorly strengthened because it was considered to be inadequately built. But yeah, the road over the dam, the bridge over the dam, is that still usable? I thought they'd destroyed it already, the Ukrainians.
No, so the Ukrainians just destroyed a very small portion of it because, as you know, with any bridge, you don't need to destroy all of the bridge to make the bridge impassable, right? You just need to destroy a section of it long enough that you can't overbridge easily. And actually, the Russians have managed to get by the bit that was destroyed by kind of literally going around, because the bit that was destroyed was the little bridge over the lock, not the roadway that goes on the top of the dam itself, if that makes sense. Right, so for barges to pass, there's sort of a bypass around the dam, on the edge of the dam, where you can lift ships over the dam, kind of, which is pretty clever, obviously. That's where Ukrainians hit the road, right? They didn't, however, hit all of the roadway. Now, what I'm thinking Russians might be doing is destroy the entire roadway to make it impossible for Ukrainians to, without major repairs, to use it as a pathway, as a bridge, right? And if you are there physically with a lot of explosives that you can put wherever, because you can deliver them by hand as opposed to by expensive long-range precision missile, then that would maybe possibly kind of make sense. That's what I'm thinking. Destroy the passability of the dam without destroying the dam itself.
Right.
Apparently there is a pipe, and apparently there is a pipeline that is on the bridge, or was made together with the bridge. Tells Daniel, and I'm minded to believe him, because Daniel does not tend to deceive me and questions a fact. Indeed, I don't think he ever has. Okay, so they did make a pipe, but I still think that they care about the North Crimean water canal enough. And do you know what? Ukraine hitting that bridge again to disconnect that pipe would, I think, additionally incentivize Russians not to blow the dam. Does that make sense?
Sorry, the pipe involves what? That's water for Crimea.
Water, yeah. Water pipe that's together with the Kerch Bridge, which probably wasn't destroyed in the initial, strike.
Okay. Now, I'm a little skeptical of this water to Crimea thing, simply because this canal was shut off by the Ukrainians in 2014 and only reopened when the Russians Russians occupied.
I'll walk you through it.
Right? Yeah,
I'll walk you through it. So, imagine the state of affairs in 2015. There's no North Crimean water canal water to Crimea, but Russia has all the sea lanes open to Crimea, right? So they can move stuff by sea to Crimea, and they have a medium logistical challenge moving the things for civilians and water. Then they open the bridge that apparently has a water pipe on it as well. Those things go away. The problem goes away. That's 2018. But think of 2022, when Russia no longer has the bridge to move other logistic things, but also has to move water, but also has to move vast volumes of military material. And I mean vast volumes. These are ridiculous volumes compared to any civilian use of anything, right? The say 50,000 troops consume a whole lot more stuff on a daily basis, because they each use dozens of liters of fuel. They each use who knows how many hundreds of kilograms of artillery shells and whatnot, right? Not to mention the actual capital assets. This is completely incomparable to anything even a million civilians would use on a day-to-day basis, right? So this is what I'm getting at. Their shipping capacity might have been sufficient to sustain the civilian population of Crimea. It is not sufficient to sustain also the military needs on top of that. This is where the water problem comes in.
Right. And what do we know about the pipeline over the Kerch Bridge? Is that still intact?
Well, I presume it is. I don't know. I think something would have been visible were it not. I don't even know where it is. I'm wondering if there's like a diagram that shows where the pipeline is. The problem is, if you search for pipeline Kerch Bridge, you either get explosions of the Kerch Bridge images, or you get images of the Nord Stream blasts. So, anyway, not sure. If somebody knows where the water pipeline is on the Kerch Bridge, please let me know. I'd be very curious to find out. I think it's probably mounted like on the underside or something. If you've ever seen a bridge under the underside of a bridge, right? You see the piping always on it, and it seems like a convenient place to put it. Oh. Apparently, during the shelling of the Antonivsky Bridge yesterday, per special Herzenkat, 4 Russian propagandists died, 2 of which were the employees of a TV and radio company that was created locally by Russia, and one of them previously worked for RT and in the Moscow city government. Oh, yeah, very well.
Have we talked about Belarus?
Not in a while. Why? What's up in Belarus?
Because I'm just looking at various things, we haven't done today's UK MOD report, but as we seem to be having a quiet moment, I guess we could do it nowish. Now, the UK MOD report today is focused on Belarus, it reports that Alexander Lukashenko, who is Putin's puppet president of Belarus, has said, on the 14th, as we all know, that 70,000 Belarusian troops and up to 15,000 Russians would be involved in a new Russo-Belarusian group of forces. On the 15th, the authorities in Belarus released a video claiming to show the arrival of Russian troops in Belarus. However, the UK MOD pours scorn on this claim, saying that it is unlikely that Russia has actually deployed a significant number of extra troops to Belarus. The reasoning behind this is that Russia is unlikely to be able to generate combat-ready formations of the claimed size. Its forces are committed in Ukraine. Further, the Belarusian military maintains minimal capability and to undertake complex operations. So they are essentially, the UK MOD summarizes that the announcement of this new 85,000 strong force of Russian and Belarusian forces is probably a feint to convince Ukraine to divert forces to the north in order to take pressure off the Russians in Donbass as well as Kherson. And it's a political attempt to demonstrate solidarity. It's essentially a distraction operation designed to paper over their obvious military failures in other areas. Yeah, has there been any suggestion that Ukraine is moving troops north? I know there has been a media blackout in the southern AO, but I've not seen any suggestion that they're falling for this.
Not really. Not anything beyond the usual, I guess. I'm sure there's some, because there's always some Ukrainian troops up there. I don't think there's going to be an awful many. No, I would suggest there's probably some number there at all times.
We have a bubbles coming up. Bubbles, welcome to the panel. Good morning to you.
Interesting about. I have a quick question. Is it ever likely that both Russia and China could benefit from, I guess, this war in Ukraine? Because eventually, I mean, it's not like the resources across Europe and NATO and America are going to dry up in support of Ukraine. But I'm concerned that if Xi Jinping gets reelected and it's in his mandate to go after Taiwan, that Europe and America won't be able to support resources across two fronts. Therefore, I guess Putin in a way would be okay to stall for time until that happens, until China makes a play for Taiwan, and then when the resources dry up for Ukraine, they'll just do their usual hawk army and increase the troops and just flood, Ukraine. Is that a concern that anybody else has?
Not really, for a number of reasons. Is that number one, the NATO support from Ukraine as a proportion of total resources has been very, very minimal. We're talking about basically NATO is raiding its army surplus store in order to supply Ukraine so far, and Ukraine is still winning on that basis. So, as a proportion of our total capabilities, the support for Ukraine has been actually quite minor. It's been significant for the Ukrainians, but there's so much more where that came from. It doesn't even bear thinking about. Number two is that China is not militarily capable of taking Taiwan by force. Everybody knows this. It would be a massacre. And you see this kind of tokenistic stuff from the Chinese around Ukraine. Like, for example, there were when Speaker Pelosi visited Taiwan a few weeks ago. Was it a couple of months ago now? I can't remember, but it was recently. You had things like, the Chinese filming themselves moving ICBMs closer to Taiwan, and all of this utter nonsense. You think, well, it's an ICBM. What does it matter if you move it 20 miles closer to Taiwan? Like, what are you even doing? So, yeah, it's kind of twofold. Just to that, I would say, one, the support we're giving to Ukraine is not very big in the grand scheme of things. There's so much more where that came from. Number two, China is a military joke in the same way as Russia is. The People's Liberation Army is a business that exists to enrich its officers. And we see a number of indications that this is true. So, for example, there was an investigative report by, I think it was one of the Hong Kong papers, but I might be wrong, about corruption in the Chinese military. And one of the things they did was they sent an undercover reporter into a particular Chinese formation, I can't remember which one, trying to get his son a commission in the Chinese army. The price of that commission, they tried this on various officers, and the price of that commission was between $16,000 and $120,000. So that's what you have to pay corrupt recruitment staff in order to get your son a military career, a military position, right? And this is a symptom of an organization that is corrupt from the top to the bottom. Another indication is, of course, the famous Zulfikar class frigates, which China provided to Pakistan. I believe there were 4 of them. They can't sail and they can't fire missiles. Nothing about them actually functions. It's a guided missile ship that cannot move and cannot fire anything. And the Chinese state shipbuilder, there's 2 of them. The one that built these is completely refusing to acknowledge any problems at all, still less sort them out for the Pakistanis. So they bought these frigates on the cheap. They bought cheap Chinese tat, and of course they don't work. And if that's a problem with their exports, you can guarantee that that's a problem with their equipment produced for domestic consumption. I'm reminded of an interview General Mark Hertling gave, who was a friend of the space and a former Supreme Allied Commander Europe from the US Army. Now, he gave an interview where he described doing a military exchange tour with the Russian armed forces in the 90s. And they just had the spiffy new iteration of the T-72 tank developed. I can't remember which one. I'm not really a tank following guy. And the Russian officer, he showed him this, a group of these amazing new tanks that Russia had just upgraded. And he said, General Hertling, you're very, very lucky. Not many NATO officers get to see these things up close. To which Mark Hertling replied, of course, well, I did Desert Storm and there were plenty of them lying around. Most of them didn't have their turrets still on, but I've seen a lot of T-72s up close. To which the Russian officer went very pink and said, yeah, but they would for Chinese messaging about the Zulfikar class being, oh, it's just the export version, which is, you know, a big old gulp of copium if I ever heard one.
After the war, there's extensive preparations, of course, being done. You know, Ukraine can't just say, well, we'll win the war first and then we'll figure everything else out. They can do more than one thing at a time. Remember, there's 40-odd million of them. They can indeed do more than one thing at a time. And reconstruction will, of course, matter, right? It will make a big difference. I'm very excited, Tim. Can you tell by my voice?
Yes. Yes, I can tell you're very, very excited. We have Anson Gray coming up. Anson Gray has a very spiffy header involving a big old stars and stripes and some aeroplanes. But I'm excited to hear what he has to say. Anson, welcome up.
So I just had a quick question, talking about, you know, people have been talking about Germany and Leopard tanks for quite a while now, and Germany's refusal to grant an export license for other nations that have them. But does anyone know if the U.S. has tried to, like, I don't know, buy 50 tanks, get an export license, and then send them to Ukraine, since everyone seems to be waiting for the U.S. to do something? That's just a thought I had. I wanted to ask that question. Then I'm going to go ahead and drop back down because I got to work.
You mean buy German tanks and re-export them? Or...
That's correct.
Well, I mean, this is the thing about export licenses, right? Is that if you buy German tanks, Germany dictates who you can, where you can and cannot sell, right? So if they did that, it would still be at the mercy of the German government. Just because the US owns them, the export restrictions still apply. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah,
you know, we saw this. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it makes sense, but I was thinking in terms of the United States, they kind of, or I guess we kind of stand in a different place as far as the tanks and as far as leading, as far as giving various pieces of equipment. I mean, how likely would Germany refuse the United States an export license?
Well, I mean, this is a question of political will, right? As Axel likes to remind us, all it would really take to unschultz the Schultz is a very stern phone call from Mr. Biden, and you know, this German reticence would likely collapse. I don't know. I mean, it falls to kind of international law and trust between allies. Is that if you buy something and you have an agreement about what you can and can't do with that thing, you abide by that agreement. And I would not expect the United States to behave any differently, simply because that would queer the pitch in the future for if Germany were to supply anything else to the United States in the future, they would certainly be thinking twice about it if the USA is going to break the rules and play silly buggers on re-export. Also, you know, the world would be watching that, right? And you know, arms control is a serious political thing. It is a matter of trust between allies, and so other major arms exporters to the United States, of which there are a number, including the UK, would be looking at well, these guys are not respecting the rules around re-export, so we're going to be quite careful about dealing with this. And you know, it opens up a can of worms that doesn't really need to be opened. All that needs to happen is for the White House to have a friendly chat with whatever the color the house is in Berlin. I don't know, brownish. The brownish house in Berlin. So Mr. Biden needs to talk to Mr. Schultz and say.
Oh, I thought you meant the Bundestag. I was going to say clear.
I don't know what is the Chancellor of Germany's official residence? What's it called? I don't actually know.
I've looked it up. I think it's just called the Federal Chancellery. It's pretty white and full of glass, actually. Interesting. See, I never thought about this because they're so not particularly important.
I wasn't thinking in terms of the U.S. actually breaking the export license, but more in the terms of if the U.S. approached Germany and said, hey, we want an export license for these tanks, how likely Germany would refuse. And yeah, it seems like a political question, but for the same thing as Biden could put pressure on Germany itself, a arms deal with Germany could put that same pressure without it being directly like, hey, work with this kind of thing. But just one of those 2:30 in the morning thoughts. And so I'm going to go back to listening because I got some work to do. But thanks, guys.
Thanks, Anson. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, but I think it's distinction without difference, right? Both are questions of political will. This is something that the United States could solve very easily with simple political pressure on Schultz. And for reasons known only to the White House, they so far have failed to do so. But then there's the other, there's the other matter of the United States having an enormous number of very, very effective tanks, the Abrams tank, that they could be supplying to the Ukrainians along with training packages, etc. But for some reason are not. Stoneman, American tanks. Do you know more than I do? You probably do.
No, I definitely do not. The situation is like this. The only way to kind of force people into a change, and by that I mean Germans, is indeed, as you said, a phone call. What could precede that, plausibly, is another country that owns Leopards very strongly saying, "Do you know what? We need to. We wish to send these Leopards to Ukraine. Germany, allow us. We demand to be allowed to send this weaponry to a friendly country." I think Sweden could be a good country to start the ball rolling, right? Because why am I saying this could be useful? Because then there would be all the reason for someone in the US to say, pick up the phone and call Germans and say, look, our friends over there in Sweden wish to send these partially Swedish, partially German produced tanks to Ukraine. Why aren't you letting them? What is the point? When the Spaniards were talking about maybe sending some stuff that's been in storage for 15 years and probably doesn't work that well. Okay, fine. We let you scuttle that because we knew that those tanks would take forever to actually be usable, and there weren't that many. But really, Sweden wants to send a brigade's worth of Stridsvagn to complement their CV90s, and I'm just pie in the sky thinking of what could hypothetically maybe happen next week. It would be absolutely amazing, right? And you're not letting them. You're not saying yes, go ahead, do it. They're completely Swedish anyway, or they're largely Swedish anyway. They're massively upgraded compared to the usual Leopard 2A, whatever it's based on. Just let them. I think it'd be a precipitating factor, and that is where I hope that Paul Jonsson next week says we would like to send these things. We have made our analysis. This is what our army can spare. This is how many CV90s. This is how many Stridsvagn, and it could actually break the dam, the good dam, the dam that's holding back weapon shipments to Ukraine. Force them to issue that re-export license. Really, that's what I'm getting at.
But then there are other barriers that would apparently, there are other paths that would apparently put Schultz in a bit of a rhetorical trap, right? Because it's my understanding that the Schultz's position is that he could send heavy armor, but he doesn't want to be the first major NATO country to do it. So if the Americans, the British, or the French, or the Italians did it, then he would also do it. I mean, is that kind of Schultzing, or is that sincere? I don't understand the logic behind it either way. But it does seem to me that another major NATO power could break this deadlock quite easily by sending a tank.
I think it's a realization. On the part of the Chancellery that the most reasonable ones that could be sent are the Leopards. It's the most convenient, most practicable thing to be sent to Ukraine, right? Therefore, they said, okay, well, we don't want to be the ones breaking the dam, so the first ones to be sent are going to have to be something else, much less reasonable, before we even consider it. I think that's kind of the way it's going. They don't want. They just don't want to be the ones. Let's say. Apparently, 18 billion tons of water is what the Kakhovka reservoir holds, according to Wikipedia. Lovely. But does that? I don't know if that makes sense. So that's why, right? That's why pressure is needed. Appropriate pressure is needed, as Axel has noted. Both public and partner pressure is needed. Specifically, one particular partner to really get the ball rolling, or rather to have the leopards chasing around on the Eurasian steppe as they were meant to in the first place.
Absolutely, absolutely. So more of an excuse than a reason there. I can see there's a Jens coming up, and I believe background noise is going to be sending me a question in my DMs. But if anybody else wants to pop up and have a chat, please do so. In the meantime, we have Jens. Jens, welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, maybe you can help me. I wasn't paying attention, to history and all, but President Obama said to Europe, "Would you be so kind to commit 2%?" And Europe said, "Oh, that's so cute," and then they didn't do it. Then Trump said, "If you commit 2%, we commit to Article 5," and that was very traumatic to Europe. And I guess maybe now Biden is considers him to be the great repairman of NATO, and maybe a little bit reluctant to step on Scholz and say, "Would you please?" So I wonder if, well, I have come to terms with the fact that Scholz will probably always be Scholz, and he will have to be led, and Europe will have to rely on the strong pro-European nations of Poland and Boris Johnson. So I would love to see late footage from Europe where Ukrainians are training on Leopards, but I'm a little reserved at this point.
Thank you, Jens. Yeah, I mean, the politics around this has been varied. I mean, it's one of the many areas where Mr. Trump had a point, and the military spending of European powers since the end of the Cold War has been obviously inadequate. There's no other way to put it, and this has been a wake-up call, I think, for a number of European countries. I mean, the UK has committed to increasing its spending by a full 1% into 2030. Whether that commitment continues, I don't know, because the British economy is not in a particularly happy place at the moment. But yeah, European defense spending has been completely inadequate for 30 years. Everybody knows this. It's been a kind of open secret. And it is time that the great powers of Europe stepped up. Poland is doing wonderful things. So Poland is going on a shopping spree, partly because it needs new stuff, but partly because they are deliberately buying things that aren't German. So they're buying. Sorry, Jens.
I actually had thoughts about that. I don't know how quickly you can receive 300 Korean tanks or whatever they're buying, but I thought it would be
1,000 Korean tanks.
But I also think that I seem to recall that Ukraine and Poland have been, leaning closer to each other. So I thought it would be hilarious if Poland just did receive them and channel them in. But I don't know how fast you can receive 1,000 newly produced tanks.
I'm not sure of the exact timescale, but they have been on a massive shopping spree. They're also I think they're also buying North Korean self-propelled guns.
I think you'll find your South Korean.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, South Korean. Yeah, I always get those two confused. South Korean's the good one.
North Koreans, the naughty one. They're already operating a sort of interesting chimera of a self-propelled gun, which is a South Korean. I must stop making that mistake. A South Korean K9 chassis with a British AS-90 Braveheart turret on the top, which they have supplied to Ukraine. Which
54 of them.
54 of them, which the Ukrainians seem to be very, very happy with, which gives me a certain amount of confidence because AS-90, the British self-propelled gun, was considered to be a little long in the tooth, and there was a kind of cringe in the British Army about how the Russians have really focused on developing tubed artillery in a way that we haven't, and that the British guns would be
poorly.
And that the British guns would be kind of no match for them at least on paper. But it does seem that the Braveheart turret on the K9 chassis is giving Russia a number of very, very sad days. So that fills me with slightly more confidence in British gunnery. The European defense spending has been inadequate for 30 years. Everybody knows this. It's time to nail the politics of this and commit properly to our own defensive capabilities within the NATO framework. A number of countries seem to be moving in this direction, including the UK, including Poland. Not sure what France and Italy are doing. Germany is apparently committing an extra 100 billion over a number of years to retooling its armed forces. But it does seem that there is some movement in a positive direction.
I mean, with Russian artillery, including self-propelled artillery, it was always a question of volume far more than anything else, right? Yes, they have many of them, but what can they really do with them is the perennial question. And the answer is area fire. This is a grid square. Go and pummel it. That's all they've been managing to do. Which came as no surprise to most people, but hey, it's a very different, just divergent in the utility and use of tubed artillery between Russia and the West, right? Do you want to have to supply vast quantities of something as well? And I think it really boils down to logistics. Russia decided we don't care, we are just going to deliver vast volumes of shelling, just like we did in the Second World War. And we'll figure out how to get it all to the front in the first place. Whereas the Western approach relies on a fraction as many shells, but they actually know what they're hitting with each of them instead of just pummeling the soil into with the vast majority of them. I think that's the difference, really.
Absolutely. Do you know what day it is today, Dermot?
It is the 21st of October, Friday.
I ask because I see Ben lurking in the listeners panel down there. Today is Trafalgar Day.
Is it? What is that, Tim? Is that when everybody in London goes to Trafalgar Square and, participates in some sort of a rally?
No, it's not. So in 1805, there was a slight problem with the French.
Was there?
Yeah, there was.
Were they trying to prevent an adequate supply of Madeira to Britain?
Yeah, they were. They were trying to. They were trying to do various things, and of course, Britain was not terribly keen on the latest European good idea, which was Napoleon ruling the whole of Europe. And so there were a series of minor conflicts during that period. One of which was the Battle of Trafalgar.
Well, minor conflicts. I thought minor strikes came in, 150 years later.
There were a number of special military operations, and one of them was the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, in which the cream of the French and the Spanish navies got their asses handed to them on a plate, courtesy of the Lord Nelson and Admiral Collingwood. This is celebrated with enthusiasm in the United Kingdom, commemorated with somewhat less enthusiasm in France and Spain. Yes, today is Trafalgar Day. I have an interesting story that is alcohol related and Napoleonic War related. Doman, you may be interested to hear this.
Is it about a butt of Madeira?
No, it's not. It is about the it is about the decline of the fine cider industry in England.
I am curious. I am also curious if you how serious you were about this being any celebrated with any seriousness, because I lived in England for quite a while and nobody ever brought up the Trafalgar Day.
Maybe it's only celebrated in my kind of blimpish, nostalgic, Brexity circles. I don't know. That's entirely possible. There was a big celebration in 2005 in which there was a kind of a mock battle reconstruction, and the French got involved, and it was all very jolly for the 200th anniversary. But perhaps it is more of it's celebrated on the south coast quite a lot. It's kind of a civic celebration. So the Navy towns, Portsmouth, Plymouth, Dover to an extent. It's Edinburgh. There's quite a big celebration, thanks to the Nelson Monument on Carlton Hill. In Northern Ireland, there's a kind of slightly sectarian spin on it, as one might expect from Northern Ireland. No, it is marked. It is marked, and the military mark it very heavily. And a number of towns that are associated strongly with the Navy, they do mark it. And of course, it's marked among slightly nostalgic nationalists like myself.
Very well. Let's talk about the cider industry then, I guess.
Okay, so for a long time,
I would have thought it'd be the Madeira shippers that would care particularly.
For a long time in England, people would drink the domestically produced alcohol, which was cider. And there developed very much a hierarchy of cider. So there were the kind of rough, scrumpy type ciders, the vin de table of the cider industry, predominantly from the West Country. But there were also the finer ciders, which were made using the champagne method. They were very, 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 very refined drinks. They tended to be aged, and these were expensive, and these were what gentlemen would drink. So typically, before the Napoleonic Wars, cider was what would be on your table. Wine was not an enormous thing. The Napoleonic Wars changed all that because, of course, you couldn't really get hold of wine anymore, and so it became enormously expensive, and so it became enormously exclusive, and all the aristocracy started drinking wine again. Started drinking wine instead, because it was more prestigious. And so this killed the English luxury cider industry, and it was replaced by French wine and champagne, etc., etc. So it kind of the embargo had a slightly counterintuitive effect on British drinking habits, and of course, wine rather than cider has been the fine drink of choice pretty much ever since. So there we go. There's a fun story about cider and the decline of fine cider. It's coming back.
So is that why Berlusconi was so interested in getting the 20 bottles of vodka off of Putin?
How do you mean?
Well, it was prohibited, right? So is that what wet his palate?
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, look at caviar, for example. I think Iranian caviar has been illegal in the European Union for some time, but you still see it on a number of fine menus, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Clarence.
Hey, good day, guys. Thank you for keeping this space going. question: there's been some things written lately about a potential rift, a minor rift between Germany and France on EU related matters, and I'm not trying to go down that rabbit hole, but just wondering if any of that kind of circles or ties back to Ukraine or this Russian aggression. Curious to receive a European opinion on that. Thank you.
That's
Yes
a
and
Doman
no.
question.
Yes, it is. It's a yes and no. It seems to be. It seems to be a yes in the sense that the Mid-Cat, and that is to say the Midi-Catalunya pipeline, might finally be open, which would be good. The French are now for it. Germans are still against it. There you go. What else? Might be actually good for Europe. The European Union does sometimes work best when there is a disagreement between France and Germany. What's interesting is that Germany can't rely on the same sort of support as it previously could from the people further to the north and the northeast of it. Say, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, the Baltics, which often followed the same sort of approaches as Germany did to many things. And now they won't, because they no longer, particularly trust Germany more generally. So I think that's that's of some meaning, let's say. I don't know. Then, John, would you back Germany still on other matters, despite its not very clear governmental stance on important ones?
Yeah, I must admit I'm a sucker for the cause, but otherwise not so much. Yeah. No, I think I'm not backing the German stance right now. Well, the German Scholz stance at the moment. But would you like to talk about barge bridges or previous ones?
I think we certainly could. Do you have any thoughts on what Clarence asked about the possible German-French split? Right, the German ministers, yes, it's holiday week, but nevertheless they cancelled for scheduling reasons a meeting with the French. That's a new one.
Was that for me, Thomas?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I don't know if it's connected to the situation, but I guess it is somehow.
So yeah, it's a sort of situation where yes, it's tangentially connected to Ukraine, but not enough, not entirely, to be necessarily good. So it's not so much a change of heart by the French, more just the French getting annoyed and frustrated and moving on. And starting to hang out more with the Spanish and the Portuguese.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you, Clarence. I mean, Doman, is the rule so-called European rifts? Isn't it largely theatrics because a particular country wants something? That's kind of the lens through which I view basically everything that happens in the EU. If someone is being a bastard, it's because they want something quite specific from the rest of them, and they will keep being a bastard until they get it. Would you say that's a fairly accurate way to look at things?
Yeah, that might be a good 85% sort of approximation. I'm being told before we go to the British, let's sort out the French-English wine relations first. I'm being told, undoubtedly in jest, that the French blocked English wine exports to save European customers. Which actually, interestingly, it kind of was true. So there was a vineyard in England already in the 1960s, where there used to be vineyards in England in the Roman times. And then it kind of died down because the French wine was too accessible. But there was a Lord something or other
who had one in sort of the 1960s, and the British were desperately interested in sending it to the embassy in Paris for some sort of reception. For some reason, they didn't use the diplomatic satchel. Maybe they were too honest about it. And it was rejected at the French customs. I think this was Britain might already have been in the EU. It was right around the time when Britain was joining the EEC in the 1970s. And it got rejected on the basis that British-produced wine was not in the very long, very thick book on the very long list of things that the French customs would even consider. So it wasn't on the list, either to be allowed, to not be allowed, to be taxed, whatever. So they couldn't bring it into France. And then I think they did use the diplomatic satchel. I don't know. Was this interesting, Tim?
That was interesting, but
good.
The French are very silly when it comes to things like that. They kept up an illegal ban on British-produced beef for 20 years or something.
Yeah, but that's you can't call them mad for that, can you? Then John, let's get back on track. And by track, I mean hopefully underwater. What up?
Yeah, no, I just saw a post from a special person cat that apparently missing barges in the chain of barges crossing the river. So something went on last night, as we all know. Domen, don't tell me you haven't seen it. You haven't seen it. You haven't
but
seen that.
What went on? I have seen it. But what went on, I think, is the question.
Yeah.
Was it HIMARS? Yeah, it probably was HIMARS. So yeah, barges are no longer there. It says special person cat on one of the on the left bank side. Interestingly, I hope he uses his left bank correctly. Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Russians are trying to steal ambulances as well, seemingly. Again, not really a surprise. Barges disappearing. I think they're using them as ferries again. I think that's the most likely thing they're doing with
that's
them.
That's what I thought as well.
I think the bridge might have been a distraction all along. We'll see. We'll see.
But there's some satellite image showing something floating downstream. That's what 3 or 4.
Oh, is it there?
Yeah, just further down in the thread.
Like a ferry, or
no?
Like gone.
That could be the freed barges.
Interesting. Okay, could be. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. I see the pictures now. Okay. Yeah, could be that. Could very well be that. We shall see.
They were using the canals also. There were some pictures from it. Did I get that right?
Yeah, but as you know, right, you need to get over the big bit first, right? That's important. The canals are much less difficult. Much less difficult.
I know.
Yeah, I know. I'm just wondering what this will happen in the end. I'm very annoyed. I'm starting to get annoyed with this whole blackout, because at this point I have Ukrainians and a strong suspicion that they've stopped actually reporting Russian casualties on a daily basis, because there's no way that the casualties were that low yesterday. No way. And I think that they're literally holding some entire fronts back from reporting. And hopefully, in the next few hours, they'll be like, no. See, this is what happened. Because I'm curious. I'm not going to rush them. No, they know best. They actually know what's going on. I have no clue. I'm just curious, and like I advise everyone else, I will indeed wait until it's all cleared up, and they come out and explain what's going on. But I'd be, I don't know, I'd be just curious. So, just curious, just asking questions.
Questions, and more questions.
Someone who's answering some questions that few people have asked, but I certainly have been asking, is a recent guest, Ika Korhonen. And he's been observing the sanctions effect on exports sent to Russia over the past year. Some very, very interesting things as well, indeed, right? China is back up as of September to the sort of level of exports to Russia that they had last year in September. Finally. What does that mean? That means that China is finally starting to actually be possibly substituting some other other countries' drop in exports to Russia at this point. So that's a change, right? That is notable. That is novel. Turkey and Kazakhstan seem to be the primary substitution markets. Both of them suffered an initial drop in exports to Russia, but neither of them is, neither of them by sheer volume is going to be able to really break sanctions. Whereas all the rest of South and East Asia, substantially down. India still 20% down compared to last year. Everywhere else in East Asia, around 50% of the volume of last year. Still up a little bit from the initial drops in exports to Russia, but nevertheless, they seem to be stabilizing at around 50% of the pre-war levels. That is quite a drop. Right? And you can say, oh, sanctions aren't working. Look, there's still exports. Yeah, that's because sanctions don't mean zero exports. Sanctions mean less exports. Sanctions mean less availability to send things to Russia. Sanctions means less availability of things for Russia to buy, to use as a part of its economy. And they are indeed actually working. If you want to check the graphs, check out the ones on my timeline. I think it's the most recent thing that I've sent out. Not my graphs, of course. Someone far more qualified to do that. Specifically, Ika Korhonen of the Finnish bank, Bofit, it's called. He was with us earlier this week on Monday, and he really understands this because that's all he studies, right? The Bank of Finland Institute for Emerging Economies. It's really what he studies. It's what he's been studying for a very long time now, because sanctions are, let's say, the opposite of emerging economies developing, right? Sanctions cause much the opposite. So go ahead, have a look, and honestly, the Kazakhstan numbers are the ones most interesting to me. Tim, have you had the chance to have a look? Shall we talk a little bit about Kazakhstan's exports to Ukraine?
This is not something I've really been looking at, but sure, we can talk about that.
Well, I just want to say, right, it's interesting. There's both more and less Kazakh exports to Ukraine, as far as I'm concerned, than expected. On the one hand, it's more than I thought it would be, simply because Russia would be quite desperate. Kazakhstan has a long land border, which is relatively easy to export. So from that perspective, I would have actually expected numbers to be higher. On the other hand, the Kazakh political class has effectively told Russia to, pound sand, especially with regard to its political questions. Russia has retaliated by closing off the pipeline for Kazakhstan. The Kazakhstan uses to export much of its oil that flows into the port of Novorossiysk and then put on tankers there. So from that perspective, I would have thought Kazakhstan to say, to hell with it all. Nothing else is coming through. So that number, that's why that number is, but higher and lower than I would have expected. I guess it makes sense that it's somewhere in between. But there you go.
I'm reading that the top Ukrainian export to Kazakhstan is margarine. Fun fact.
Makes sense for a country that produces a lot of sunflower oil and a lot of other oil seed as well. What is margarine made of, Tim?
Is it made of sunflower oil and oilseed?
Yep, margarine is basically taking vegetable oil and processing it to make it somewhat solid and thus spreadable. That's what it is.
Smashing.
Well, I think it's a bit too soft to be smashable, but yeah, sure.
If anyone from the listeners has a question or likes to speak, please push the button in the lower left corner. If you don't like to speak and you have a question, send them to one of our co-hosts and they will bring it into the group. And the panel will try to answer it. And please retweet the space. And do mind MriyaReport. It's a non-profit organization that supplies non-lethal aid to soldiers in Ukraine, and not only soldiers, it's fire. I can get that word out. It doesn't matter. They do the hell of a job for people on the ground in Ukraine. So please consider to donate to MriyaReport.
Thank you, Mr. M. Dermot, shall we talk about Twitter?
Or we could talk about Hungary.
Okay.
What about
let's
Hungary?
Talk about Hungary.
Well, indeed, what about Hungary? Hungary, the state of Hungary, seemingly has spent some 20 million euros, 19.1 million euros, or dollars, same thing, on a propaganda campaign against the anti-Russian sanctions imposed by Europe that they say are harming Hungary. Notably, sanctions that Hungary actually did sign up to itself, right? Because there had to be unanimous sanctions by the EU. It's almost like they didn't mean it. It's almost like they did it somewhat reluctantly. It's almost like a country that is going through some economic trouble could have spent those 19 million euros a little bit better than on a propaganda campaign, targeting decisions of a body on which it sits. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I mean, this is one of the issues with the EU is that when it comes to decision making, there's this kind of what Dan Hannan used to describe as its hideous strength. Quoting the Scots poet whose name I've forgotten, is that there is such a political penalty attached to scuppering a particular initiative that has the wide support of the bloc, that the veto, the use of the veto is kind of a nuclear option, right? That you can't really get away with using, especially if you're a smaller country, right? Because there's a political penalty attached to it that is so severe, right? And there's a more cynical way of looking at it, right? Is that it's a handy thing, and this is one of the things that Orban is doing. It's a handy thing for national leaders to be able to blame Brussels for its own domestic failures, And I think that's possibly what's what's going on here. I've seen these strange propaganda posters that they're putting up in Hungary. What they're comparing sanctions to bombs or something. It's very, very odd. It's the kind of schizophrenia that you can get away with as an EU member that I don't think is particularly helpful for well, it's very helpful if you're a domestic leader having domestic problems, but I think in terms of the overall functionality, I don't think it's particularly positive.
And notably, I would say that Hungary has had massive economic problems before any sanctions were implemented. Already in January and February, they were vastly outspending their government budget to try to help the economy not collapse. Whysoever might that have had to have been done at the time? Whysoever, if the economy was doing just fine. Of course, it wasn't. For most people who just haven't noticed at the time yet, this is a good example of a post hoc ergo propter hoc kind of situation. At least I would note that the U.S. Embassy in Budapest did say a couple of things about it a few days ago, saying that it's rather completely unacceptable for the Hungarian government to keep saying what they're saying and driving the anti-Western, anti-US, anti-EU rhetoric the way they're doing it, which is good, of course, but hey.
Absolutely. It's Orbaning. Denjon, do you have a view before we go to MeTech?
Sorry, I was on another page, so I couldn't unmute. No, I don't have. Sorry, I don't have anything on that.
Thank you, Denjon. MeTech, welcome up.
Hey, hi, how's everything? Yeah, so when I look at things, I mean, you've noticed that my interventions tend not to be the most obvious ones because I'm always looking at the edges of things. That's because when I worked in politics, we always looked to see where we were not supposed to look, where we were pointed in the other direction. So I would look the other way to see what was going on. And so after the events of a few days ago, I started looking, and I sent you guys the information about the cables and Russian ships and cables at sea that were being stalked, and I want to build that up into a larger question. At what point does Russian interference become bothersome to the point that it becomes worthy of officially declaring, the Cold War back on and possibly actions being taken that could be taken as non-ignorable? Wherein we're actually looking at saying, NATO and the European Union politically has to interfere directly in areas away from Ukraine, thus expanding the war front. I'm being very, very polite here in this. The other thing also is, in case you run out of things to talk about, I know some of you guys have lots of knowledge about wine. What is the story of the creation of port and the Napoleonic Wars? I'm kind of curious about that. And I'm gonna hang up now.
Thank you, MeTech. Let's deal with wine first. Doman, please answer wine questions about port and the Napoleonic Wars.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily very related at all, right? In the sense that port was shipped in large quantities to Britain, well before the Napoleonic Wars, right? Indeed, ever since the Treaty of Windsor, no, not that one, no, that one either, no, not that one either. The Treaty of Windsor, the Anglo-Portuguese treaty, it was very easy to start selling stuff to Britain from Portugal, and then the second treaty, the commercial one, 1653. Tim, I don't know, you know these things. Made it very easy with basically without customs duties. And note this was about 150 years pre-Napoleon, right? To set up very good businesses. That's why most port houses, not most, many port houses have such a Portuguese name as Taylors and Grahams, the like, which kind of indicate where it comes from, right? So it's much before the Napoleonic Wars. I don't know how much Napoleonic Wars really changed things.
I think you're referring to the Treaty of 1703, which was during the War of Spanish Succession.
No. The one before that, the first commercial
one before that.
Yeah, 1650-ish, 1660. That decade between 1650 and 1660.
Right. Okay. I thought the major one was during the War of Spanish Succession, but I guess I'm wrong. Yeah. Okay. So that's Napoleonic wine, which apparently isn't Napoleonic wine.
No.
Moving to Mitek's other question. Yeah, this is an interesting topic. The notion of Cold War is really in the eye of the beholder, right? We use the term Cold War to describe a kind of mutually hostile relations that fluctuated quite substantially in the post-war period. The existence of the Cold War itself is a matter of dispute. I think my take on this is I think there will be a readjustment of geopolitical attitudes in the free world towards authoritarian regimes as a result of this invasion. I think there will be a line drawn, and I think that the countries of this world who are not part of the Western Bloc will have to place themselves on either side of that line. I think this will be a positive development, because we've tried being nice. After the fall of communism in the Soviet Union, we've tried this doctrine of attempting to win people over by politically normalizing them, and the only thing that seems to happen when we do that is that these countries take the piss. Right. I mean, looking at Russia, looking at China, China was brought into the WTO, and was brought up, was shall we say promoted in the global trade system. And what we ended up with was a currency manipulator, a vast thief, an industrial level thief of intellectual property. We've ended up with influence operations. We've ended up with wanton thuggery. We've particularly that came to a head on the streets of Manchester a couple of days ago, when a Hong Kong pro-democracy protester was dragged onto the grounds of the Chinese consulate in Manchester and basically beaten to a pulp by Chinese thugs. And we see attempts to normalize these countries, which is responded to by increasingly deranged behavior from these countries. So any good faith and goodwill we seem to show towards them is met by further misbehavior. And so I think this strategy of embracing these countries and hoping that we will somehow influence them in a normalizing direction, I think has been shown as just intellectually bankrupt as an idea. Whether this constitutes a new Cold War, I'm not sure. I think that's one for future historians, but I can certainly see the world going in that direction, and I would certainly support the world going in that direction, because frankly, enough is enough. What do you think, Doman?
I think they're not worth it. I'm leaving China out of this, just looking at Russia. They're simply not worth it. Beyond mad, they don't have sufficient capacities, capabilities to do that much. You're sort of a nuisance, right? But this just isn't enough to go there. There's a reason why responses to all of these interferences, and I've been adding to this little thread I started yesterday on the cables, and another one that somewhere else on the drones in Norway, and I think I have some more things to add. I think Rusty's been sending me some stuff I haven't had a chance to look at yet. It seems like it definitely most probably was trawlers disconnecting the Shetland cables, but not by accident, right? They've just did it by dragging stuff along the seabed there repeatedly, like they have previously done in Norway. So it was trawlers, it just wasn't, accidental. But there seems to be a very concerted effort, for good reason, to avoid causing too much trouble, right? To avoid causing too direct a confrontation. And of course, Russians know this. That's why they do this. They are annoying. Now, should this be considered an act of war? Well, Russia considers it an act of war. Russian military doctrine considers this an act of war. Therefore, they said that the information warfare and the like is something to be waged both in wartime and peacetime. It's just a different component of it that can exist in both sets. This is maybe a half step beyond that, but only a half step, really. Only a half step.
John.
Yeah, I'm hawkish here. It should not be tolerated. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No way. There should be consequences already now, I think.
Absolutely, but there's a question of what a response could look like, right?
Like destroying their army.
Yeah, I mean that would be a good one. That would be a good one. Like giving them some tanks, for example. Yeah, I would like to see. I would like to see a Western response to that, particularly a British response to that. I would also like to see a British response to the Chinese Communist Party's thuggery in Manchester, which is particularly disgraceful. And I don't know if you saw the video or the story, but the Chinese Consul General himself was involved in personally assaulting this man. Like, this is just quite outrageous. And of course, the police, Greater Manchester Police, went onto the property of the Chinese Consul General and pulled this man back from his beating. And of course, the Chinese government went nuts over this, about invading, Chinese consular territory and all of that stuff. And it's really quite shameless and outrageous. And this man should be expelled from the United Kingdom at the very least. But there we go. This is Ukraine space, so let's not moan about China too much. Joanna, welcome to the panel.
Yeah, can I just say last thing on that? Because the way I see it, what's going on, there's a lot of talk of boiling the frog, that we are boiling the frog of Russia. Actually, it's the opposite. They are boiling us as a frog. That's how I see it. They step it up, and we do nothing. Well, not nothing, but not enough, I would say.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more, John. Joanna.
Thank you. Hello again. So I wanted to ask you about the news about the Russian propagandists being, the subject of the attack of the pontoon bridge yesterday.
Reintegrate into the food chain.
Yes, something like this. Because all this morning I was trying to find photos or news about what happened yesterday. I've seen the one from the special Kherson cat with the barge that seemed to be missing, but not much news. So do you know something more about what happened yesterday? Thank you.
As of 2 minutes ago, Special Herson Cat notes that Russians showed a sunken barge as a part of the barge bridge. No, just a sunken barge after yesterday's shelling. But there is an ability to now look at a closer look at the barge bridge and the consequences of the shelling, as well as the holes on the Antonivsky Bridge that closely resembles the sandwich filling, really, at this point. Okay, yeah, there does seem to be a real gap. Okay, good. There is a sunken barge in the barge bridge. Ukraine seems to have aimed right next to where they previously aimed at the bridge, which would, be like, okay, we'll go for where we aimed previously, except but 5 meters further north. That's what we're gonna do. That's how it looks like. Pretty good. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, let's see how the situation evolves. If I'm not mistaken, is on the left side of the bridge, on the left bank of
Yes,
the river.
on the left bank, exactly.
Yeah, interesting. And do you have some more news about Energodar and the power plant? Is it evacuated or just the city?
So it looks like the Russians just packed up and left. The soldier, the soldiers left. The occupational troops left. But you know what? In when is this? An hour ago? Okay. Honestly, do you know what, Tim? Can you take over for about 10 minutes? Oh no, sorry. Is it now? I don't know when this is supposed to be. This is very confusing. The times just don't match up. But there's going to be a briefing from the mayor of Energodar on the operational and humanitarian situation in Energodar. I'm guessing he left at some point, but probably still knows what's going on. It's still not started. It was supposed to start at 12:30, which is, I guess, now or an hour ago, depending on where you are. Very confusing. But we might have an answer. Let's circle back to this in half an hour, and maybe we'll have an answer in half an hour.
Okay, thank you. And because you mentioned the mayor of Energodar, I was thinking this morning, seeing a picture of Klitschko, the mayor of Kiev. Klitschko, yes. So if it will be a negotiation with Putin, I think he is a good one to choose to negotiate with Putin.
Why? Is it because he's like a foot and a half taller? Does that help?
Yeah, because it's convincing. And Putin is the sportsman, so he will have a chance to negotiate directly with somebody who is very knowledgeable. I would like to see that.
It'd be amusing, that's for sure. That's for sure. Then John?
Yeah, I'm with Joanna there, and I would love to see that handshake and Putin's face.
Yes, you mean when Klitschko would shake his hand with Putin's face?
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
And we can all hope, I guess.
Then John.
Yeah, do we have any Finns on the panel?
On the panel, but I'm sure some can jump up. I see Light Sniper there. I see
exactly.
I see Pauli listening. I see Antti listening. Any other Finns? No, we're actually light on Finns today, I guess. Oh, is that a Finn? There's a Finn. There's a Finn for you.
And that worries me because I want them to explain why our Air Force is patrolling the border between Sweden and Finland. What's going on?
Pauli, did you hear John's question?
I was just teleporting into the channel, so I lost the question. So please, if you can repeat the question.
Of course, Bob. So why are we patrolling the border between Sweden and Finland now with our Air Force? What's going on, Pauli? You have to convince me now.
Which location specifically? Which location in our borders?
Well, it's for you it's Österbotten, for us it's Västerbotten, I guess. The whole border. There's a plane up, one of those intelligence gathering planes. Normally it's down patrolling the border with Ukraine in Poland, but now it's patrolling the Finnish border. What's going on?
So in the Umeå direction, like Umeå.
Yeah,
Haparanda.
actually, yes, exactly. It's from the Botnia coast up to the full length of the border. Actually,
Is it our border guard unit, or what kind of plane is it?
no, it's the Swedish Air Force.
Maybe naval operations going on, or what they are, because it's quite far away from the Russian border. Like if they would want to investigate something relating to the Russian activity, it's I wouldn't know what they are doing there. So my 2 cents is there's something going on in the naval district, right?
Yeah, but they're not over the water. That's the thing. And I think if Sweden was kind of looking into Russia, I'm sure that would be done over Finnish airspace somehow.
Yeah, I don't want to draw any like quick conclusions or anything, but of course there are facilities and like factories in that area, and energy plants and nuclear plants in that area. So I don't want to draw any quick conclusions.
But at least you're not attacking. That was my concern.
Yeah. I would say in general, Sweden and Norway have been more active in this front with the drones and everything. I think we are catching up, and I'm 100% sure that our like border guard and the police they have all the capability and all the knowledge they need. Unfortunately, our current leftist government and the Greens have been lacking in the political will and motivation, really, to how do I say, boost up this on our main agenda to really raise the awareness and raise the level of preparedness for the border guard and police.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Good question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wasn't there then, John, some kind of situation yesterday already where the Swedish military asked for assistance from the Swedish police?
Yeah, but that's the west coast.
Yeah, exactly. That's like 1,500 kilometers down south and to the west. No,
and this one is actually doing loops on the land border, not the sea.
Exactly.
It's the whole length of the land border between Sweden and Finland. It even goes up the little curve of the one remaining arm of the ballerina.
Well, that's weird because, I mean, there's parallel roads running through the both sides of the river there. I know because I've traveled there, but there is besides the border, there is kind of.
Okay, you two Finns both have a link to the flight radar now. Just making it clear for you guys where this is. It's literally the entire land border. It's making loops. Do you know what this could be? A practice flight. How about that? Maybe they're training new people on it. Or maybe, because from that altitude, do you know where you can see into from that altitude?
Murmansk.
Yeah, Murmansk, Alakurty, all those bases on on the Russian side. All the ones along that one road, especially.
Yeah, because it's really high, isn't it? Normally it's around 30,000 feet. Now
it's a 43,000. It's a 43,000 feet. You can see many hundreds of kilometers this way. Yeah. And I don't mean see like see with a long telescope. I mean see like detect
as well if you have a good one.
I mean, I guess yeah. It's not the point.
That's weird. That's just plain weird.
Yeah, that's really something we haven't seen. I don't remember seeing that kind of action for the last 10 or 20 years. Like it's really unusual. But like I think Domen suspected it has to relate to Murmansk direction. Now that I see the route, it doesn't make any sense. So there's some kind of activity there. I don't believe it's a practice. I'm quite sure they have some kind of activity they need to track.
Yeah.
Other thing is that those barracks at the Murmansk direction, that they are already quite empty. So maybe it relates to some kind of equipment transfer, or maybe I don't know. Maybe there's a specific target they want to keep eye on. Then John, I think you have to call the Swedish border guard or the defense forces and ask, what are you doing? What defense force doing?
Yeah, they would tell me, and then you will never hear from me again.
Yeah, but I think one thing that I think is telling is that it's still using the transponder, so it's in plain sight what it's doing. So if it was something truly bizarre, then we wouldn't even see it.
Yeah, but maybe they've seen some movements on air bases or something. So they're just anticipating a breach of airspace or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, if there was a breach of Finnish airspace, then it would have been reported, I think, already, and those are routinely reported. But yeah, this is weird.
Good observation.
I aim to please.
Thank you, gentlemen. George, welcome to the panel. I would like to start by congratulating you for your tweet this morning under a story about the British Kremlin propagandist Graham Phillips. There was George replied with the only way this man returns to the UK is inside a mason jar, which was the funniest thing I've seen on the internet for quite some time. But George, welcome up to the panel.
Yes, that's pretty been my that's pretty much been my speech there. That most Russians, unless they turn into fertilizer in Ukraine, should be returned back to their country in the little glass jars. But good morning, everyone. I'm going to do this again. I know you guys are going to get tired of it, but I am going to plug the tour that James Vasquez and Lieutenant Colonel Rip Rawlings are doing right now in the United States. I posted in the Nest. There's an Eventbrite link there, and that's for his for Sunday, which is this Sunday, October 23rd at 3 o'clock. James will be at the Ukrainian Cultural and Education Center in Jenkintown, PA, from 3 to 5:30 for a meet and greet. please come down. We're accepting donations at the door. And yes, it's a fundraiser, and you get to ask James some questions. We're hoping that there's a one or two news crews there that will interview him to just to get people on the right track of what actually is going on in Ukraine and why he found it in himself to go and fight and commit his time and his resources for Ukraine. Also, Yehuda was on here yesterday, and for people in Canada, they are working right now on establishing some dates in Canada, maybe in the beginning of November. James will be going after Philadelphia. He will be going to Washington, D.C. If you go onto Lieutenant Colonel Rawlings' Twitter page, you'll see a list of the dates there. So for people in Canada, I think they're looking for a couple of dates maybe in Toronto and Ottawa in Ontario. So if you live in Quebec or in northern New York, it's not too far of a drive for you. Please come out to those events when the dates are posted. I'm sure Yehuda will be having more information. He actually mentioned yesterday that at the events in Canada, they will probably be attended by some of the there's that. Doman, how are you doing this morning?
I'm all right. Why are you asking me specifically?
Oh,
What's
I'm just,
Tim? Chopped liver?
No, well, I know Tim's okay because Tim's laughing this morning, but you've been kind of quiet here, so I'm just checking up on you.
Just because you barely got up, and I was busy. I was investigating what Norway doing.
Okay,
do you know?
so
You know when that car with 4 Russians was arrested last week? Well, not the car, but the 4 Russians in it.
yeah, I
3 or
heard
4 of
something
them.
it.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 of them are getting released today.
Oh, such a shame.
Yeah, I think the Norwegians don't want to, house and feed them. So,
Oh,
like, nope.
okay, I can
One
understand.
gets to stay, the other 3 have to go back home.
Any more word on? I'm hearing this morning that some of the Julius strikers of Russia met their unfortunate demise on the Antonovsky Bridge last night. Reporters, Russian reporters, propagandists. Anybody
Yeah,
have
so I
anything on
hear
it?
4 of them apparently. No,
Yeah,
not more than Special Kherson card has. So not a whole lot.
Oh yeah, just for historical context, Julius Streicher was one of the main Nazi propagandists who, at the end of the war, thought he was just going to walk away because he thought he was just a news reporter and editor, but he found his a timely demise at the end of a rope after the Nuremberg trials. He was one of the defendants, and his defense did not go as well, almost as well as the defense that the Russians right now are having in the Kherson Oblast.
So you were talking about those wounded at the Antonovsky Bridge. I read a post that that those were not civilians, but those were soldiers who changed clothes to look like civilians.
Exactly, and then we discussed this a couple of days ago. I said that this whole "we're going to evacuate civilians," I think, was a ruse, and yeah, because they thought, oh, if we say we're going to evacuate civilians, the Ukrainians might not hit the pontoon bridge or whatever they have, barge bridge, whatever, googly moogly thing that they've set up there. I think that was just trying to blow smoke up people's butts. And as you stated, yeah, I don't think in the middle of the night they were evacuating any civilians. So, oh well.
Florian?
The thing that George just mentioned is, I think, is very important. Propaganda for genocide or inciting a genocide is part of sort of a war crime. And as he rightly said, Julius Streicher was the editor of the famous German magazine called The Stormer, and he was hanged in Nuremberg. And this principle, by the way, was verified in the Yugoslav tribunals by Mr. Seychelles, who was also on the second appeal put to jail, I think, for 10 years, or 12 years, or 9 years, where just inciting genocide and propaganda for genocide is a war crime, and that would apply to all the Russian journalists in television.
Yes, you're right. That's what needs to happen. When war crime trials do commence, all those talking heads on Russian state TV, and if they're not apprehended, then they need to be sentenced in absentia, which also happened at the Nuremberg trials. Yeah, and Julius Streicher was not only the editor of Der Stürmer, but another disgusting rag called the Volkische Beobachter. So, yeah, he was instrumental in spreading the disgusting anti-Semite propaganda of the Nazis from actually the early 30s on and during the war. So the same fate needs to happen to the ones now that are actively calling for Russia to bomb electrical facilities so that in Kyiv that the sewage backs up and cholera outbreaks happen, and they're calling for pretty much the annihilation of the Ukrainian people. So you're exactly right. They all need to face the law and the repercussions for their disgusting propaganda on Russian TV, which is picked up by some of the goofballs in the West, and spread too. So.
Another question, probably to Mr. M. I read, but I'm not sure, that the Netherlands are now inquiring to build up a new tribunal, war crimes tribunal for Ukraine. Is that correct? That the Dutch government is now asking around in the EU on this? I read something, but I'm not sure. Maybe you can comment on this.
Yes, that's correct. We have a first chamber and a second chamber, and the second chamber was agreed on it that they would start a new sort of trial for the Russian war crimes. And if the second chamber agreed on it, it's gonna be laid out on the first chamber. And if the first chamber also agreed on it, then they go further with it. And just like you said, they are trying to get that arranged also in Europe. I will look for it. And I will send you a link to that.
The Dutch word, but it doesn't make any sense in English. So it's just the first part of the government and the second part of the government. They have different powers and rulings.
Yes, the first and the second chamber. That's what I said.
Of the Dutch parliament, you meant, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but when you say the first and the second chamber, it doesn't mean anything in English. So you can say the first and the second chamber, but you may just mean the parliament, the first part and the second part, because people think of chamber like
in the lower house.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lower and the upper house.
The upper and lower house, yes, correct.
Maybe a follow-up question to the lawyers. The Yugoslav tribunals were established by the United Nations, including a vote of the Security Council, if I remember correctly. But this is not going to happen. So how would you create a framework that the EU and the US create something new together? And there's Polly, I still think, on the panel. How could you create a tribunal where the UN is not behind it?
It's the same way you created sanctions against Russia. You know, you don't need the UN. There is a framework there. I just forget what the particulars are, but there is a framework there. Now, of course, some countries might not sign off on it, and the Russian fugitives, as they will become, might abscond and hide out there. But that doesn't mean that through international law, you can't have, those trials happen. And as some people have said here before, those trials can happen in Ukraine because Ukraine has a functioning justice system. So there's that. I don't know if anybody else has anything to do.
Well, there's the principle of universal jurisdiction, right? Is that if a war crime was committed anywhere, then any state can try the perpetrator of that war crime. I believe that's how it works, right? Doesn't matter whether a particular country has any dog in the fight or where the crime occurred, it can still be prosecuted under the laws of that country. So wherever the criminal is, he can be prosecuted there. Am I correct, Florian? Or perhaps Pauli, somebody who does lawyering.
I think so.
Pauli does lawyering.
I think so. But a sort of dedicated court and a dedicated prosecutor, similar to the Yugoslav tribunals, would be much better, I believe. Because then you pull the knowledge. If you pull many countries behind it, gets more credibility. But I'm interested, how could this be done? How was the ICC created? I was not even sure. That's why I wanted to ask somebody like Pauli to comment on, because he knows this better than I do.
Briefly answer. I can go in legalese in more detail in other occasion, but I have to hop into a meeting at 2:00. So I would first just divide this into 3 categories. So we were discussing about the international jurisdiction. So there a country can set the tribunal, a national national tribunal, let's say in Ukraine, if the national legislation allows it, and if the principle is present and recognized in the national legislation. All right, that's one thing. Then under the UN, you can have the ICG, so that's the International Court of Justice, and there are procedures already going on there. The problem is that the Russia is still a member, and it can veto the decisions as a founding member. Then there's ICC. That's not affiliated with the UN. The problem is that currently Russia is not a member, does not recognize the powers of ICC. Therefore, I would say my opinion is that after the war is over and Ukraine has won, we have to divide all the crimes and genocides and atrocities that have happened into several categories, and this is also due to the resources. So we have to choose our fights. It might be possible that some cases will be handled in the ICG. Then more, how would I say, severe crimes that are from the top level would be prosecuted in the ICC. If we get the, how would I say, the ones that are being prosecuted shipped to Hague, and then not the top level guys will be handled, let's say, mostly in Ukraine and possibly also in other EU countries if there's certain kind of link to other countries. Let's say there's foreign fighters that have traveled from, I don't know, maybe Romania or another EU country to fight on behalf of Russia. I think it would be wise to charge them in their home country. All right, that's my 2 cents. I have to go soon. And one reminder: check the thread that Antti posted for the leopards. That's great thread. Check it and share it. Kudos to Antti. Thank you.
Here, here. Ziad.
Thank you. I enjoyed that discussion I just joined about the prosecution of war crimes. I put up 2 links in the nest about recent interviews with the International Criminal Court chief prosecutor. And there's one more article that I'd like to send there because he summarizes the different aspects of it, which is consistent with what Paulie had explained, that the International Criminal Court is where someone like Putin could be prosecuted for the crime of aggression, which is a nation versus nation sort of a thing. Russia isn't a member, the US isn't a member, but the US has been putting a lot of funding and resources towards it. And then, yeah, either the national government or the ICC could go after the more military-specific war crimes like genocide and others. So there's 2 links there, and there's one other one I'm looking for which kind of summarizes all the options and talks about what's realistic and what's maybe more difficult to achieve. The main reason I joined is a tweet that I forwarded from the University of Alberta in Alberta, Canada. I'm in Calgary, Alberta, so I'm about 2.5 hours south of Edmonton. And in my province of Alberta, we have 4.4 million people, and about 370,000 of them are Ukrainian. And at the University of Alberta is a special program for displaced Ukrainian scholars within the existing Institute of Ukrainian Studies. And they are making available secure cloud storage for scholars, archivists, historians, researchers in Ukraine to be able to back up their documents and files to the University of Alberta for free. So I just wanted to, you have a large international audience, so I wanted to share that for any of your listeners in Ukraine that are looking for that. Thanks.
Alan.
Thank you very much, Ziad. I've taken note of your bio on how to pronounce your name. So Ziad, am I correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you
And
very
thanks
much.
for speaking up. And I hope you all heard me because it went quiet after I spoke. And I went, uh-oh, was I speaking into a dead mic?
No, you were good. You were good. Yeah, there's some really good info in your tweets. I'll read them with interest. So thank you very much for sharing those. I'd like to go to Aaron, who I presume wants to talk about what the Royal Air Force are doing. Aaron, welcome up, my friend.
Hello, guys. Yeah, so obviously after the incident on 29th of September with 2 Russian Su-27s firing a missile accidentally near a rivet joint, they suspended flights for a couple of weeks, and they've recently been reflying Black Sea operations with 2 RAF Typhoons now out from Akatiri. So there's an operation, there's a flight going over the Black Sea at the moment with 2 Typhoons flanking a rivet joint. So it's quite interesting at the moment.
This follows on, of course, from yesterday's incident where a Russian, I think it was a flanker, fired a missile at or in the vicinity of an RC-135, right?
Yeah, that was on the 29th of September.
Oh, so it wasn't that recent. I thought it happened in the last couple of days.
No. So it happened on the 29th of September, and then they suspended flight for a week or 2.
Fantastic. And these Typhoons are presumably armed?
Of course. I won't want to be fucking around and finding out with them, put it that way.
Thank you very much. And how do these Typhoons, which I believe is a 4th generation, compare with anything that Russia might be screwing around with in the Black Sea? Are they outclassed here?
I think they are. I think they got the new Meteor package missile systems on them, and I think they're they're a lot better than what Russia's got at the moment.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Any Rivet Joint or Typhoon questions? Please speak up. Failing that, I believe Aaron was next.
It's Daniel next.
Oh, was it? Okay, let's go to Daniel.
Okay, I have no idea about aviation, planes, and things like that. I just want to come back to the Barge Bridge. Did you look well on that short video posted by Osgardia?
It's a bit lower down, isn't it?
No, not what is important. When he panned the camera to the left, you see another barge, right?
One that actually moves, yes.
What I want to tell you is this. After I saw that photography, which I sent to you, and I talked with CJ yesterday, after I stay in my childhood in, but also recently in the Damen shipyard in garage, I can say you something like this. That barge bridge is not something small or light. It's not at all. That sheet of metal, you see, the plates, that type of plates are very thick, very resistant. They are used to build ships. So if you remember that photography, the barges had some upgrades up deck. Is not in the construction of the barge. The barge continue with 1 meter of things which are looking very similar what I see in construction to make caissons. And
you mean like skips? That's what you mean, right?
Probably. Maybe
like
I used the wrong word.
A big metal box to put like building materials in as you tear down the house. Yeah. So
exactly.
Tim, he means a skip. And in America, there's no word for this. So Americans, tough luck.
Okay. Yes, because they love drywalls. What I want to tell you is what I see. I'm not engineer, but I saw a lot of ships building. They look very, very strong. If you imply the distribution of the tracks of a tank, the tracks are made it just to exert less pressure on the surface. That thick sheet and probably the entire system to keep him that way, to be very, very resistant, will allow them to cross with armor. And why they didn't cross is back again to CJ yesterday. They need a staging area. And not only the staging area, they need the exit areas at Olenivka. So I think it's clear Ukraine knows, because that photo of special caisson Kata is taken from a drone. Far away there, but enough to see any movement there. So I think they know very, very well how hard that barge bridge is. They can move all the stuff on it, but just wait, like they waiting for the Antonovsky. In similar position, zeroing and waiting. And yesterday probably, maybe it was some official, some Putin friends, or sorry, not Putin, is some ugly guy who is
Surovikin.
Surovikin, exactly. That is the guy put to sell the cereals, right? No, it's something with Perevosky. them same hell. Some guy who was consigliere of Voloda, and now he made a big business selling the grains from the occupied
Oh, do you mean
regions.
Rogozin? Do you mean Rogozin?
No, not Rogozin. Rogozin is just
No.
a
Who
puppet. Someone who stay in the shadows. I don't remember his name.
I don't know.
Perevsky, something like that. Something ugly, Russian, evil, and is new in the circle. Is not an old one. And I think probably some men of him tried to cross it there. Also soldiers, probably some officers. But I think they do it because the emergency. And that bridge is made it for the armor to move. All the artillery, all the tanks where they have, they want to cross that because on Antonovsky is impossible because it's structurally damaged. And they build this because that barge, and I think is not one. They probably might have 1, 2 in reserve. And I saw also another thing. When you use different barges, and it's not finished, because that's what you saw sunk. In the front of that was some barge unfinished. So I don't think they want to try to make them big ferries because are very unwieldy. I think they want to finish the job to all the barges like that we saw in the short movie. And if one is damaged, move another one, building reserve, looking like models. And also, I saw something very interesting. Because they are different barges, they need to set the floatability to the same line. So even they build that structures in the barge, they made it all to be even. So it is a lot of work there. I imagine the plates are still from the shipyard. But it's very interesting because it looked very, very clear. They want to move the stuff. That is very, very solid bridge. I want to see David or other engineers expert. But this is my take, what I just saw.
So do you reckon they can still use it despite the hits?
I don't know, maybe it's just a desperate move. Maybe they count, their style of sailing, which is indiscriminate because they don't have precision. Then maybe think in this way to not be attacked, so don't be the civilians affected, but they probably always forgot the precision of Western stuff. And probably this hit was a demonstration, something like a warning. We know, we know, keep in mind, don't try silly stuff. I think they want to put them to surrender. This is the only idea I have, because they can destroy everyone there if they start a staging area at the bridge. But what I saw, that 2 free barges look very, very sturdy, very strong enough to keep a tank to cross. And look, the connections are almost perfect. So it is a big plan, a lot of work. I know their engineers are very good at this stuff, but I can say they're stupid. They're doing good job, but executing. Problem is the planning. Okay, you have your solution. What do you do? Because you cannot move at night. Probably they count on days. At night, cannot be sun. But you talked before about Sweden, Finland, and surveillance plane. And I remember in that moment how the Hubble was built. 30 years old technology. Just take a spy satellite and orient to the space. So, I mean, must have some ideas how many things you can move without being shown. Surrey is very, very cold.
It's an activity and a task of futility. Now they have the bridge, and it's something which they can actually not use unless they surrender. And even if they surrender,
I agree,
they
because
can't get
they
the
need
troops
to
across.
stage it. If they stage, they will happen like that 3 BTGs destroyed in Donbass. It's similar idea, but a bigger scale. But I said about the bridge. The bridge looks effective if you can use it, something like that.
The only troops who will be able to use the bridge or what is left of it will be Ukrainian.
Any idea why official they said 100 dead, 2 artillery pieces, 2 tanks destroyed in one day? When I see on the Donbass front, Lugansk, Donetsk, heavy fighting there. Both sides take a lot of troops there, and is a bloodbath there. And let's say, not enough staff to move, and they sent conscripted. But there are not 100 people there. Maybe in one side of Bakhmut are 100 there. This is the first move when I see total blanket of information. Total. Never saw this.
Axel, did you see the damage report from yesterday that Ukraine published this morning?
Yes.
Weren't the numbers awfully small?
As expected.
As expected, when Ukraine isn't including several fronts in the tallies altogether.
Ukraine doesn't have to.
No, certainly not. See, it'll be very interesting what comes out of the weekend. That's all I want to note. Let's see. Let's try. We'll try to get David on when he can get on, and maybe he'll illuminate things to us a little bit. Let's go to Kiwi Aaron.
Hey, good to hear you again, Domin. I have 2 simple questions. One is, can you clarify? Yesterday, I think you were talking about something about the speed cameras in what's it called, in Sweden. And the other one is
Sverige. I can explain what that is. It's conjecture, because the same sort of cameras as are used in the speed cameras are also used in the Orlan 10 drones. So, if they're used in the same sort of things, and there's a lot of them going missing, they might be possibly going to Russia, or they might be being resold elsewhere in the black market. No one really knows. But that's all there is. It's just a conjecture at this point. There's no proof that any have actually been used in Orlan 10s. That's number one. Number two.
Yeah, so that would mean that there's still a way for Russians to somehow smuggle them across the border.
Well, you send them south, you get them into Serbia, you get them from Serbia to Turkey to Russia, long way.
By the way, I'm not in Tunisia anymore. I'm in Serbia, so yeah. I can feel the change in attitude there.
Well, if you see anyone moving around lots of expensively looking cameras, you know where they're from.
Okay, awesome. The second one is Thomas Timer's. I was flying at the time, so I managed to hear most of it, but not all of it. Is it on Spotify yet?
So of the round 1 is all on Spotify, obviously. Round 2, the first part is on Spotify. The second part is not yet, because our audio people have had to split it because it was over 4 hours long and it was just too long to be processed properly. And second part will be on soon.
Okay, great.
So it depends on which bit you missed.
I got it was mostly the tail end of it when Chuck and others came in, and my flight was delayed and I had to traveling with girlfriend. And anyway, I managed to listen to most of it, not all of it.
The first part is on.
Okay, can someone send me a link, please? Because I haven't been able to find it on the Maria report.
Oh, if you go on the MriyaReport timeline, scroll down. It's one of the last 5 tweets.
Thank you again.
So if you go onto the Spotify channel, just double check that it is already on Spotify. Yes, it is. It is the most recent thing posted on the Spotify channel. It's 2 hours and 31 minutes with Thomas.
Yeah.
So if you find MriyaReport on Spotify, you'll find it there. There you
Sorry,
go. Thank you, Aaron.
I checked yesterday. I didn't check again today. Okay, my mistake.
No, it came up this morning. It is up now.
Sweet as.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. Ziad.
Thank you. I found that thread I was looking for, which strings together 4 different PBS NewsHour interviews with either people within Ukraine or with the ICC on prosecuting the range of war crimes. So just saying, I'm not a lawyer. I work with lawyers and I have some interest in this area. So it's a thread from about a month ago that I shared with the different spaces. Yeah, your legal experts will have more expertise than what I was able to collect together. The other is an offering and a question. The latest tweet I put in the nest is a long thread that Special Kherson Cat has been putting together on the Antonovsky Bridge. So that's the best I can find. It doesn't really have as much engineering information or analysis as I would. If anyone sees a better thread that's got a bit more analysis, I'm an engineer myself, so I'd be happy to see that. Thank you.
No, there is nothing as yet because there's only as much information as he has, right? Special Cat. So no, there's nothing as yet. Nowhere else. I think I'm pretty sure I would have spotted it had it been out for more than 10 minutes already. Alas, it's going to take a little while. But hopefully we'll get David Brookfield up and maybe a couple of others who might be able to help us with this, and maybe give a little bit more background sooner rather than later.
Okay, and if anyone's interested, I put together about 15 tweets in a thread on the Kerch Bridge as damage information and Russia's poor OPSEC released videos. So I can share that if anyone's interested. I'm not a civil engineer, but I know enough about engineering to know how to aggregate good info. Well, better than being an explosive engineer. That's not good on Twitter either. But I've aggregated some information together from civil engineers, explosive military engineers, one I know in Calgary, as well as some of the other bridge experts who are giving engineering analysis. So I can share that if people are interested.
I mean, you can tell us a little bit about it. What do you reckon? How, on the basis of what you've seen, how easy do you reckon that is to put together? Let's say that I think that's a good question, because Russians initially said, "Oh, it'll be just a few hours." Then they said, "Oh, it'll be just a few days," and then they said, "No, it'll be till July."
Yeah,
because that's a sensible progression, obviously, of timeline.
Yeah, I could tell right from the start. I mean, right from October 8th, Saturday, when the attack happened, I looked for some historical engineering analyses of similar fires. So there was one of a rail car underneath a road bridge, and then there's another of a fire in a storage area underneath the I-85 highway in Atlanta in March 2017. So those had fairly detailed engineering assessments that are mainly based on what is the material that burned, how long did it burn for, how much energy did it release. And so from that foundation, I then looked at some of the damage photos and I could see a sinking in the rail bed. So I'll talk the rail bridge and the road bridge separately. So on the rail bridge, I could see a sinking of the rail bed, and the gravel between the sleepers, those are the also known as ties, the gravel between the sleepers had disappeared. And so I found that level of sinking incompatible with the Russian claims that trains were moving on the other tracks. And it also seemed to take them a long time to get the 7 cars that burned off. And then later footage showed that, let's see, on October 10th, I shared a tweet that said, of the 7 tank cars that caught fire, 2 complete cars remain on the rails. 1 car has the tank removed, but the frame and the bogies remain, still coupled to the next car's bogie. So the bogie is the heavy wheel assembly that's at both ends of a train car. 2 cars have 4 bogies left, and 2 cars are fully removed. And you could see the heat was so intense that not only the rail deformed underneath the weight of the train, but the axles on the bogies deformed as well too. So that's a significant amount of heat. There's an international aid official named Zahid, who gave a civil engineering analysis, and I included that. And then, yeah, I just looked at more pictures, and the damage to the bed, the rail bed on the rail bridge looked too severe. Later on the rail bridge, I discovered that a typical construction for a bridge is a steel box girder design on which concrete bed is laid, and then the gravel and the rails are put on top of that. But for the Kerch Bridge, they just put down a plastic membrane on top of the metal box, and then put the gravel and the sleepers and the rails on that. So that disappearing gravel and that sunkenness that you see on the rail bed is actually a cavity or substantial deformation in the top of the steel box girders. So that's a very serious damage affecting both rails left and right, and will take a long time. Subsequently, I've seen, I guess, a order from Putin to have the entire rail and road bridge repaired by July 1st of next year.
So would you say that the rail section is unusable for quite a while? Completely unusable. So no trains going to Crimea. Good.
Correct. If you think about it, just think of a steel long box like a cracker box, and then put that across supporting tiers, and then put a plastic membrane on top of that for waterproofing, and then put gravel and rails on top of that. So that metal box, which is the primary support for the rail bridge, has either caved in or substantially deformed from the heat and the energy, and those will have to be replaced. So typically when these bridges are made, they make a bridge, let's say from span 200 to 201, and they have what's called a flying cantilever. And so they bring the bridge pieces that they assemble at the end of the tracks, they bring them along the bridge. Then they use this flying cantilever, which sort of reaches from Pier 200 over to Pier 201 and sort of forms an arch. And then the span of the bridge is pulled across that space and then set down on the 2 piers. So that's the sort of reconstruction that's going to happen or have to happen. This part of the bridge is too high to do it from a barge in the water. There's some, more surface kind of stuff. These are known as, I think, velvet rails or silk rails. So instead of being, 20 or 30 meters long for each rail, the rails are, I think, a couple of kilometers long. So those have to be cut up and then rewelded as well too. So, it'll be a noticeable spot there where things have changed. But that's more cosmetic or surface stuff. The main issue is the boxes on which the bridge is constructed have been damaged. So that's the rail. If you want, I can describe what's going on with the road.
So thank you. So rail out. Okay, the road is split into two, right? One direction, other direction. One
Yeah.
of them is in the water. That's no good. Even I can tell that.
Yeah.
That's not very useful for vehicles. The other one seems to be still having traffic on it, but seemingly
Yeah.
only passenger cars. I don't think anybody spotted any trucks on it. So what is the damage to the one that isn't in the water?
So the I guess let's call them the westbound lanes. No, sorry, the eastbound lanes. The eastbound lanes are severely damaged from the blast, and so not only the roadbed, the top of the bridge is damaged, but also the supports, the piers there are damaged. So the westbound lanes, the ones that pulled off and fell into the sea. Those go from, the damage there is from Pier 235 to 239. So 235 is where part of the road just sort of pulled off the connection and fell into the sea partially. And then Pier 236 is the fulcrum for that girder to kind of fold in half. And then 237 is where the two girders joined. These are 260 meters long each. So, where the blast happened is between 237 and 238. And then, the half of the girder that slid off like some cheese off a grilled cheese sandwich, that's between 238 and 239. So that support, Pier 238, which is where the cheese is slid off the sandwich a certain amount, that support is damaged. And so the force of the explosion, when it pushed the road into the support, it damaged that metal support which sits on top of the concrete pier. And the concrete pier is cracked as well too. So that, that's going to be a complicated repair. And the other thing as well too is both the westbound lanes and the eastbound lanes sit on the same pier. And then it has like a T-shaped top. And then the lanes sit on two arms, opposite arms of this pier. So it may be that there's a torque or a bending moment currently on the support because there's a bridge on one half of it and there isn't a bridge on the other half of it. So when they're repairing it, they'll have to be careful that they're managing the uneven loading on the bridge. But yeah, I don't know. One is I'm not a civil engineer, and the other is I don't have the analyses of the strength of that concrete. Replacing the metal part is fairly easy, but you've also got a bridge on it. So there'll be a complicated repair that has to happen there. That's probably the longest lead time item on repairing that bridge, is repairing that pier and then getting the roads on it.
So in other words, it is genuinely very complicated. And also, notably, it's nothing they can do in particularly short order, and it means that the other side, the one that still has a roadway that's not partially submerged, is not going to be useful for very heavy things, right? Because of that torque moment that you mentioned. You don't want to overwhelm that side, or they wouldn't want to overwhelm that side exactly.
Yeah, you can see the damage in its metal or steel girder structure underneath as well. So where the explosion happened, you can see it's compressed. And so that damage needs to be assessed. But just, that part of the road has been tilted and deflected downwards. So when you watch the people who are using their cell phone to film what's happening as they're going across the bridge, most of the time they've got their camera up at the rail bridge while they're going by. But if you listen to the kathunks as their tires go over the expansion joist, the kathunk that happens there at Pier 238, the support that got damaged by the blast, is much louder than the other kathunks. So every 260 meters, you'll hear a kathunk as you go over an expansion joint where the girders meet. And the kathunk at Pier 238, where the blast happened, is much louder. So that road needs to be leveled as well, too, and supported properly underneath.
Got it. And that also makes sense why all the cars that are driving past the damage section are driving very slowly to not add additional.
Yeah, they made enough of a risk assessment or analysis to move from one lane in both, only one lane, and then taking turns and whether it goes west or east, to then removing those red and white concrete barricades and putting up steel guardrail, and now having 2 lanes, one in each direction. But still, they're going on very limited traffic there. And, there's a war going on. Putin's reputation is on the line. So it might not be the safest decision to have 2-way traffic on it, but that's what they're doing. I'll share that thread in the nest now. Thanks.
Thank you, Ziad. Thanks for that. This is really meaningful, right? It's really meaningful for the continuation of this war, Russian ability to continue pursuing this invasion of Ukraine, because you can't get resupplies through Crimea going around on the so-called land bridge, that is to say, occupied territories to the north of the Sea of Azov. It just won't be enough throughput, and this spells very bad things for the Russian capacity to pursue the war in the south of Ukraine, both in Kherson and the Zaporizhia Oblast, and then eventually, but hopefully sooner rather than later, an occupied Crimea as well. Thank you for that commentary. Yeah, I think that's really useful. That I've made some more generalizing remarks on the utility of this going forward, but I think somebody breaking this down into its component parts was very useful for many of the listeners. Thank you very much, Ziad. Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, so the subject I was talking about 20 minutes ago.
That's right.
Rivet joint, Rivet joint, and the 2 typhoons have gone dark through the Black Sea now. That's the first time I've seen a rivet joint going dark over the Black Sea, so it might be the new norm from now on. I don't know if you heard that or not.
Yeah, no, we heard it fine. Thanks, thank you, Aaron. Good, I guess, is the answer. Wendy.
Hi, Damon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's right.
Great. Yeah, that's thanks, Aaron, for that update on the Black Sea. The gentleman before, Ziad, super interesting, as CJ would say. The damage that he noted to the bridge as a result of images showing fire damage and everything else, and the construction of the bridge. I mean, a couple of things would probably be immediately obvious to anyone who isn't a civil engineer. One is that whatever condition this bridge was in before it was hit, it's going to have been built exactly the same, pretty much the entire stretch of the bridge. So it's going to be subject to the same potential damage and catastrophic failure, whatever has happened here in the future. And the second thing I can't help but think is that this structure, like any structure, is built to function a certain way. So would it be his assessment that every single car going over that bridge is increasing strain on sections of the bridge which aren't supposed to take that particular level of strain, and therefore is every vehicle that is currently going over the outbound section of the road bridge from occupied Crimea to the country that lies east of Ukraine, is that causing damage to that particular outbound section of the bridge? Thanks.
I could answer.
Go, please do.
So I think, remember, not a civil engineer and not looking at damage assessments for the bridge, but I think cars are a low risk to do ongoing damage. And I think them moving from a single lane to 2 lanes simultaneously is a sign that they're feeling that way as well. I think when we get into larger things like trucks, and the speed is also limited to 50 kilometers an hour. So I think when we get to larger, heavier things, then they're, they can cause some oscillation or vibration on the bridge, some bouncing up and down. And then as they go over that Kerthunk expansion joint, they can also expand cracks, right? It's a little bit like a windshield crack. When it goes from perfect to now you've spoiled the eggshell of the surface, the crack on your windshield expands. So now that that Pier 238 has gone from being perfect to now cracked, the more sort of oscillation or vibration you put on it, the greater the chance of cracking it further. I think what Russia is probably going to do is the westbound lanes, the ones that are blown up, they'll repair those first, and then they'll close the other eastbound lanes completely, and then repair the eastbound lanes. So I think the first, they'll keep the eastbound lanes going with this limited capacity for maybe, I don't know, January, February, March, depends on how the weather affects construction, until they have the damaged lanes completely repaired and that Pier 238 repaired. And then they'll go back and close the eastbound lanes and repair those. Thanks.
Wendy?
Yeah, that was thanks, Doman. That was a really interesting answer and analysis that gentleman gave. Thank you, Zaid. Is it? Thanks, Zaid.
Ziad.
Ziad. Apologies. Yeah, it's. I mean, they've built it. I think you use the analogy like a piece of cheese out of a sandwich. Maybe that was just my imagination, but yeah, it just seems that there's no rebar in certain places, and there's just things sliding off when it comes under some kind of strain. So yeah, I mean as you said, like I think anyone who's worked with any kind of machine can identify the description of how wear and tear increases once you get certain things happening to structures and motion continuing over a particular surface. So that was really quite interesting. I mean, yeah, that's fantastic analysis. Thank you.
If I could just add on a bit to that, because you've been stroking my ego. These road bridge girders are 260 meters long, and they sit across 3 piers. So the middle pier is like a fulcrum, or like a teeter-totter or a seesaw, depending on what you call it in the world. And then it's fastened with expansion joints at pier number 1 and pier number 3, right? So pier number 2 is the middle, the fulcrum, and pier number 1 and pier number 3 are the places where the girder is fastened. So the girder crosses 2 spans. So yeah, it's like a piece of cheese maybe slides off a pizza. That girder that had the explosion on it, one part of it was completely shattered, and the other part got pulled off the expansion joint on the other end, and then just kind of slid on that fulcrum like a greasy piece of cheese on a pizza. So yeah, teeter-totter, seesaws, and greasy cheese on pizza.
I don't know about that, because pizzas are way more flexible than. Good. I'm glad that was appreciated. Let's Latin. Do you have a bridge question or a plane question? Because you have a bridge. If you have a plane question, let's go to Spindrift. Okay, Latin wants to talk about planes, of course.
You want me
yes,
to? I can hold off if I don't want to interrupt the conversation about the bridge.
I think Spindrift has a short one on the bridge, and then we'll come back to you in planes, Latin. Spindrift.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes, I just have a question about corrosion rates on the exposed metal. Now that we have pizza sliding around and all that, I don't think. Well, just if you have any rust. Sorry, it's early. Rate of rust on the bridge over time. Thank you.
I'm guessing here, but I would think that steel is already very well protected, well galvanized, and protected because it's in seawater as it is, very salty seawater as it is. I think as a temporary fix, you could always spray it with some sort of epoxy or some sort of plastic to waterproof it. But yeah, given that that Pier 238 that's damaged is going to have to be replaced anyways, corrosion, rust, probably not so much of a concern. But if it is, they can always spray some sort of sealant on it. Good question, though. Thanks.
Thank you. Slava Ukraine.
Slava.
Go ahead, Slava.
And seeing that this was kind of new bridge, right? You would have thought that it will indeed have been protected against this, and it wouldn't have been degraded yet, whatever protection was there, however haphazardly applied it was. One little last one before we go to Latin and planes. There's a question from the audience asking, why was the train there? How did the train catch fire? I think that's the least of the mysteries, because if there's a giant explosion so close to it, any bit of shrapnel that flies through what seem to be fuel tankers, that's likely to ignite them. So that's not really a mystery. Why was it there? Probably taking stuff from the mainland to Crimea. It's fairly straightforward. Was it planned that it happened? Who knows? Depends on the person. Maybe the explosion got lucky. Maybe it was all intended that way. So it's just difficult to answer. But how did it catch fire? Pretty clear, that one.
I think.
Right, yeah.
Sorry.
If,
I think
you have a big tanker train, and any big explosion next to it is likely to.
Yeah, I think it was
damage and
intentional. I think it's
I
a
reckon as much
beautiful
as well, yeah.
strategy, and it's like the best bank shot you've ever done in pool or snooker. Where the white ball bounces off three walls and sinks 2 balls. This is what was done here. It's a beautiful bank shot.
Certainly very sympathetic as far as targets go. All right, thank you very much, Ziad. Thanks for all the bridge commentary. I think people quite enjoyed this. I certainly did. I like looking at the engineering aspects. Not how it blew up, because that's relatively trivial. There was a big explosion, right? Lots of explosive at how it blew up. But much more the effects this is having in the long-term outage to Russian logistics, and how hard it is to repair that. That is the stuff that I'm interested in. I'm really glad we could have this little chat. Latin planes. Talk planes with Aaron, I think. Go right ahead.
Thanks, Doman. Interesting the comments about the RC-135 and the statement that came from the UK MOD. And I've been still trying to figure out exactly what happened. There's a little bit vague, but if it hasn't been said already, it was interesting that they said Su-27. They specifically said Su-27. So whether they have visual or electronic confirmation that that's the aircraft that they encountered, that's what they said.
Latin, since it was next to a literal spy plane, right? I think that if anybody can tell what it was, it's probably the river joint.
Correct, right. And if it was an Su-27, which they would still have quite a few of those in service, and they've been losing some of their more advanced types, it's really worth noting that if they were to mix it up with RAF Typhoons flying in an escort role, that would be a very brief encounter. I'm willing to bet on that. It would be a very brief encounter.
Would you say that they could just blow them away?
The Typhoon, depending on what they're carrying, if they're carrying some of the more advanced missiles that they have in the RAF inventory, plus the radar would completely outreach a legacy Su-27, which has probably become a larger percentage of Russian interceptor force. Again, they've been losing a lot of their more advanced types in Ukraine. So that would be my prediction. But I think combine that with pilot training, which we've seen is seriously lacking on the Russian side. I would definitely put my money on the RAF making very quick work of them. Now, that's not to make light of what would be an encounter between Russia and NATO at that point, which is a very serious thing. But in strictly technical terms, it would be I know who I predict would come out on top of that encounter.
You missed my wind joke. I'm sorry.
The Typhoon has a better, more advanced radar and more advanced missiles on it. So yeah, the Su-27 wouldn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the does the RAF they have AMRAAM, don't they?
We have the Meteor.
Kind of equivalent, right? It's beyond visual range equivalent.
Well, Gunny might know more about that than me, but yeah, I know we have the Meteor.
Yes,
Yeah.
the RAF has AMRAAM. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Either way, with that or Meteor, if you're talking about a legacy Su-27, it would be the R-27, which is a much older missile. It is technically beyond visual range, but yeah, the advantage would definitely be with. They've done some upgrades to some of the 27s, but it's very non-standard. Like their fleet is not standard. The Russians, they have quite a few still legacy Su-27s from the 1990s. They wouldn't stand a chance. The more modern variants, like the 35, would have a better chance. But again, they've been losing those over Ukraine.
On the note of the rivet joint, it's back on radar or back on flight radar. Is it heading to Constanta now with the 2 Typhoons? They look like they've had a little brief period over the Black Sea.
And they are definitely flying with Typhoon escort at this point, right?
Yeah, they're flanking them as we speak. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would think that any Su-27 pilot would have messing with that.
What I think is interesting is that these Typhoons came from Akrotiri in Cyprus, and they overflew Turkish airspace.
Oh no!
Yeah, which means they had permission to overfly Turkish airspace, presumably, unless we gave Ankara a kind of screw around and find out type thing. Yeah, is this what Turkish airspace doing? Is this something that's been a problem in the past, or is this something they've always been cooperative on?
See, I think that they were probably cooperative because they know that the most they could happen is they would slightly inconvenience the RAF by making them fly around Turkey over, Greece and Bulgaria, which would hardly be the end of the world. So.
I think they're more worried about surveillance aircraft flying over their territory. I can't say I've ever seen a NATO surveillance aircraft over Turkey.
So Tim, that's confirmed. I wasn't sure where they were flying out of these missions. So both the RC-135 and the Typhoons are flying out of Akrotiri?
No, just the Typhoons. The UK rivet joints are based in, is it Wallingford? Aaron, you probably know this. They're based in England somewhere, I think.
Waddington, isn't it?
Oh, but they're flying these missions from the UK.
So the rivet joint is flying from the UK, but the Typhoons and the tanker are flying from Akrotiri.
A listener has just pointed out on missiles. While the RAF does operate AMRAAM, it also operates Meteor, which I believe is a more capable and modern system.
Yeah, well, that's what they're going with at the moment.
Ziad, I have a question from a former British Army engineer. It's not so much a question, it's an instruction. I am to ask you about the bearings on the pier supports on the road bridge. And I'm guessing he's guessing that you will guess what he's guessing at.
So I call them supports. Their bearings is the proper word. So you've got the concrete pier that rises up out of the water, and then you've got these metal supports. And gosh, I just forgot the word that you asked me to confirm. Well, sorry, Don.
Bearing.
What was bearing? That's it. It's called the bearing. So I called it a support.
So are
but it's
they
bearing
meant
for low
to
bearing.
sort of be able to tilt forwards and backwards? Is that the sort of bearing it is? Or is it
No, it's just
stationary?
It's stationary. It's primarily, you know, you don't want to have concrete upon concrete and then vibration load on it because it'll crack the concrete. So you've got the concrete pier that comes up, then you've got the metal bearing, and then you've got the bridge construction itself on top of that. So you get some tensile strength and some elasticity with the metal bearing in between the concrete pier and the upper part of the bridge.
Got it. Thank you, Ziad. Makes more sense. I thought there might be some sort of problems is with rolling friction dispensing bearings, but no. Yehuda, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying yourself with Bridge Talk. Do you think if you gave a shorter explanation, Ziad, would that be an abridged explanation? Ziad. I think Ziad's new to the dad jokes.
And it would. Oh no, I'm laughing. It would be up for peer review. So yeah.
Peer review. Do you think? Do you know the difference or the point in which jokes become dad jokes?
I was telling them since around age 7,
No,
and I'm pretty sure I wasn't a father then.
It's when they become a parent. I always enjoy new listeners. Thanks, Ziad. You're an engineer from Canada. That's great. There are a lot of Canadians on this space, only because we're nice people. Awesome.
Yeah, he's a Schrödinger civil engineer. He's not a civil engineer, but being Canadian, he is rather civil.
Yes, I once said that to a civil engineer, that he was rather polite and we expected nothing less, and he didn't get it. He's a civil engineer.
Canadian engineers, in fact, wear an iron ring on the pinky of our working hand.
I thought
so as we work. No, it's part of our code of ethics. It's part of our oath to become an engineer. And so there was a bridge that was designed by a Canadian engineer in Quebec, and there was a miscalculation and the bridge collapsed and people died. So the steel from that bridge was taken and rings were made from it. And from then on, engineers put on that ring in the oath after you graduate. And it taps your work as you work, and it reminds me of your obligation to life.
That's it. I actually thought that was a worldwide thing.
Sorry.
I think
on the point of the ring.
Hold on. I'm going to talk about the ring. And so the ring is something that they wear on their pinky usually. And I once saw it. I didn't see it on a foreign engineer, and I thought it was interesting. But there's your answer. Sorry, Domin, go ahead.
Yeah. So I was going to ask. So do you never remove it while working? Because when operating certain power tools, I was always told to remove rings because if it snags, it takes your finger with it. That seems.
My dear Domin, engineers don't do the power tooling usually.
Sometimes they do.
We do.
At home, maybe when you're making a device with your children. No, I'm just kidding.
We do remove it, especially in cold weather, because you put your hands in and out of gloves and your ring pops out while you're doing that. So, and there's some jobs, especially when you're working with electrical, that you can't have metal on your body, right? So when you're working on magnetic fields or things like that, you have to remove that ring. Sometimes when I'm divorced, so sometimes when I'm chatting with a lady, I will take off my ring and just sort of twirl it in my fingers and say, you know what engineers use for birth control? And she'll say what? And I say, personality.
Yeah, that's smart. I like that. I did hear that the steel is no longer available, that they make it out of any steel. Is that true?
Yeah, the original steel, I think, it's on engineers who pass away, and sometimes their heirs are knowledgeable enough to return it to the society. I think it's stainless steel now, but they mix in the old rings whenever they do a batch. So it's it's like it's blessed by the original steel.
Reminds me of a Victoria Cross, which is made from the bronze of a Russian cannon, found ironically in Crimea. So that's interesting. All right. Well, we wish you were here. We had a lot of bridge discussions yet in the past few weeks, and some outstanding comments from some listeners who are convinced that the bridge was destroyed by anything but an ATACMS missile, and one of them was an underwater, partially submerged boat, something or other. And I was told, "You dummy! It was clearly a submersible using concrete magnets." And I had a hard time. They attached the bomb with concrete magnets, apparently. I really gave them the benefit of the doubt. I thought maybe they thought the rebar within the concrete. But yes, we always need engineers hanging around, so stick around. So yeah, please. I also have to read more concrete magnet comments.
I actually have a friend who's ex-Canadian military, 25 years service, and he worked with an aeronautical engineer, and he worked with explosives and also forensic investigations. So he's on the latter part of the thread that I threw up in the nest. He gives an assessment. So yeah, he writes off any water-based attack or under the bridge attack because the damage is clearly to the top, not underneath. There's no sign of damage underneath. He's more thinking it's a explosion from a missile or a bomb than from a truck. Just by the way the damage.
We've dissected it. It is clearly a missile, and we have a lot of experts here on the panel, including military and artillery officers who are quite familiar, American ones, with the ATACMS. So it was just this running joke we've had. It was some people thought it was a truck bomb, some people thought it was some kind of boat. I don't understand why the most complicated solution would be the first one people jump to. Anyway.
I'd say it's because the Russians wanted to distract people. So they came up with this really complicated explanation the next day of it going through 5 countries and 7 different points of crossing borders and things like that. It's just to distract people from what really happened, which is the air defense failed.
Yeah, that's definitely, you nailed it. And you didn't even have to sit in here for 5 hours to figure it out. We like it, Ziad. Thank you. Awesome. So we got Will and Henderson. Go ahead.
Hi. I think it was a super fellow that did the bridge, personally, and I'm sticking to that.
He got bonked.
It wasn't me.
The rumors are very hot and circulating. Zaid, just I know it's maybe just a speculative question relating to how long do you estimate the rail bridge will take to get traffic on? Or do you not have sufficient information to make a guess?
I don't have sufficient information. I was looking at a few internet links on my phone to see whether I could find examples of this sort of construction, either a flying cantilever or a balanced cantilever where you start at a pier and you build outwards in both directions in order to keep it balanced. Yeah, I mean, Russia has given an order saying the 1st of July next year. And I don't know if that's a significant date in Russian history, but it really depends on.
It's American Independence Day.
I guess, yeah, on the 4th, yeah. So.
Or did I say the 1st? So that's Canada's. I thought. Sorry, wrong country. Our country.
Yeah, we'll have a few Canadian engineers looking at it. I think winter and difficulties in access to the bridge will control it a lot. And then, the pace of the war, in order to repair a bridge like that, you have to put a lot of engineering equipment on it. You have to have construction teams on both sides, which are vulnerable to further attacks, right? Vulnerable to HIMARS o'clock. So July 1st might be a reasonable time frame for a bridge in not a war zone. And it may have incorporated the downtime from winter, but war creates a very unpredictable situation.
Let me follow up with that, Ziad. So we've seen the Ukrainians deftly attack this bridge. Shockingly, piers are intact. So let's say we're going to flip it. Russians are hiding out in Crimea or Mariupol, and Ukraine owns the terrain east and west of the Dnipro. And who knows? The Dutch and the Germans who make bridge bits have got these sections of the Antonovsky Bridge ready to deploy. What would happen? Ukrainians, teams from both sides would methodically go to each damaged section, lift it out with a barge, and place the replacement in, and connect and do all that stuff. Is that what we're looking at? Because I assume the Ukrainians obviously wanted to make sure the bridge eventually could be reused. Hence, they didn't hit piers, and they hit the sections that connect them. Does that sound right?
The Antonovsky, I could see the Ukrainians wanting to repair. I see no incentive for them to repair the Crimean bridge, right? It's just another connection from Russia.
Kerch is done.
No, for the liberation of Kuban.
No, let's stop there. We don't need to give the Russians ammunition, because God knows they don't have any. Just specifically Antonovsky. Like that's doable within a year, you'd say, in a permissive environment, in a safe environment, correct?
I haven't studied the Antonovsky like I studied the Kerch, and one of the first signs of an engineer is they say, "I'm not an expert in this," or "This is outside my scope of practice." That's besides the iron ring and the personality, that's the number 3 way of determining someone's an engineer, is they continually deny they're experts. And so I'm going to do the same thing.
No worries. Most professionals that come on here, if they don't know, they'll say right away they don't know. But the type of bridge the Antonovsky is, can you explain just the name of it? It's not a cantilever bridge.
It may have been built with a cantilever style. I don't know. I know that Zaid that I quoted in my thread that's in the nest, he was comparing the Antonovsky to the Kerch, and and so it's a box girder design. And
it's a box girder design. That's it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. So I remember the name. Okay, when I think cantilever, I think of the big arch with the supports. That's why I didn't think it was a cantilever bridge.
Yeah, a cantilever is an extension from a pier. So you've got a span of a bridge extending from a pier. And in construction, those are 2 methods are a balanced cantilever. So you start at the pier and you build outwards in both directions to keep it balanced as it constructs. Or a flying cantilever where you've got like this large steel arch that you roll on the tracks, and then it spans between 2 piers, and then you slide the girder in between and put it down on the piers from that metal flying cantilever arch for construction.
So what is it if they're just piers and within a short distance is the next pier and you just have a slab of concrete and asphalt? It's like that can still be a cantilever?
I think cantilever is a term used for when you have an extension out from a fixed point. So if you have 2 fixed points and you drop a span in between them, I don't think that's a cantilever. I think a cantilever is where you extend out into the air from a fixed point. And it depends on the stiffness of the material.
I think the Antonovsky Bridge, if I'm not mistaken, is just sections in between piers right across the Dnipro. I'm almost sure it is.
Yeah, if you look at my thread, you'll see when it gets to Zaid. Zaid is kind of peer reviewing with other experts on Twitter, and he modified his understanding of the Kerch Bridge to say, oh, it's not a box grid construction with a cement top and then the rails. It's just that plastic membrane. So he was saying that's contrast or different from the Antonov Bridge, which has the concrete top, right? And that's part of the resiliency of the Antonov Bridge, right? It's been hit several times, but all they've really done is chip the concrete on top.
Right. Or gone right through, actually. They have holes. It's peppered with holes. It's a holy bridge. All right, that's excellent. More questions for Ziad. Sorry, the other fella called you Zaid. I'm like, it's Ziad, and now I realize there's just another fella he's talking about. Let's go to Hendrik.
Yes, Ziad, I really appreciate the review on the bridge. Now, I am an engineer, so just a comment. It's normal standard practice, okay, for bridges to be designed with expansion joints. And the reason for the expansion joint is due to the difference in temperature and allow the deck of the bridge to contract and expand. Now, it's also usually normal standard to go ahead and take one end of the span, okay, and fix it down to the concrete pier with anchor bolts. In other words, one end is fixed. The other end, okay, sits upon a steel plate and roller, and that allows the bridge to expand. And there's a gap in between the two spans. Okay, so the spans literally don't touch each other. And that's why you have, let's say, expanse joint or a finger joint where both spans interweave with each other to give you support. Now, obviously, on the steel issue, I know from years ago that when they made continuous rail, they had a problem with the expansion, and it was a special steel that was made to allow the high-speed rail to be laid without any expansion joints of the previous rail. If you remember the old rail, you heard the click, 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 and that was due to the expansion area between rail segments. It could very well be with the long span given that there's a special steel that was used in these spans, and that might be a problem. That's just my point of view. Thank you.
Oh, there you have it. 100% from Ziad, so I'll agree. Let's go to Christopher Limo.
Oh, you got the last name right. Thank you. Ziad, that was brilliant. I'm not an engineer. I'm a behavioral scientist, so my question's more around the political aspects of this. I'll admit at first I was wondering if this was a 747, and then I Googled it and found out that jet fuel can't melt steel beams. So that's all the engineering I'm good for. But Zelensky talking about this not being a thing that they ordered. The political aspect to me is always very intriguing as to, what game is afoot to underplay this. The Russians clearly know what happened. The long story that they told is a good example as to that they know what's up. But why would he underplay this? And what would maybe be the next possible opportunity to maybe hit the bridge again, or to ensure that Crimea is not a usable, permanent aircraft carrier for the Russian forces?
Well, there's no need for Ukraine to say anything, right? What benefit is it to the Ukrainian government if they say, yes, we did it and this is how we've done it? It's always best to keep Russians guessing on the one hand. On the other hand, let's assume it is ATACMS, right? Just for the sake of the argument, not because it's, well, not just because it's the most likely reason why and how. Why would you go and publicly state it, right? Leave the Russians guessing, but also it kind of gives you a little bit more deniability, flexibility sometimes later if you might need it. It also crucially gives Russians deniability that Ukraine has ATACMS. I think this is what they're trying to get at, really, is if they can pretend that Ukraine doesn't have ATACMS, they don't need to react to that.
It keeps their morale of the people, so they're not so afraid of the Ukrainians,
I would say it's specifically because the Russians have created an imaginary red line where they've said if ATACMS are used, then it's escalation. So it's definitely the Americans saying, okay, no problem. We haven't given them ATACMS. It's really that simple. They just, there's no need. It's the same reason why certain countries don't advertise what they do, because Russia's all about they're all about their pride. They're all about their image. So the West, I guess, collectively said, well, they know what it is. They know that it's ATACMS or it's a this or it's a that. They just don't feel the need to rile them up because the effect has been delivered. The intended effect is there. So that would be my take on it.
The inverse of fuck around and find out.
Yeah. basically.
Cool. I like that.
So do we. All right, Doman, over to you. Gonna drop off. You know what?
Thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. I know how this goes. Right, let's see what Victor has for us. Who knows? Right, people. One never knows. In 45 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be joined by Dmytro Natalucha, who's a member of parliament in Ukraine. He's also the head of the economics select committee, I guess, whatever they exactly call it. Yeah, Christopher, thank you. He is worthy of an applause, absolutely. But general note, if you could not play with the soundboard, that'd be appreciated as well. And we're very excited to talk to him. He also works on reconstruction, rebuilding of Ukraine, as well as we were talking to him about both the present and the future in that respect. Victor, warmly welcome up. And unless he came up accidentally, Victor, there's a little microphone button in the bottom left corner of your screen. There we go. You found the button. Go right ahead. Or not. Very well. Ziad.
Yeah, just a quick request. I'm going to jump down to listening and then I have to go to work. For Hendrik, thank you for your comments. When I was thumbs upping and giving you 100%, that was not me marking your work. That was me learning from the teacher. If you have any information to add to the thread, I'd be happy to be educated. So thank you. Talk to you all another time.
Thanks, Ziad. Enjoy. A great time. He was up early. He's in Alberta. It's 2 hours behind the center of Canada. So thanks, Ziad.
Foxtrot.
Hi, everybody. I got a question if you can answer it, or anybody. Lukashenko and Dugin met each other. Lukashenko says we're gonna, take revenge of your fucking daughter or stuff like that. I don't know what's happening there. Is Belarus gonna attack Ukraine? That's the question I have.
No, that's my answer. I'm not a mind reader, but I don't think they will. I think this is more posturing. We said it before, we'll say it again. Most likely is a demonstration, meaning it's a type of action taken by an enemy in order to elicit a response from you. And the response would be to orient troops towards the north or more. However, I suspect that the Ukrainians already have enough soldiers, troops, force generated to cover off on the northern approaches to Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine. They might move some artillery if the Russians did actually cross. I don't think they will. That's pretty much the standard boilerplate answer for that one. They just don't have the ability to. The kill zones and the defensive positions cited in the north, it's peppered with kill zones. It means there are areas which they're more than happy to have the Russians and the Belarusians advance into, really densely forested swampland mixed between. It's basically the worst terrain in the world. And then bridges have been destroyed. Other bridges have been left open to offer a route for Russians or Belarusians to advance through, only to be destroyed in place by the Ukrainians. So it's more of posturing. It's a big old nothing burger. Hope that helps.
I appreciate it. Slava Ukraini.
Rom Slava. And I think we got Tim there. I don't know what Tim's doing.
Not much.
I saw a funny insult towards someone named Tim. Not our Tim. Someone called them Dimothy. I thought that was funny. I never heard that.
I thought you were going with the first half of a Tim Tam.
No. Dimothy. As in dim, not very bright. Anyway, I didn't make it up. Edvard. Couldn't afford the other V to make it a W. Go ahead, Edvard.
Very well done, Yoda. Exactly. That's how you pronounce my name, Edvard, with a single V. Thank you. Yeah, I noticed that I follow Noel, some guy on Twitter, and he says that Luka has apparently said today that his country doesn't need war. So he says that himself. So there will never be a Belarusian attack there. That's not very likely because he knows that would end.
Now
his
I'm worried.
Yeah, and now you get worried, though, man, because I understand that, but I'm not. I'm not. That's funny. Yeah.
All right. Supporting fires from Edvard.
Yeah.
All right. And who did you say is coming up next, Domin? I wasn't listening.
In just over half an hour, we have Dmytro Natalucha, who's the Ukrainian member of parliament for Sluga Narodu party. He's the head of the economics committee in parliament, as well as part of the committee that's in charge of the reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine. Now, he did go to Cambridge, but I think we can forgive him that under the circumstances.
Yes, I also went to Cambridge. Their souvenir shop. It's very nice. Got a T-shirt. So by kidding my money, go to Cambridge. Anyway, all right. Well, can't wait to hear him come up and speak. They got a lot of work to do to rebuild Ukraine. I'm already on the. I'm working on the premise that Ukraine's going to win. Maybe not tomorrow, but soon enough, God willing. And there'll be a lot of rebuilding, a lot of investment. European countries, Western countries, get in there to help get those bridges up, get that critical infrastructure secured and fixed. And also, probably big logistics supply centers created throughout Ukraine, so this doesn't happen again. They'll be prepared for any eventuality, and that's good. That's the way to do it. So let us wait for our friend. Also, I do notice that we have some, I think, ghost speakers. I'm not sure if you see them there.
Oh, you have them because they dropped off since you came up to be speaker, but I don't have them,
Okay,
so it's okay.
awesome.
It doesn't affect anything.
Goodness.
Just your screen.
Perfect. That's fine. I just thought, oh, sugar. There's a whole lot of speakers, but they're not really speakers because they're not here. Excelente.
It's just you, me, and Tim.
Oh, that's it. It's cozy. Warm up here. All right. Well, I might have to pop off too because I have to go to that place called work. But give me a minute. I might stick around. Please do come up. Retweet the space. We had a crash last night. It was an unfortunate event. Sorry,
luckily, it wasn't a series of unfortunate events. No, you're getting a Canadian friend up, Christopher.
Yeah, Alberta, Canada as well. Getting my kids ready for school. You guys are awesome. But my question was around the new trenches that Wagner's putting in Donetsk. Are they preparing for the long haul and giving up on Luhansk? Because it seems like they're trying to fortify these barriers to hopefully have some type of pride left at the end of winter. What are your thoughts on that move?
Yeah. Chris, those are symbolic trenches. That's it. They're window dressing. They're not going to do anything. And yes, it does indicate that they think they're not going to keep Luhansk because they're not. But the trenches themselves are pretty weak. It's one trench size of a vehicle, plus 2 rows of what are called dragon's teeth. Now, for those who are unaware, dragons don't really exist, and those aren't really dragons' teeth. They're just called them because someone figured that if there were dragons and they had teeth, that they would look like that. Not sure dentists would agree, but they are concrete pyramids, 4-sided on the top. I guess it's 5-sided pyramids, and they're small. And there's 2 rows of them. That's it. That would take a tank with a dozer on it, probably about 5 to 10 minutes to push away a gap big enough for a squadron of tanks to go through.
You could have a question about those.
Oh, one second. And there's another thing. if those obstacles, of which there is apparently 1,000 kilometers of, those obstacles are not covered by fire, they are speed bumps, not obstacles. So not really a big deal. When I say symbolic, I think it's just a strange thing to do. If you look back at World War II pictures, even the Russians did it better in World War II. Usually people learn after 80 years, not regress. You've seen they employed obstacles that were half a kilometer long of dragon's teeth and other obstacles. I'm not an engineer. I don't know what they're called. It's one of those iron girders.
They're called emotional support pyramids.
No, not those. I'm talking about the iron girders, the ones they put on the beaches at D-Day.
Hedgehogs.
Hedgehogs. You would see Russian defensive positions in World War II, and they'd be very deep. So you couldn't just take one or two, bulldozers or tractors or tanks and push them out of the way. This is almost a joke. It's like pretty. It looks like a Civilization online you can play and what the obstacle would look like. It doesn't make sense, and they can't support by fire. They can't cover with fire these obstacles. So that's why I said it's symbolic. I hope that helps whoever asked that question. Chris.
So I have a question about these. If you put these square pyramids made of concrete, which aren't that tall, on some not particularly solid ground, let's say it gets a little bit wet, a little bit, autumnal, and then you drive a 50-ton tank over them, don't they just sink?
No, I don't think that'd be a good idea. I'm not an armored guy, but a girl. But I wouldn't do that. They're still problematic. I mean, if the ground was made out of jello, that's fine. But I'm sure there's some physics behind it there. I can explain the surface area and the ability of the ground to at least, you don't want that jagged concrete part scraping tanks and hurting, damaging tracks. So I would say no. I would just say very simply, there's so few of them. In a normal battle group, a la Canada or NATO style, at least two of your tanks are going to have, we call them a dozer. At least that's what I call them on course. Dozer.
A blade.
No, we call them dozers. And so they're going to, be there in that armored component of that battle group, assuming it's a squadron, which it usually is. And they're going to swat away those things, and that way they can. I mean, they're just literally they'd have to move two tanks abreast, which they wouldn't do anyway. But I'm just giving you an example. If you look at their obstacles, they would just have to move two of these pyramid dragon's teeth, 3 meters to the right on both lines, and you can drive through it. So, ta-da! And if no one's shooting at you and no one's there, and then someone else made a good point: fire control. If you blew the thing sky high, peppered half a kilometer front with all sorts of artillery, not the mines, but that could make it a lot easier to traverse as well. So the whole point is you're supposed to have an obstacle with a lot of bad stuff on the other side, like anti-armor platoons, platoon weapons, heavy machine guns for like supporting infantry, stuff like that. You're going to want to have all that stuff there. So without it, as I said, it becomes an inconvenience. It's not an obstacle, right? And so that's the key. Just driving over them in mud is not. I wouldn't bank on it. How do you know exactly what the tensile strength of the earth, whatever it's called? That's not a planning. That's not something you can put in a planning consideration. You got to deal with it. So, you got to remember.
If vehicles did try to just drive over them, would it detrack the vehicle?
I suspect it would. I don't think they should try to drive over them. That's not a good idea. They're not, they're shaped that way for a reason. I just, if you had 100 or 200 meters wide band of these dragon's teeth, and you had, fire, you had the Russians providing covering fire over that obstacle, that would be a decent obstacle. But you have literally, I think they're equidistant, like two lines, equidistant lines, like the bollards or the dragon's teeth are almost lined up. Just have one thing that does that, whether it's an engineering, vehicle, or if it's an armored squadron, has the ability to push that aside. It's not complicated. It's not a complicated thing to just push away. Who knows? Maybe some of them are mined. I have no idea. Maybe engineers would go up anyway to demine, and then you have the what do you call it there? The trench that they've dug, which is about 6 feet deep and seems to be about 7, 8 feet wide. Okay, so then the dozer. I'm not sure the dozer could do it, but not make quick work of it. You'd have engineers come and they just even out a bunch of ramps up and down, right? So it's not crazy. But what they have there looks pretty jokey. I don't know, doesn't look like it's well thought out. I think it's symbolic. I think it's meant to say, hey, look, we're doing something. Look at the stuff we've done. But on balance, nothing serious. I don't know if anyone else wants to go Latin or.
I think it was Donna first.
Donna.
Hi, sorry, my computer is acting up here. I was just thinking that with the, it's really not a message to the Ukrainians with these, the dragon teeth and that. It's really just a morale booster for the Russian troops of you need something that they can think that they're being successful at with the low morale with the recruits that they have coming in. And so you give them something that makes them look like they've done something, makes it look like they are being successful, and then that keeps them happy over the long run. Just a thought.
I don't know. I tend to not think so. I think it's just because they're incompetent, and I don't usually say things like that, as you know. I think maybe they didn't have enough concrete. Maybe they said, you know what, we're tired. I have no idea. The amount of effort they could have put into doing this right. I just think that I'm not sure the conscript that's not near that line, because they're not covered by fire, right? So where are they? They're 10 kilometers back, so they might not ever see it. I think it's symbolic. I think they're doing those UAV photo shoots of it and putting it on the news. I don't know. It's just bizarre, very, very bizarre. But who knows? Maybe one of their engineers said, "I think we should make this a lot bigger. Okay, I think it should go like at least 100 meters in depth, because this is not really a big obstacle." And maybe they said, "Shut up. We're gonna do these ones. They look nicer." I don't know. But the answer is I don't know. We can put that up on the list of answers to stupid things Russians do. Sell it on the internet.
It's a long list.
It just makes me
there should be a Kindle edition for ecological reasons.
It just makes me think of something
Sorry,
that a 5th grade teacher would do with their students. It's like, oh, let's build a fort. And they seem to have very little depth until in their officer corps.
Yeah, that is their officers that decided that. So that wasn't a troop-led initiative. That was a divisional. A general signed off on that obstacle. Just so you know. It's pretty awful. Latin.
Oh, hey, Yehuda. Question. Tim actually posted, and I better confirm with Tim because it's a map that he posted of. Looks like it came from a Russian source of some of these defensive lines. And Tim, was that for real or was it a joke?
Well,
The one from Artwire.
Yeah, that came from our friend Artois originally.
And Artwire got it from Russian Telegram.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, so I'm going to assume there's something to it then. But I noticed when I looked at it, and Yehuda, I know you probably haven't had a chance to look at it, but there's a part of the line. Okay, so there's a part of the line that sticks out like a finger, which I don't plan this.
Fun of it for a day.
Well, but that's major. Like, is that just total? Doesn't make any sense, or is there some military sense to doing it?
Nope. No, it's called "I Want to Die Sooner" by Russia.
Okay.
I wish I could give you a fancy. Yeah, it just makes no sense. Why would you do that? Who's gonna go there? Imagine they wanted to cover that by fire. Hold on a second. I think the enemy can hit me from like literally 10 meters on either side of me. Is this a safe place to be? No, it's not, Sergey. But you're a brave man. It's a horrible idea. What they should have done is where that finger juts out to the northwest, they should have curved it. I mean, it's bizarre.
But I mean, there's a number of things. There may be a number of things that you could pick out, like with your knowledge. But one of the first thing I thought was that it could easily be flanked or cut off.
Yeah, from both sides. It doesn't make any sense. They're not even big defensive. They're not even big obstacles. So basically, at the tip of that dumb thing that they did, that 5-10 kilometer stretch is only it goes obviously to a point, and then it only ends up being it graduates a little bigger to the point where it's about maybe 5 kilometers, but at some point, and a big portion of it's only a few hundred meters wide. So what they're not going to attack there. Ukrainians, unless there are true Russians there, which I doubt there would be, and if that's the case, they'd just open it up and break into that obstacle and just go on the inside of the obstacle. It makes no sense. I mean, it beggars belief. If I did that on a course on how to doing land operations and building a defensive position with obstacles, if I was doing some engineering toot, the DS would shake me by the shoulders and say, "You are an idiot sandwich," or put 2 slices of bread on my head, call me an idiot sandwich. Why would I do that? Who does that help? It just doesn't help you. So can't explain it. Don't know. Just another weird Russianism that in the words of the immortal Ukrainian soldier in a trench at the beginning of this war, who said, "Thank God the Russians are so effing stupid." This is not a thing to do.
Just another question while I got you here. I don't see any other hands right now, but I was reading some Ukrainian reports. I haven't gotten any confirmation, but there were some Twitter chatter of in Kherson, the Russians using CS gas. Assuming there's something to that, what are some of the advantages they might try to gain by using that?
So CS gas is often commonly known as tear gas. I'm not sure. Is there a riot in Kherson? Or were they using it against? Who are they using it on?
No. My understanding is that it was being used by against Ukrainian troops.
So in Kherson Oblast, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, we have where your simple gas mask would, mitigate those effects. I don't know why they would. I mean, I guess they do, but not sure. It's pretty temporary and it goes away.
The only thing I could guess would be to try and slow in a very specific point, maybe to slow an advance. Could it have? I mean, it's another weird thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the context. I know very little except you saying they've used it. I don't know what that means. I don't know how they've deployed it. I don't know. Are they, do they know where the Ukrainians are even? Are they doing it against, mechanized? I'm not sure they can just drive through it really. I'm not sure there are thousands of Ukrainian troops standing shoulder to shoulder that you could tear gas them and it'll make a difference. I don't know. I have to know more. And I mean, I don't know how much tear gas. I mean, is this like some mega tear gas canister? I know.
No,
the
it's
tear gas.
actually quite small.
Yeah, I know the tear gas that we use, and I know, how we deploy it when we use gas huts and do ranges for CS gas. But I actually am one of the lucky people who I don't react to CS gas. Isn't that funny? Me and one of my former COs. Some people are immune to CS gas. It's a rare thing. So
are you considered inert then?
Oh, it's kind of like an X-Men. I don't know if you know Wolverine's Canadian. So
Or are you
there's a
just so
reason for that.
noble?
No, it's not a gas. It's not a noble gas. But listen, leave the dad jokes to me, Doman. I don't talk about wine. All right. So I'm just kidding. I don't actually talk about wine. But yeah, I know. So I just don't. I know how we deploy it, how we use it. Is there like some Costco version of CS, like it's a CS oil barrel or something, and they just put it on there? I have no idea. I mean, but ostensibly you can just keep driving. If they were like trench to trench warfare, I could see it being annoying and irritant, obviously there. But where I think that the Ukrainians are positioned in Kherson, I'm not. Hi, sorry. Maybe they're. I was going to say.
There we go.
Yeah, I got a phone call. Maybe they're scaring them. Maybe they want them to think that it's something else. Maybe they want them to think it's like sarin or mustard gas, and they're throwing up these. That would actually be more of a concern to me than CS gas. If I was in a lab and the driver told me, oh, I see gas. Maybe it's CS gas, or maybe it's sarin. That would give me pause. I don't want to find out really. So I'd send, I don't know, someone I didn't like to go check. No, I wouldn't. We wouldn't go there. So yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be the only other effect that throwing a tear gas canister at a Ukrainian in the general vicinity of Ukraine. I don't know. I'm not sure. Again, if it depends completely on the scope and what the Ukrainians are doing. If it's a battle group, a mechanized, unit flying down, the highway there or going across country, I'm not sure throwing a few, CS canisters at anyone will do anything. But anyway, I think I've beaten it to death. I hope that helps.
They're just a couple of small ones anyway. Kevin.
Hey guys, haven't spoken in a while. What's up, Yehuda? I just had a question just about this theory floating around there that, let's say the Russians, as they are, they're pulling back all their best troops, most important people, and they leave behind in Kherson, and they leave behind the conscripts and whoever else, and then they end up blowing that bridge once they're clear, and to cover their retreat. I mean, the dam, and how that might reshape the battlefield if that actually does happen. And I'll just listen. Thanks.
To run with it, Doman or Tim, I have to do something, and I think it was directed to you.
Oof. Sorry about that, Kevin. Can you say it again? Because I thought it was going to go with Yehuda, and I was trying to figure out stuff for a guest in 15 minutes. Go ahead, Kevin.
All right, no problem. Basically, I was just wondering, there's that theory going out there, and I don't really understand the dynamics of it, but if the Russians do succeed in pulling back all their, whoever they consider the most important people,
and leave behind the conscripts and Kherson and whoever else to just hold the line for a little longer before they end up blowing that dam. In theory, I'm just curious how that might reshape the battlefield. Like, are we going to have to go around north? Can we still cross? That type of thing.
Well, my understanding of their position in Kherson, especially on the right-hand side of the Dnipro, is that they have many of their best units there. So you know that seems to be the highest quality elements of what's left of their army, and that the input from the presence there of poor quality conscripted units is fairly minimal. Do you know any better, Doman?
Not really, but for those obvious reasons, I think that they're not going to blow the dam quite, very, very shortly. Axel, since we have you back, and we have Dmitry in 15 minutes, I'm going to restart my phone because I'm starting to get glitches, and I don't want to have we have Dmitry here. So I'll be back in a little while, and you can co-host him in the meantime if you can. If you can't quite yet, let me know, and then I'll pause. As to, Ukraine can still push down from the north, right? If it just makes their flank secure effectively while they're pushing down, I guess.
Can I just say, so I got it wrong. I thought I had been reading all these reports where they're pulling out of Kherson, but they're just pulling across to the other bank, and then they're holding their line still.
Yes, they are in the midst of a withdrawal of sorts from the right hand bank of the Dnieper River. There have been videos of reports and videos of imported Russian civilians being evacuated from Kherson city proper as well. So there is a withdrawal of sorts ongoing. What that looks like next remains to be seen. But one of the issues with the Dnieper River is that the left-hand bank of the river is very much lower lying than the right-hand bank. So if they decide to play silly buggers with the dam, then the left-hand bank of the river, in which their own positions can be found, will end up being flooded because it's mostly low-lying marshland.
I was just going to say, all right, so I guess in my mind, I thought they might continue heading south from Kherson left bank. In this scenario, if they were ever going to do that, it would only make sense to keep going south and then do it. If that, I wouldn't think they wouldn't do it while they're all in place. But I guess we'll have fair advance notice of them leaving the whole city. Because, that's why I said they're moving citizens out of. That's what they did first, and then they moved their best troops out of the right bank. I figured they might do the same on the left. But I'm probably way ahead of myself, and I'll just step down. Thank you.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, but I mean, I wouldn't like to speculate on that because it's still really early. But thank you, Kevin. Christopher Primo.
Hello again. Love the Wolverine Alberta references. I'm glad to see so many people up early to hang out with you guys. Brilliant conversation. The thing that I just posted this actually. I think you guys are calling it the next, whatever. Peter Zion. I've been following this guy for years. He was actually talking about Russia's last war years ago, and talking about their strategic choke points they needed to hold if they were actually going to be a viable nation ever again. But then he got it wrong when Russia invaded, said Ukraine was definitely going to lose the war. He's changed his tune over the summer because Ukraine has kicked the shit out of every Russian. It's been amazing to watch him turn his tide too. I think he's very intelligent. But the post that I shared was one that he shared about these drones from Iran, and the strategy being how cheap they are is actually a part of the strategy to force the depletion of air defense in Ukraine. And I'm just wondering what air defense. The Americans have one that is bullet oriented, probably more cost effective than the current ones. But I'm just wondering your thoughts on how do they? Let's say this is a long protracted phase of the war, the drone wars continue. What is the best way, short of getting everyone with an AK-47 to shoot at them as they buzz in? How do they stop those in the long term?
Well, there are a number of countermeasures against these kinds of drones. I assume you're referring to the Shahed 136,
Yeah,
the Iranian suicide drone. Yeah, so this is a fairly low-tech weapon. I mean, it has the kind of two-stroke engine you'd find in a in a lawnmower or a chainsaw or something like that. It's fairly slow. It's very noisy. The idea is that they're cheap and cheerful, and they can swarm enemy air defenses. There's also a kind of quasi-economic argument for their use, in that they're very cheap to produce. They cost a low five-figure sum of money to produce. A missile that could shoot them down would be several times more expensive, and so the idea is you can, the enemy will waste a lot of money destroying these, and you can outproduce the enemy. I suppose this would kind of work if Iran were fighting Iraq, but it's not going to work if the economics of it doesn't really stack up. If Iran is fighting NATO via Russia, simply because we can outspend them by an order of magnitude. In terms of the countermeasures, they can and have been shot down with simple small arms. They can be shot down with anti-aircraft missile systems. They can also be shot down by point defense systems, such as CIWS. So yeah, they're fairly vulnerable. I mean, what they rely on is numbers, and overwhelming what air defense the opposing force are able to lay on. Does that make sense?
Oh, totally, yeah. And I'm wondering how long this phase. The thread that I posted there, and if it's not showing up for you, it's on Peter's page. It's just, to me, seems like kind of like the trench, not trench. I've actually heard some of the trenches they're finding are less than 2 feet deep, and poorly made. So, but all that being said, it seems like these are like not even half measures, but they make me think that this is going to be a long, really annoying for Ukraine, not necessarily a quick, decisive victory like we're hoping for. The Russians are going to be here, pissing people off with lawnmowers in the sky and dead soldiers all over the fields for another decade. I just don't know how we can counter this new axis of evil, if you will, with not just Iran, but also China and North Korea sending volunteers and weaponry.
Right, a lift. So I was connected.
Okay, well then, purely as a matter of fact, they're not sending anything quite as yet. North Korea was rumored to be sending so-called construction troops, which aren't soldiers, right? Certainly not combat soldiers. They're there to go build stuff, and by stuff I mean like cities, and that's not really military support exactly. So it's not particularly threatening, and I understand what things that Peter Zion's been going on about for quite a while. That's fine. It's, not unreasonable in itself, but not here, not for Russia, not in Ukraine, is the answer to most of that.
And in terms of the possibility of this turning into a long, dragging, festering war, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, really. I mean, Russia is losing really quite catastrophically on the battlefield. There have been, very spectacular gains by Ukrainian forces in the last month or so. There is absolutely no sign that this fortune will be reversed. So, yeah, I think what North Korea and Iran do in support of Russia is militarily irrelevant. This is something that General David Petraeus came out with the other week in an interview, in which he said, "Balls out. There is absolutely nothing Putin can do to win this war at this point." He's done. He's cooked. He's toast. So David Petraeus, he knows a few things about warfare. So I would kind of take his word for that. Does that answer your question, Christopher? Hello, mic check. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're good, Tim. You're good. Let's go on to War Pigeon.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Cool. So I've just read a fantastic anecdote, a tweet by a Polish guy that pretty often goes to Ukraine with delivering some pickup trucks to the different armed forces groupings in Ukraine, and he said he just tweeted that he discovered that before the war, before this invasion in February, there was a group of smugglers in Ukraine who got cigarettes into Poland via drones, dropping them on the other side of the border. And these guys are now using the same drones to basically bomb Russian troops. But not only that, they actually approached the Ukrainian armed forces and are training the people who don't already know how to use drones in precise munition dropping. So I found it pretty funny, and it only shows
War
how.
Pigeon, could you
Yeah.
fly over and drop me that scroll, please?
Sure, I can retweet it. So if is that the way, or do you want it by DM?
Go ahead and retweet it, and then I'll find it.
Okay. It's the guy is Exxon. He's actually a very good guy. He's a Polish guy that lives on somewhere near the Ukrainian border, and he managed to. He's basically collecting pickup trucks all over Europe and basically driving them into Ukraine full time. So he already managed to get quite a few trucks over there, and he's always looking for some financial help also. So the guy who's tweeting this is also pretty interesting. But yeah, I'll retweet it in a second. Done. Okay. So
Thank
that's
you.
it from
That
me.
sounds like
I think it's interesting because it only shows that you don't. I mean, there's a way of becoming a better person when true evil comes your way, right? You don't need to be the best person in the world to see that when something as evil as Russia or Putin's troops performs genocide, you can become a better person by seeing what's the true danger to your people and to people in general. So, but also a pretty funny anecdote.
Yeah, there's something there's something delightfully kind of 17th, 18th century about that, isn't there? The kind of the pirate turned privateer type vibe about that.
Exactly.
Okay, so I believe we have a guest coming up. Let me just find the card. Bear with me 1 second. So yes, in just under 5 minutes time, we will be joined by Dmytro Nataluka, who is a Ukrainian member of parliament. He is chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee of Parliament of Ukraine and a member of the National Council for the Recovery from War. So he will be joining us live here on the MriyaReport in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, Doman has had to drop down and come back up again. And I actually have to disappear in a couple of minutes because I have some things to attend to. But please stay tuned for in a couple of minutes. We will be joined by Dmytro. In the meantime, welcome to the panel, Victoria.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, waiting for our guest. He'll be here shortly. And I also want to add that he calls himself a sanctions pirate, a surfer, pub crawler. I like this one. I may invite him to New Orleans, maybe a perfect place to visit. And gentleman, and he is outstanding and well-known politician who appears on many media outlets in Ukraine. So he's one of those politicians you always see on TV. So I'm super excited he'll join us soon.
So sanctions pirate, what does that involve?
Well, I assume he goes after Russians. I don't know, I guess we'll see. You know, we'll ask him that question.
Absolutely. I'm excited. Are you here to help with translation, Victoria, or is he an English speaker?
Oh no, he speaks perfect English. So I'm just here to be for him.
You're just loitering. Excellent, excellent. So I see we've got Axel up at we've got Axel up as co-host. Axel, welcome. I feel like it's been a very Axel-like day.
Yeah, it was a very, very work-heavy day. So as a consequence, it had been light on this one. But there you go. In any event, alrighty. With a bit of luck, we will have Dimitro up with us in a second. I thought I saw him already in the listeners, but Victoria, did you send him the invitation?
Yeah, I see him as a listener. He knows how to join us. Dmitry, if you can hear us, please push the mic.
And we'll have Doman back right on time.
Dmitry, if you can hear us, you please join the space.
Yeah, I'm just adding Dimitri. So with a bit of luck, we should be having him right up with us while Doman is also joining.
Hi. Perfect.
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, it's the first time I do this kind of stuff, so I'm not very good at it.
No worries, Dimitri. So very welcome to the MriyaReport. We're excited that we have yet another Ukrainian with us who can talk to the key issues of both how to pursue the sanctions, how to execute them, and how to help Ukraine recover. Victoria already spoke how giddy we all are to have you with us. Maybe you can just introduce yourself briefly to the audience as to what you're doing and why it matters and how we can help.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me, guys? Yeah. Sorry, a dummy question. Do I have to press the microphone all the time? No.
No, you don't. Once is enough. Then it's blue, and then we can hear you just as now. Okay. And it's only in between. In between, if you push the button again to mute yourself when you're done, because then we don't have a feedback loop. So that's the only accommodation we have to make to Twitter.
All right. Sounds easy. Okay. Thank you. My name is Dmytro Nataluka. I'm an MP from Ukraine. I'm also the chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine. I'm the guy who is unlucky to be in charge of the economics during wartime in the parliament, and also a member of the Reconstruction Council that has been established by the President of Ukraine. So that in brief, I'm doing stuff on sanctions too. You might have, some of you have heard about this Yermak-Mekfall initiative, a joint group of experts from the States, the UK, Britain, and Ukraine, of course, on the sanctions. I'm there too. I'm doing some job on sanctioning the Russian parties as organizations that facilitate terrorism. And on some nuclear aspects, sanctioning Rosatom and other kind of things. That is in brief something something that I'm doing and something I've done quite recently.
All righty. Now, Victoria was so kind as to highlight how important it is that people focusing on the economy also look at how Ukraine, together with its allies, works on the enforcement of sanctions and finds out where on earth Russians are, as they tend to do, skirting sanctions and trying to bust sanctions. Maybe given the fact that she highlighted that you have often been called or called yourself a sanctions pirate, maybe you can talk to that.
Okay. Yeah. So I would congratulate all of us first with a very important document that has been passed through the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe just last week. It's a resolution which clearly designates the current political regime of Putin as a terrorist regime. And that has a lot of implications, also in terms of the sanctions, because literally that means that any further negotiations and any further kind of cooperation discussions, official communication should be curtailed in a way, because if that regime is a terrorist one, basically you don't negotiate with terrorists. Another important thing from that document is that it recognized the Russian political parties as organizations that share responsibility for starting this war and for the consequences of Russia's aggression. This, in my opinion, is a very interesting and nevertheless not enough talked about kind of aspect, because basically we might be talking about one of the biggest package of sanctions in history. Because if we would manage to recognize the parties that have enabled this war in a way by voting for it, and I would like to remind you that basically the war, this full-scale invasion on the 24th of February started after the Duma has voted, after the Russian parliament has voted in favor of introducing the Russian armed forces. Now, if we sanction the parties that voted for it, the organizations, not just some specific members of those parties, but organizations as a whole, we will be targeting more than 3 to 4 millions of people who are party members in Russia and outside Russia. And those people are mainly the backbone of the system, of the regime that Putin created, because those are the guys who are school directors, university chair people. They are directors of state-owned enterprises. They are sportsmen. They are businessmen. They are pop artists. Whoever who makes this party famous and in a way reputable. Because in Russia, it's just like in the Soviet times. You can be successful. You can build a successful career in general if you're not a member of the ruling party. So those people, being party members, have not, nevertheless, been targeted by the sanctions until today. But when it comes to the elections, and everybody understands that when we're talking about elections, is basically we're talking about legalizing Putin for yet another term. All those people are very much engaged into the process. So the directors of the schools principals, they take care about talking to the parents of the children to vote in favor of Putin. The chair people of universities, they identify opposition students and try to isolate them. The pop stars, the singers, the sportsmen, they agitate in favor of the current regime, and so on and so forth. So basically, they are the ones who keep this regime in place. But nevertheless, they've not been targeted by the sanctions yet. So this resolution is so important specifically because it basically recognized the responsibility of parties, not of some specific officials, but of parties in general, for this war and for the consequences of this war, making those parties, in a way, an integral part of this terrorist regime. So in terms of the sanctions, this is my task number one that I'm focused on right now, is how do we get it from there and recognize the Russian political parties as organizations that facilitate terrorism. Now, this is a term or a definition that I didn't invent myself. It's a definition that is already in place by the European Commission. It has designated more than 34 organizations like that. So we're talking about Hezbollah, we're talking about Hamas, we're talking about the Philippines Communist Party, and so on and so forth. And in a way, what we can do is we can advocate for the national parliaments of the states, of Canada, of European governments, European parliaments, to adopt the same resolutions calling for the Russian political parties to be recognized as such. And I would dare to say that that would be a tectonic shift in sanctions, because if we're successful, then the party members, they will face quite interesting dilemma. So either they would stay members of those parties and will bear all the consequences that membership implies, meaning that probably no Western air flight company, no Western hotel chain, no Western bank chain, no other companies and services will deal with them if they're members of such political parties, not just them, but also with members of their families, or they would leave. They would decide to leave the ranks of those parties, and that would be a critical blow to the morale of the Russian regime. As an example, you can take a football player. Some of you might know him or have heard about him. His surname is Arshavin. He used to play for Arsenal in the UK. Now, Arshavin owns at least two assets in London worth more than 26 millions of pounds, and it is well known. I mean, he used to be a very famous football player, but he also was a rather famous and notorious party member of the United Russia, the Putin's political party. Now, imagine the UK Parliament adopts a law recognizing United Russia as an organization that facilitates terrorism. So what happens is they might ask Arshavin, listen, we have two apartments here in London that seem to belong to you, and they are worth 25 millions of pounds. And it looks to us that you belong to this terrorist party. So are you a member or you aren't? Because if you are a member, we might have some serious issues with your assets here. If you're not, please publicly state it. We want to see a declaration that you have left the ranks of the party members. And in terms of the morale, of the pressure, and of the reputation of this regime, that is a very tricky situation, because if people like Arshavin and some other famous businessmen, sportsmen, pop artists who have assets all around the world start leaving this ranks of the parties, random Russians, I think they would be scared as shit to even think about keeping their membership further on. So sorry for taking too much time on describing this idea, but this is something I'm very excited about and been working on for the last couple of months.
No, and for good reason. I think it is an important feature as part of the mosaic of measures, creating points where, or say, pressure points, which then feed back through celebrity culture to support the case of this immorality and the fact that living an immoral life and causing immoral deeds will not go unpunished. I think it's absolutely important and vital as part of the overall reckoning of which we always speak, which has been missing since the days of the downfall of the Soviet Union, and that Russian culture has not had that reckoning, that exact punishment which is required for them to see their failings. I think it's an absolutely valuable task which you're carrying out. Which other examples can you quote in that regard? I mean, obviously, Arshavin is a major football player who played, I think, for Borussia Dortmund and then Arsenal. It's evidently a case, but there's more in that regard.
Oh, so yeah, okay, you can hear me now. We have a full list of them, but one of the problems, of course, is having the list of those party members, like the full list. And for obvious reasons, the Russians are doing everything to cover up those lists. So we are kindly inviting members of Western intelligence community to kind of keep that information and try to accumulate those surnames as much as possible. But in terms of other surnames, I mean, you have a very famous guy who's here is Ukrainian. I mean, he's not Ukrainian, he's Russian, but he owns a lot of businesses here in Ukraine. It's his surname is Friedman. He used to be a member of the United Russia. I mean, that implies a lot of negative consequences for that. In a way, there is also another aspect of this idea, which goes to the issue of Euroscepticism and pro-Russian sentiments in Europe. So if you think about European political parties that are mainly pro-Russian and have some influence inside Europe, and have been popularizing this narrative about the dissolution of the European Union in a way for a reason, weakening the European project. I bet that all of them, or at least a major part of them, have a memorandum on cooperation and understanding with United Russia, the Communist Party of Russia, or some other parties that are currently in the Russian parliament. I know that for sure in terms of France. I might say that I know that for sure in terms of Italy. I wouldn't be surprised if we will find such parties in Germany, Austria, and if that idea goes on, if United Russia, for instance, is recognized as an organization that facilitates terrorism, then I think those parties in the EU that are still steering trouble and deliberately taking the pro-Russian position and trying to weaken the transatlantic Western kind of unity, they might have a hard time as well, because I mean that would be an incredible political argument for their opponents to make, that you have been and maybe even still are in an official kind of legal relationship with an organization that has been recognized as facilitating terrorism. And that is another implication, and it's also crucial to mention it too. And of course the assets. Now, if the case of Arshavin, for instance, clearly shows that it's another shortcut to the assets of those people or those companies that are located all around the Western world. And this in general is the key point, in my opinion, is how do we transform Russia through sanctions? In a way, I think that